Hello there, everybody. Welcome in. Happy Monday. How's everyone doing? Let's make some fucking deliveries. Figure out what I'm going to deliver next. Who have we got? Right, you're all the way down the hill. So are you. Oh, man, all these people live like really far away from where we are at the moment. These people are all down at the bottom. They're not up here. What gives? Excuse me. Anyway, how's everyone doing? It's good to see you guys. Stabby, congratulations on first. Flaky, congratulations on second. And Misty, hello. Welcome in. Congratulations on third. I hope everybody's all right. Did everyone have a good weekend? I don't know. What did the followage say? Can I see on here? Am I allowed to see what the followage says? Can I see on here? How long's Flaky been following? There we go. We do a refresh and suddenly everybody counts as a viewer when you do a refresh. Following for 1 year and 5 months, 16 days. Damn. Almost a year and a half, dude. GG's. Yes, welcome in, everybody. Hope everyone's all right. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Hopefully nobody's dealing with a hangover. Good. How about you? Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. I had some curry for lunch, so I've got plenty of rice and chicken and sauce in my system. So hopefully that means I won't fall asleep. And I've got some smoothie to hydrate with, so yeah, I'm pretty good. Right, so we want to go down the hill. We got a fucking shit ton of stuff for, what is it, F2? So F5, sorry. So F5 is F4. That's F6. Our therapist is there. Where's F5, okay. So we want to go to our left, if possible. If possible, we want to go to the left. If we can do this. Never had a hangover. Damn, okay. Because, yeah, I remember once somebody I knew was like, I don't get hangovers. And I was like, really? Cool. And then I decided to get them absolutely fucking shithoused. And they were fucking like dribbling, like so fucking wasted. And the next day they were like, oh, I feel fucking terrible. I was like, I knew it, you lying scum. It's like, I've never felt like this before. I was like, you just don't drink that much, you know. But the truth is, years down the line, when I look back on it, it's because I was a borderline alcoholic, you know. I was drinking like five days a week, you know. And that ain't normal, along with everything else. That is not normal or healthy. But yeah, some kids, they have like 4 beers. I don't get hangovers. Motherfucker, you don't even get drunk. Like, you're barely even getting a buzz on right now. Like, basically, you can't just do prees and then say you don't get hangovers. That's not how this works. Like, I need to see you, like, hoovering whiskey up off the bar with your mouth, you know, and then tell me you don't get a hangover. You know, kids that are 19, I don't get hangovers. Yeah, just fucking wait a while. Give it a few years. Then we'll see how you're feeling in the morning. Christ, one of my hangovers probably would have killed them. They almost killed me. But yes, fortunately not an issue these days. The issue these days is that I got long COVID and now I have hangover symptoms all the time. For no fucking reason. Which is fucking great. And the doctors just don't know what the fuck it is. Come on, pick up that motherfucker.
Croissant.
Yeah. Croissant. Poondog, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you, dude. But yes, I hope everybody's all right. I hope everybody's staying nice and cool. It's a bit warm in the UK today. It is, what, 25 degrees? Which in the UK is, you know, fairly rare, especially this summer. This summer, it's barely been in the 20s sometimes. After like 8 doubles, a couple of beers, and some more alcohol, I got drunk and still no hangover the next day. Granted, I did also end up puking, which seems so. Oh yeah. If you vomit and throw it all up, then yeah, you know, if you go to sleep with a stomach full of alcohol and your liver is working overtime overnight, you wake up like basically like a fucking dried prune, like a fucking sarcophagus. You wake up like a fucking, you know, like you've been mummified, like all fucking decrepit and fucking dehydrated. And you drink a bunch of water, and the first thing that happens, as soon as you put water in your stomach, you vomit because you're that bad. So then you have to drink more water to rinse all the fucking stomach acid out of your mouth. And then you get this fucking ungodly hunger. So you make yourself a nice big breakfast and think that'll sort me out. And then about 2 or 3 mouthfuls in, you just feel awful, and then you don't eat it. It's just, yeah. It's, being hungover is fucking terrible. And I wouldn't recommend. I would not recommend. Enjoy alcohol recreationally, you know, as long as you've got it under control and you can control your intake and you've got it, you know, have fun with it by all means, you know. Have fun with everything as long as, you know, as long as you've got it under control. That's the problem. I don't have a problem with substances. I had a problem with control. Like a lot of things, I just fucking put both feet into it, you know. And unfortunately, with things like alcohol and drugs, when you fucking commit both feet at once, you end up in a pretty bad state. But luckily, I had a support network around me, so that when I did choose to give up, I had people that were there for me. And sometimes all it took, literally all it took, was one person saying, "Damn, dude, another 3 months has gone by and you're still dry." That's all it took. All I needed that one day was just someone to say, "Damn, dude, GG's." So yeah, support network, very important. When people look down their noses on people that have substance abuse issues, I'm like, okay, well, let's look at their environment. You know, what kind of environment do they come from? Oh yeah, their parents used to beat them. They went into foster care. They've been through 5 foster homes. They were abused by one of the foster parents. Yeah, of course they want to escape the world, you know? Of course they're looking for ways to get away from things, you know? It's the environment.
You're always welcome here. Checking orders now.
Excuse me. You know? I think about 80 to 90% of people, if they were put in the same situation, they'd end up in the same place. I think that's something that society... Oof, shit, that wasn't very good. Something that society as a whole needs to stop doing is looking down on people that are addicted to things as if they're weak. That's got to be it. Thank you.
I just want to say, Sam, that I'm so glad we...
because, you know, just because some people have, like, addictions that are socially acceptable and they can afford, and it's just okay. It's not a problem. They're woefully addicted to something, but because it's socially accepted and they've got the money to do it, it's fine. If somebody gets addicted to alcohol or drugs and they're, you know, the bane of the earth, it's like, fuck off. You know, you demonstrate. And people that look down their nose on people that are addicted to fucking, you know, narcotics, when they've got a fucking medicine cabinet in their bathroom full of fucking medication that they get prescribed, it's all fucking barbiturates, opiates and narcotics anyway. It's just in a fucking little white bottle with a little label on it from the doctor. It's still fucking drugs. Look down your nose on people. Fuck off. Excuse me. Anyway. Pizza party. I don't have any pizza, unfortunately. I had pizza the other. I had a pizza the other day, actually. Ended up puking one night and had a raging hangover the next day. Guaranteed he might have been blackout drunk. Yeah, I mean, depending on how much of it's in your bloodstream, you know, if you drink a bunch of it and your body rejects it and fucking you vomit it all up. Motherfucker, we literally just came all the way down. Okay. Any impact? Anyway, we'll talk about something a bit more upbeat, I think. Sorry, dudes. I hope everyone's doing all right. I'm in a bit of an argumentative mood. Somebody snapped at me, and then when I provided Wikipedia articles and, you know, validation that they were not faked, and they refused to accept that I provided information to bolster my argument, and then they said something very, very demeaning and fucking patronizing, without due reason. You know, they're in no way superior to me whatsoever. You know, they're just another human being. But yeah, I told them to fucking leave it and don't speak to me like that, because I don't accept that kind of shit. you know. But yeah, not worth getting stressed about. But yes, in classic work fashion on Monday, getting a few bits and pieces done, and then at fucking, you know, 3:30, 4 o'clock, suddenly 3 things get given to me. I'm like, I'm only going to have time to look at 2 of these out of the 3. I'm sorry. You know, sure you can't look at, no, sorry. You're lucky I can look at 2. The thing I'm currently working on is fucking ridiculous. It's about the same size as 3 other problems put together. Yeah, we're going right back up the way we just came, right? Yeah, pretty much. Easy. But yes, depending on how much you get in your system. Because yeah, like there were times when somebody, like, you know, they chugged an entire bottle of like spirits. Excuse me. They chugged a whole bottle of whiskey or a whole bottle of vodka, and everyone was like, "Wee!" And I kept an eye on them, and I was like, you know, after about an hour, I was like, realistically, you should have vomited by now, and because you haven't vomited, I think you're probably going to be looking at, you know, we need to keep an eye on them. I said to their friends, like, we need to keep an eye on them, because basically, like, they've now got probably enough alcohol in their stomach to completely overpower their liver, and they'll still have half a bottle of it in their stomach left over. And if we're not careful, that could be alcohol poisoning. So if we can get them to eat something, like, you know, if we go to a kebabi and get a chip wrap, that would probably be a good idea. That would be a good idea if we could get some potato and some bread inside of them, because yeah, that's a fair bit of spirits to be, you know, processing on an empty stomach. Because yeah, you're just gonna get fucking alcohol poisoning, you know. You're just gonna fucking be unable to process it, and then it's just gonna completely overwhelm your liver and your filtration system. I fucking motherfucker! How much damage was that? I barely fucking. I think all of that. Oh, I think all. Oh, okay. Oh, that cargo just got fucked. Sorry, chat. Bear with. It's only just down the hill, so it's not that far. But yes, you got to keep an eye on kids. You know, if they fucking, because if somebody fucking tanks like an entire bottle of gin or something, but then like 45 minutes later they're throwing it all up, you know, lesson learned, right? But yeah, if somebody tanks a whole bottle of fucking whiskey or something, and then just fucking goes out and starts drinking beers, time bomb, dudes. And yeah, alcohol poisoning's not fun. You wake up with a fucking tube sticking down your throat and then a tube sticking out your fucking other half. And a machine is basically pumping this fucking, like, it's like saline and fucking charcoal. And it's just pumping through you. It's like filtering it through your body. And yeah, it's fucking immensely uncomfortable to have stuff forced through your system. It's really not pleasant, but it's just it's the lesson you learn, you know? Don't overdo it, you know? Don't become all of your friends' problem, and don't become the NHS's problem, you know? And that's one of the factors for me with alcoholism, was the fact that I could drink a fair bit, enough to start doing damage over the long term, but I never became like unable to sort of, you know, look after myself. I was never that sort of, you know, falling over, passing out, swallowing my tongue kind of drunk. I was that kind of trying to have as much fun as possible kind of drunk. Which, you know, was probably one of the enablers, was that everyone loved me when I was drunk, so I was just kind of drunk most of the time. But yeah, you begin to realise that actually it probably would have been better if I'd fucking tasted alcohol and vomited really, really aggressively every time I touched it, and I never would have fucking got into drinking it so much. But we live and we learn, chat. We live and we learn. I'm not saying that, you know, the experiences I had weren't worth it. I had some of the best experiences of my life, you know, and made friends that, you know, sadly a lot of them don't speak to me anymore because I'm sober, which is, you know, that does sting a little bit. But some of the inside jokes, some of the moments, some of the shithousery we got up to, it's, yeah, it puts a smile on my face even on dark days, you know. Like, I'm remembering that way back in the day, we were at the house where we used to drink before we went out, and somebody had like it wasn't a firecracker, it was supposed to scare birds. So you get what's called bird scarers, which is this long sort of wick, like fabric wick with like firecrackers like woven into it, like they're like little sticks, right? And you set fire to the wick, and every time it burns up and touches one of the the sticks, it explodes, right? But not so powerful that it would, you know, get rid of the other sticks that are woven into this fabric thing. It's difficult to explain, but one of them, the casing was split, and therefore they had to take it out. Because obviously the casing being split means the explosives inside, the powder. Excuse me, game. Can I regain control and go forwards, please? So yeah, we had this random, you know, bird scarer, and they're fucking loud, like really fucking loud. They're not designed to be like, you know, destructive, but they're fucking loud because they're supposed to scare birds away for like the entire farm, right? So anyway, we've got this plastic like flip top lid bin, right, at this house. And we're in the lounge, and somebody puts it on the coffee table in the middle of the room. And they light this thing and chuck it inside, and we all leave the room, right? And one of our friends is like, "Dad, don't worry, it probably won't even take the lid off." And then I swear to God, right, because it was a bird scarer designed for outside, and we're inside at this point, right, in a room probably 4 meters by 2.5, right? This thing goes off, right, and it's like, you know, in war films when there's like light and smoke and there's like that ringing noise in your ears. Seriously, we're all on the floor like, oh my God, my fucking ears. And the guy that stayed in the room is like, holy shit. I mean, you walk back into the room and this fucking bin is gone. It's vaporized, right? And there's pieces of the bin, and they're pieces that are no bigger than like 3 square inches, right? This bin is literally, quite literally by the definition, has been obliterated into pieces, right? And there was a piece stuck in the ceiling. And bear in mind, this guy sat there with his feet up on the fucking coffee table, no shoes. Oh my God. But yeah, we fucking laughed. Oh my God. But yeah, it was like a fucking flashbang went off. And there were just pieces of the bin everywhere. Oh my God. Excuse me. Good old tinnitus, yeah. Watching a show, so a bit later. Thank you for the alert, Dennis. I appreciate that. Welcome on in, dude. Enjoy the show, the TV show that you're watching. But yeah, fucking hell, dude. Just goofy shit like that. Goofy shit like that. But you know, shouldn't be funny, but it fucking well is, man. Because of my childish brain. But yeah. Oh my God.
Give me a sec to check.
There was pieces stuck in the fucking ceiling. Oh my God. And someone said it's a good thing that it was inside a bin, because if we just left it on the table, it would have done the windows.
You're not the one.
Oh fucking hell. Oh my goodness. Right, any orders?
Well done.
Oh, we did that. Easy. I've got a fucking zip line over to there.
Accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me. I wanna feel what love. I don't know, I've got that song stuck. I haven't heard that song in ages. I heard the Hollies, you know, the air that I breathed the other day. Sometimes all I need is the air that I breathe. That's been stuck in my head for a few days. How is this motherfucking zip line got no likes? It's right outside where we need to be, motherfuckers. What's wrong with you? Meanwhile, this bridge that does absolutely nothing will have like an absurd amount of likes on it. Oh, I need fucking 1,000. Okay. Excuse me, chat. It's been quite warm today, so I'm a little bit clammy. That pop-in on the fucking snow details pretty sharp.
It's hard to breathe. Sam, try to focus.
Might be hard to breathe, my dude, but gotta get it done. Hey, look, someone's left a ladder for us. That's nice. Let's do it the proper way, chat. Let's let's climb up the ladder. Well, I say climb. Let's ride the ladder.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Excuse me.
I'll see you later. A bit thin.
Jode, welcome in. Would you be interested in a Mikalash moment? A Mikalash moment? Yes, I would. Yes, I would. What's that handsome devil been up to? Right, bear with me one moment. I'm going to try and get up here. Ooh, Cool. Is that not it? More? Oh, is there one more down there? Okay. Right, excuse me. Hang on. There for a second. All right, that's fine. Oh. Oh, ghost. It's the way he goes woo afterwards. Fuck, yeah, just that R1 just strafed underneath it. Woo. Fucking Mikalash, man. He's such a fucking troll, the boss, you know. I thought you meant Miko the runner. I thought you had a clip from Miko. But yeah, for fuck's sake. But yeah, not like Ghost to miss. But yeah, sneaky motherfucker. You see him and he just fucking ducked underneath it at the last second. Sneaky motherfucker. But yes, good to see you, Jed. I'll be one. But yeah, the fucking disrespect afterwards. Six of six, cool. Recover from a stagger faster than normal. So yeah, like, because when they come out of the when they come out of the teleport, does it immediately make them stagger briefly because of something? Yeah, and ran off. Ghost is just, she's just staring like, what?
Let's get it delivered.
Fuck is this guy doing? Yeah, fucking Mikolash, dudes. Always underestimate how fucking awkward that fight is. Every single time I fucking jump into a new playthrough, I'm like, oh yeah, Miko's easy. You fucking script half the fight, and then he fucking does me, like one-shots me multiple times in the second phase. I'm like, oh, fuck off. Fuck off, Miko, you fucking nonce. And thank you for the music, dude, that you shared in the Discord. Scratching that Dillinger escape plan and that at the drive-in itch is kind of interesting. Nope, shit. So yeah, I want to check, is there anywhere actually, because somebody built a fucking zip line thing, but it was not connected to anything, it was a pain in the ass. But I want to see, is there actually a way we can zip line anywhere near this entrance, like around the back or something? Let's find out. But yes, another busy Monday, chat. Please excuse me if I'm a little bit out of it.
I will always support you.
I will always support you. So, where's the limits? Yeah, I don't think we can build anywhere up here. Oh, is this a zipline terminal? Oh, it looks like it should be. It looks like it fucking should be. Oh yeah, you see, it's just out of fucking...
Good to have you. You kept this in incredible.
Here we go. Okay, so yeah, we're almost almost fully gold starred on there. So it looks like 78 and 76. Kind of. Oh, I don't, actually, those stars, those bits of the star have been full for a while now. But yeah, we're gonna have to do some more stealthing for sure.
I owe you yet again.
And then we're gonna have to do some out-and-out combat where I run around with a machine gun just fucking shooting everybody. I'm pretty sure that shouldn't be too difficult to. No. Right, so what have we got in the old truck? A bunch of stuff for the ghost hunter there. So yeah, we're going back down. We're going back down. And then we're doing a bit of a drive. Do you know what? You know what, chat? I think we should go back down. And then I think we should go back down and do this and just stop by here and do a drive around here and see how everyone's doing. See if we've got any deliveries or, you know, for people that we do need to 5-star. And yeah, just take in the fact that we've actually fucking built roads all the way around this place. Because I think we got the last bit of road. Oh no, there's a paver there that wants 1,360 ceramics. And then God knows where it's going to go. I think it's going to carry on up this way. And it might carry on up here to... Because I haven't seen any pavers up here, but yeah. I don't know where it's going to... I can't think where it's going to go, but I can only think that it's going to go up to the environmental person, because this person has like a more sort of in-depth shelter, if that makes sense. But anyway, we'll head down. So from where we are, We want to drive up over the hill next to the zipline post and then down to there. Then we've got a couple of deliveries to do down on ground level. And we know where to mine both metals and also ceramics, so that's all good. One thing I thought we could do is to call the Magellan to where the mine is, or the nearest place to the mine, and then fill the Magellan with materials. And then obviously ask the Magellan to sort of, you know, show up where we need it, and then use it as kind of like a way to transport another few hundred kilograms of materials. That might be a nice little trick. Yeah, we'll go down there. Speaking of roads that need to be repaired. And I suppose actually we could go that way, but I think I've got something for the lone commander, so I think we need to go that way. Anyway, excuse me one sec, chat. I'm trying to quickly check the audio delay. Excuse me, chat. I'm really nervous this because if I did a whole ass stream with an audio delay, I'd be so pissed off. I mean, arguably, the problem is because the audio delay would only be the game audio, and I don't really have a way of accurately separating the game audio from what I'm saying. So if I was to adjust the game audio to be in sync, my voice wouldn't be in sync with the webcam. So it's like, yeah, it's still a problem. I can't actually fix it in post. So yeah. But we've got a system now where whenever I start a stream, it automatically deactivates and reactivates the source, and that is usually enough to clear any audio delay. So we've got it automated. Yeah, it's warm. I think tomorrow night might be a swim in the sea. I might go to the driving range first. But if it's roasting hot when I get back from the driving range, I might go for a swim in the sea. And also, I need to get the barbecue out this year. So I might take the barbecue to the beach. Cook myself some sausages and some burgers after I've been for a swim, of course. And then the heat from the sun and the heat from the barbecue should dry me off mostly. There it is, the continent comes into view. But it is nighttime. Nighttime. Daytime. I've got that video. I need to make a reminder to to cut out the audio for both bits. And then you guys can type exclamation point night or day. But yes, I'm also being a bit reserved about how many new things I add. I feel like over the last couple of years I've added a lot of stuff to the stream. And for the meantime, I could probably just coast by on what I've added so far. See what gets used and what doesn't get used. Oh shit. Yeah, so I went out to play golf on Sunday, which was nice. I got fucking cooked in the sun. You may have noticed I've got a bit more colour on me. After months and months or weeks and weeks and weeks of it being like sunny but still cold, I haven't really worn sunscreen or anything, so I went outside and it was actually as hot as it looked for once. It's been so fucking changeable for the last god knows how long. Oh shit. No damage. If I had some important cargo that was not fragile, just important, that probably would have done it. Oh, dudes. Oh, dude, you want to be down here when the moon's out. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, dude. Sorry, the photo mode, he's got a pod. I'm not sure if that's okay. Yeah, I suppose it has to, but yeah, it feels kind of fucking savage to have him have a pod and yeah, be able to throw loot around in the pictures and stuff.
Sorry you had to drag your ass out here this late. Decided to knock out a whole mess of orc.
Cool. Right, so
You want to leave?
I could rest in the room. I could.
Well done.
But let me just check. You got anything for... yes, you do. And we could use the monorail for that. Easy. Easy.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Who's this? Gobba Grob. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? How was stream? What were you guys playing today? Or can I get underneath it? Oh, almost. Oh, yeah. It doesn't like it. I can't get the other side of this monitor. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Welcome in, raiders. How's it going? Thank you so much for staying in with the raid. What's up? How's it going? What were you playing today? Please let me know if you prefer a clip shout out or a non-clip shout out or no shout out. That's valid as well. But thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. I'm just talking about how beautiful this game is. Among other things, me complaining about being old and tired. Actually working in Blender. Ah, what are you working on? Working on anything, is it a secret? I suppose not. If you, sorry, I don't know why I asked that. If you're doing it on stream, it's probably not a secret. Breadcrumbs. Don't have a preference. Wonderful. In that case, so everyone can have a little taste of the channel. Please feel free to swing by and say hello to our lovely friend Gobble Gob that just raided. And we've got a an MSN Messenger chat box. Oh.
Stop it.
Brother,
It always picks the worst clip, right? Damn. Sorry. I don't know why the clip player does that. I don't know why the clip player does that. Saying better to Americans because they lose it and just start laughing, yeah. Well, congratulations on the shot. But yes, thank you so much for the raid. If you need to raid and run, completely understand. Please don't feel bad. I'm not kicking you out, of course, but if you've got some stuff to take care of, please feel free. Raiders, welcome in. How's it going? For those of you that haven't met me, my name is Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. Currently on my first playthrough of Death Stranding 2. Really enjoying it. Not quite as much as the first one. I think the first one was better. But yeah, this one is still arguably one of the most beautiful games I've ever played, without question. And I think Kojima Productions genuinely have really cooked in Decima, and as a result, this game is a fucking masterpiece. Excuse me. Gotta go eat, so have fun playing. Yes, by all means, if you need to, I completely understand. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the raid. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Oh shit, I need to... Because... The message in assist is... Oh, we could have waited a little bit. Damn. Okay, so we want to run... But yes, welcome in, Raiders. Lovely to have you. Thank you for staying in with the raid. A very pog champ of you. But yes, talking about how beautiful this game is. And what else were we talking about? Talking about people that when they get into a discussion, they say things that are sort of a bit like, you know, they talk as if they've won the argument already when they haven't actually proven you wrong. And they use like kind of catchphrases they've seen on the internet that are designed to trigger people. And it's like, come on now, you know, I'm happy to discuss things and have a debate with somebody, but I need you to debate like an adult, you know. And if you start using little buzzwords to try and upset people, yeah, that's not allowed. Making patronizing and unduly superior comments towards people, it's like, come on, man, no need for that. So the thing is, I could literally just take 280 ceramics back off them, so they'd be exactly where they started. But you know,
be too careful at night. Stay safe.
Order completed. Well done.
Okay. Beat every large BT in the area. I swear I've done this. I swear we already did this, dudes. We already did this. They came out and we fucking did this. I don't want to do it again. I don't want to do it again. Okay. We'll think about that another time. I will think about that another time. I don't want to do that again. That was not a lot of fun, to be honest. Right, so can we go pick up the... Can we go pick up the zip line? I say, how have I lost the moon? It's literally like, it's big enough to upset the gravitational pull of the fucking planet. These ones. There's zip line back here. Who's this? Griffinator, welcome in. Have you beat this game? Not fully, no. I haven't done all the story yet, so please be mindful of story spoilers and that sort of thing. We've discovered a whole bunch of stuff, but we've still got a little bit of story left. And I'm not in a hurry. I'm, you know, 5-starring people and making deliveries, and then once we've done a little bit of work and, like, you know, achieved a few things, then we move over to doing a bit of story. Yes, please be mindful of story spoilers and that sort of thing. Thank you for asking, though. I appreciate that, dude. It's very kind of you. That is the right way to go about it. So, will this zipline go and connect to there? Well, it will, and then I'm hoping these zipline posts are all 300 meters apart, so we can just connect to them. Oh, look, it follows. This is probably... so this is probably why bending zip lines exist, is because we're going to make a zip line to follow the monorail. Look at this, chat. We just fucking go. We just fucking go. Look at this.
Several sections have been designated as BT areas, so proceed with the utmost caution.
Look at this, chat. But the monorails are kind of also a bonus zip line when you're on foot. Damn, okay. And then, yeah, these posts here, you just scoot straight past them. And we follow it along rather than going in a straight line. Okay. That's cool. But yes, this is probably why the zip lines can bend, is because they created a zip line underneath the monorail, and that needed bends in it, so they said we may as well give the players that as well. They're only going to ask for it in mods, right? Yeah, look at this, chat. We fucking zoom in. We fucking zoom in. Oh, some clowns put a fucking zip line here. Whose is this? No, no, no. Yeah, okay, it does connect to something, so I won't delete it just yet. Right, so let me check what we've got in the vehicle. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Hang on. With the moon being all moony like it is, like his head bobbles up and down. That's a good ladder. That is a good ladder.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for the help. Came in handy. This one's
That is a good ladder. Have some likes. That is a good ladder. Because what it means, chat, is we have a way to get onto the monorail things whenever we want. Those little fucking things in the distance. Kind of spoiling it. Senzu, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. Good news, everyone. Good news. Whenever anybody says good news, everyone, all I can think of is Professor Brink. No. What's the name of the professor in Futurama? Like, good news, everyone. I fucking love it. Metal Gear Solid Delta is looking good according to journalists. That's good to hear. That's very good to hear. Yeah, because it's not long. It's not long out, right? It really isn't that far away. it really isn't that far away. Please excuse my absurd fucking list of games that I'm never going to play. 28th of the 8th. Oh, it's 20 days away, dudes. It's 20 days away. Yeah, so we need to finish this. We need to finish this game in the next 20 days, which we should be able to. We should be able to. If I stop fucking around in photo mode, we should be able to. But yeah, this stuff has a hitbox, so we can actually run along it.
That's a long way down.
Right, excuse me. Both for remake with some additional things. Yes, I hope the additions are well thought out and don't like make no sense whatsoever. I hope they've added things that genuinely do add value. But you know, based on the fact that they handed the Silent Hill 2 remake over to Bloober and obviously managed it quite well, because yeah, turned out really good. It was a little bit bland. The atmosphere felt a little bit bland. Oh shit! No. Fucking. What happens if I'm standing on something when it moves? Okay, okay. There's programming for that. Just so people know I was here. CP, welcome in. You're using the monorail the wrong way. That is in fact not quite how a monorail should work. It's a lot cheaper. Not quite as fast. It's a bit slow, but it's quite cheap, you know. But yeah, that's cool. That's a very good ladder.
My name's Sam.
The moon. Right, what have we got in our delivery? In our cargo bed? Because yeah, we got something for the fucking lone commander, haven't we? So we've got to go off on this rough terrain, but we're going to do a bit of a loop. We shall do a loop. Go past a few old friends. Check if there's any deliveries worth doing. Sev Ross, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. How's it going? Welcome on in. Going great. How are you? Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Bit tired. My back's a little bit sore. But, you know, I am pretty old, so, you know, pretty par for the course these days. Look, as I work on my project, feel free. Thank you for the alert, dude. I appreciate that. Good luck with the project. I hope it goes well. Right. Now leaving chiral network. Have we not unlocked this area onto the chiral network? That's kind of crazy. Pretty old, mate. You have less grey hairs than me, but I age like milk. Yeah, I'm really lucky. Like, I've got a few like here in the goatee area, but for the most part, you know, my hair is still pretty strong. Considering I'm 40, it's yeah, not bad. Not really thinning out or going grey. So I've got a few here, a few in the sides, you know, but you know, pretty minor. 40, yeah, somehow. And bear in mind that, you know, when I was a kid, when I was in my 20s and 30s, I was drinking and smoking and doing drugs heavily. And also sitting in the sun at the skate park. So how I look like this, I don't know. I don't know. How I managed to get, you know, halfway to 80 and live the lifestyle I lived and not look like a fucking dried up prune. Genetic, I think it's pretty much, it's probably genetics, you're right. Krill, sun in England, like, dude, it was fuck. I got sunburned on Sunday. There was sun on a Sunday. It was quite literally a sunny day. Yeah, I got fucking sunburned in my arms and my face. I got sunburned when I went to play golf. How much do you want? 2,000 crystals? Nah, it's not worth it. We can just rough it. It's fine. God's day. Yeah, it's funny how many Americans are like staunchly religious until it comes to working on the Sabbath, you know. You know. It's where capitalism and religion sort of butt heads a little bit, you know. You're not supposed to work on the Sabbath, but, you know, there's money to be made. We haven't been here for a while, chap. Shit, are we? Yeah, we are heading to the Lone Commander. We just haven't got a path anymore because we haven't been here. I don't think, or we're just completely missing it. Don't believe you've been to France and think it's England. No. Dude, if you knew how close I was to England, like if you look at the very, like, I'm not too far from Dover, and Dover is like the shortest place where we cross the channel. So like I'm pretty close to France, you know. On a clear day, if I'm standing high up enough, on a clear day I can see France from the mainland. If I'm a few stories up on a roof on a sunny, really, really sunny day, I can look on the horizon and just about see it. It is not far. Where can we go? The sun, I've heard of this thing. The elders tell me it's a great ball of fire in the sky beyond the ever expansive grey clouds. They say if you truly see it, you will go blind, though dare not venture to look to it. Yes, now if you look directly at it, you know. Because yes, you know, if you look directly at the sun, you're going to blind yourself. But luckily in the UK, there's no sun, so we're safe. Like Hiroshima. Sake. Back in the old days in Sweden, they separated church and state because people blamed religion not working on a Sunday, so they separated them. Yeah, exactly, you know, exactly. This is the thing, you know. As soon as it comes to, you know, as soon as it comes to premarital sex and fucking working on the Sabbath, suddenly it's not a problem. But everything else, Nimbus, welcome in, dude. How's it going? All these fucking, you know, all these people that are hating on other demographics of society because of religious reasons. It doesn't say so in the Bible. It also says you weren't supposed to fuck your wife's friend, but you did that, didn't you? And then you fucking work on a Sunday when there's money involved, don't you? Yeah, so don't get all fucking pious with me. Fucking pricks. Anyway, shit. We have got an ad break starting any second. So I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. I'm going to quickly use the loo. And I'll be back shortly. Let me just make this delivery. But yes, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle, some clips for you guys. I'll be back shortly. I'm a fucking gamer. Sorry. Oh my god. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. Okay, your poise is shit. Oh. Oh. Oh, chat. The fucking rolling underneath the jump attack to backstab. Oh. But yeah. Oh. It's fucking R2 Grill 2. Excuse me. Oh, I use a knife. Excuse me. Down my tower. Go on. You go. Go on. What? It's the ladder strats, chat. The ladder strats. Right, okay.
Glad that's over.
Please go follow Lim. Really, really good sense of humor. Really, really fun dude to hang out with. Does a lot of not geology. Is it geology? No, it's not. It's not. Is it archaeology? What do you? What do you do again? It's rocks. It's to do with rocks. Not paleontology. Is it archaeology? It's to do with rocks. I can't remember. But they do a lot of that content on TikTok. It is archaeology. Okay, hello, mate. Can you come say hello? You can't stand on the controller. Come on. Oh, so you're setting off fucking ashes of war now. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. You have a passport. Birmingham. I never bothered applying for one. Hello, Nagiona Q. Thank you, Nimbus. I appreciate that, dude. It's good to see you. I like fighting Americans on TikTok. If Europe is better, they would always say US is bigger. I'm like, that makes it better, lol. Funniest part is when they hate on LGBTQ. Meanwhile, a lot of preachers have found out choir boys are a bit too much. Well, yeah, this is it. You know, religion is staunchly against homosexuality, even though that's not right. You know, you shouldn't be against it at all. But then the priests are, you know, nonsense. R2 Grill 2 trademark pending future chef robots. I've had that cargo for like 70 hours.
Well done.
Just refuse to fucking deliver it. What have you got? Ah, you're good. You're good. "70 hours, well, you British Mail, Royal Mail."
Gotcha. Snag.
Right, excuse me, chat. I'll be right with you. Do you repair things?
That's the way.
What are you stuck on? Not that bad, Sam. You can drive over it. Come on. Right, do I go down this path to the commander? No, we go off to the left a little bit. Come on.
You're mine.
You came out as fast as fuck. Swedish postmen, on the other hand, are terrible.
That's the way.
Oh, you know about postmen? Of course I do. Hell yeah, brother. Viking power. Perfect timing. Yeah, it's very serendipitous. Very separate. Oh shit. I think we might be able to just. You prick. That was fine. I don't know why. We should have got away with that, to be honest, but never mind. Never mind. And yeah, we could even go back to Mexico just for a meme. But no, we won't. I need to get on with things. I just want to get rid of all the stuff that I've got that's like fucking aid requests and everything else. All this lot. Just get rid of these orders. Because we're getting a bit sloppy. We're getting a bit messy. Lived here for 25 out of 30 years. That counts. When I resigned from my job in the UK, I did get an envelope addressed to that Swiss guy. That Swiss guy. I think we're going there anyway. We're not going there, though. We're probably going to go there. So, this and this. Like this. We'll take these because we're going this way anyway. Oh, look. Just one item each. These early game orders, dudes. Rule number 8, allow them to believe falsehoods about you as long as it serves. This is true. I've met people before, and you know, like for like years and years and years, they've been working and coming to the pub and everything, and then you find out their name isn't Steve. You know, it's like, no, that's not my real name. My real name's Alex. Why are you called Steve? It's like, well, I just, whenever I move somewhere new, I don't give everybody my real name to start with. I'm like, what? That's a fucking red flag. Like, but fair, whatever. But yeah, the name isn't actually. Like, fair enough. I actually do that. Fair enough. I mean, if it's for the right reasons, I there are times when I'm in a place somewhere. I'm like, I don't want these people to know my name. So, you know, I'll just say, yeah, my name's Ed or whatever. You know, I just give them a different name. Alan! 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 Oh shit, was it Steve? Steve! For fuck's sake. Classic. Absolutely classic. Oh yeah, it's an upgraded road, so I think we actually drive quicker on this bit. Because it's upgraded. So we built the road and people have upgraded it for us. Which is nice. Very nice. Right. Peter Gates, you miserable old cunt. Long time no see. Deimos, nighttime, daytime. I've got it. I have the video. I downloaded it. I have it. Is it in my downloads folder? I have it. Among other things. Organised by type.
Sam, it's nice of you to pay us a visit.
No worries. I don't know where it is, chat. I'm going to add it at some point.
Managed to get it here in this good of
Going to add it at some point.
That's a pro for you.
Can I call you wannabe Dane?
Daytime! Nighttime!
Daytime! Thank you, Krill. Putting voices to animals should be illegal, but it's just effortlessly funny. Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Thanks for everything,
Skane is
Sam.
Danish, okay.
Hope you'll come around again sooner than later.
I'll now resume being English. Yeah, I suppose if you've got like an identity in both, then you can choose, you know. Because yeah, it's kind of fucking cruel, but like I've definitely worked places where like this is, you know, so and so, and they've got like a Eastern European name, and the foreman was just like, I'm going to call you Dave, all right? Your name is Dave, and the guy's like, no, my name is, you know, it's like, no, here at work, your name is Dave, all right? I'm like, damn, that's fucking racist. That shit's fucking bad. Do have a British accent on my English, so nobody believed me when I said I was from. Ah, I see. Basically Denmark, yeah, okay. Denmark, you're Brit. Sweden, you want to be Dane. Oh dear, not this argument over the Danes and the Swedes again. I thought when Cure Fits left, that would be the end of it. Well, this road's looking a little bit beat up. Problems they normally fight in here, because if so, I like it. Yeah, well, you know, we like to have a laugh, you know. And like I say, there was somebody else who I think was Danish, and they used to argue about Danes versus Swedes, but banter and brawling, yeah, a little bit. I'm going to repair my vehicle. It would be cool if I could just drive on, ask it to repair, and then just...
The nice repair
Yeah.
job, she's practically sparkling.
Drive through, I'm afraid not. Look at that.
Gotcha.
Wowzer. But yeah, you can't make the speedster in this one. I was going to double check, but yeah, we haven't unlocked that. Because in the first one, when they added the DLC, there was like a speedster that was like a car that's supposed to be fast. It had limited carrying capacity, but it was fast, and then you could do races, basically. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be a thing in this one. Excuse me, my leg is itching. Yes, Stabby and Krill, of course. I see a cat with two knives, so I approve. Yes, that is Stabby's icon. I don't know where my cat is. My cat's around here somewhere. Nutsake, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. Honk honk. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate that, dude. Ooh. Bear with, I will take care of that. Weren't a full day, no, just kind of Dane-ish.
Stop it.
Come on now, Damos. And thank you for the button, that's sick. I appreciate that. There is also a Raging Wolf helm. Who up raging on their helm?
Now, let's have a look at them.
That's another great British insult. You absolute fucking helmet.
Come true, this showing up on our
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Yes, there is a yeah. There's some night rain badges you can get for watching, or in my case, lurking overnight when it was really popular and everyone raided me into every stream playing it. So I woke up in the morning and I had access to a bunch of badges. And we got all these deliveries, and everybody's 5-starred. Everybody's fucking starred up. Although that means something completely different in British criminal culture. Starred up means something else. In Birmingham for Ozzy's funeral parade thing. Really, was it good? Because I saw that there were like people were collecting all of the bouquets and the notes and everything to sort of, you know, to preserve them, which is really nice because otherwise that stuff just rots and falls apart, right? So people were collecting it to look after it. Packed, I bet, yeah. The music in every pub was Aussie and parties were lit as fuck. Yeah, I saw the shopping centre was playing it, and there was just the whole place was full of people. So yeah, good send off. Hello, Stinky. But yes, I hope everybody had a good weekend, dudes. A few people have popped in over the last sort of 25 minutes, half hour. So yes, I hope everybody had a good weekend. I hope everybody didn't get too sunburned on Sunday. For those of us in the UK, I got cooked a little bit. I went out to play golf, and yes, I got cooked. Both, you know, not being good at golf, but also the sun fucking baked me alive. Right, so from this point, map, I suppose we could have used the fucking monorail. Fuck it, we'll drive it. Fucking drive it. We'll go through the mountains. My British intel compared to you, the other plagues were a joy. Are you neither-handed? Working with you is like working alone, but harder. Somebody else tied your shoelaces for you this morning, didn't they? It's a good one. Yeah, there's a few of them. There's a few of them. I would call you useless, but you could be used as a bad example. Wish I was good at it, but always a fun time. Well, this is the thing: is you've got to remember that on a nice day, having an excuse to turn your phone off and just go for a nice walk, and you know what happens. It's actually, you know, you're going to get a nice walk out of it regardless. You know, yes, it would be nice to hit some really great shots, and you know, but you know, at the end of the day, it's nice to be out doing something. It's something you can slowly but surely work on skill-wise. You can go to the driving range and so on and so forth. So yeah. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Why the fuck did my cargo just explode? Golf is easy. You get more points the more time you hit the ball. Exactly. Yeah, you could it's just infinite points glitch. Of course, you play golf on your British country estate with King Charles and John Cleese and the other Monty Python. Yeah, don't forget the King. But no, not quite. Golf, the best way to ruin a good walk. It's true. It's true. You look like you struggle collecting your You look like you struggle collecting your thoughts. But yeah, there was a list of insults somewhere. And cat hair. I hate the way cat hair gets stuck, and I try and brush it away, and it doesn't get brushed away. I'm like, how is that possible? What have I got in my cargo that just randomly exploded? Why did my cargo just randomly fucking explode? What the fucking deal with that was? Let's try that again. Probably wouldn't have described. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, only this. Yeah, if you ever want a linguistic adventure, go drinking with a Scotsman because you can't understand them to begin with, and only Scotland could invent a fucking sport like golf. It's such a good bit. Found a Warhammer nerd. Yes, we found another Warhammer nerd. Very deeply involved in GW during my time in the UK. I didn't vote for him. No, he's not my king. Not my king. Excuse me. World Eaters, Cult Mechanics, Adeptus Sororitas, and I want to paint Iron Hands. I have no idea what any of this stuff means, unfortunately. Listen to strange women lying in ponds disturbing swords. There's no basis for a system of government. Supreme executive power derives from a mandate from the masses, not some facial aquatic ceremony. Well, yeah, plus, obviously, after the war, there was a lot of resentment towards Germany, but apparently the royal family is German, so. Peasants in the Mud, Monty Python is so good. Yeah, when they're just like making a mud hut and somebody comes and speaks to them and they just absolutely school them on like political rhetoric and stuff. It's just like, yeah, it's hilarious. Run clubs, attended tournaments, owned shares in GAW and even worked for them in a little while. I was at Warhammer World a couple of weeks back. Oh, so you actually used to work inside the industry. Interesting. Such a daft cult favourite in Sweden. Yeah, it's crazy how, because obviously lots and lots of comedy that's funny in the UK, it doesn't really translate, even to Americans. It's just not as funny. But Monty Python, they actually found hilarious. So they actually enjoyed Monty Python. So yeah, I don't know why my fucking cargo just fucking exploded there. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to try going a slightly different way, but I'm also going to create a quick save whilst we're here. Because yeah, that was fucking strange. I don't know if it's on a timer. See if we can get over there nice and safe. In Finland, I see we've got some Finnish in chat as well. But yes, one of my childhood friends was Finnish. His family was Finnish. And he used to call his mum Ede. I think Ede is like mum or mother, I think. I'm not sure. Okay, guess we're safe there. Have you seen House of Lords in the UK? Well, I've not been there, but I'm aware of it. And you triumph, want to be a king. Kriegsmarine is also the navy in Nazi Germany. Monarchy is King Carl. Good choices. I swing more to heresy myself. World Eaters, Raven Guard, Alpha Legions, Necrons were my longest and truest love, but I've shelved it all and only really engage in video games since a couple of years. But I see you other people and your mere two relevant parties. Yeah, we don't have a two-party system in the UK, but we may as well do, to be honest. It's Labour or Tory, unfortunately. And at the moment, the Labour government is in, which is usually a good thing, but they're making some pretty boneheaded decisions, which is disappointing. Kind of disappointing. I'm not going to lie. whole universe is pop culture and historical references and not meant to be taken seriously. Well, the thing is, you can't, you know, obviously there are things in life that you do take seriously, but if you take everything super seriously all the time, you are going to fucking do your own head in. Food rations. Shit. Is that guy back? No, that guy's over here, isn't he? When we come down here, yeah, we can go there, and then we can go over here, and then we can use this road and go down here. Pick up whatever this is for the metagenomicist, I think. Carry on down, check the data scientist, we might have something for that. We can go see the ghost hunter. We can go see the pioneer and the motherhood, and then we're back to here, and then we can go up the mountain again. So, onwards we go.
I always appreciate your help.
But do we have anything for... No. Cool. Yeah, we're independent here. Piss off. Don't play the board game, just build and paint, but I also do play digital games though. Space Marine 2, Necromunda, Hired Gun, Dark Tide. Oh yeah, there's all sorts of stuff going on in that world that I have no idea about. I remember we bought, we used to play Blood Bowl, which was like a much more simplified, it was basically American football with like Warhammer rules. So there wasn't as many to paint, it was a lot cheaper to get into, and yeah. But I could never paint very accurately. But one of the kids that we used to play with, he was really fucking good at painting them. He went on to become a tattooer, actually. Right now, Labour Party is trying to out-Tory the Tories and vote whatever party called. Yes, it's a prime. We are primed for a new, very strongly left-leaning government to come into power and just start to fix the mess that's been made. And you know, the capitalists won't like it, and the millionaires and the billionaires won't like it, and because they're basically an overlap of each other. But yeah, hopefully we can claw back some sort of, you know, some sort of semblance of, you know, working class independence and, you know, monetary stability for the working class, because yeah, it's been shit. I didn't do that fucking hydrate. Sorry, excuse me. Excuse me. Blood Bowl is an excellent game in general, even outside the universe and stuff. Consider myself an intermediate painter. I've won like 3 local smaller painting. Really, Severos? GG's. GG's, because yeah, it's painting very, very small things was not something I had a lot of focus for. Green Party in Sweden is the most hated party ever. Whoops. I mean, we have a Green Party here in the UK, but obviously all of the things they want to do, they just drive cost, you know, of like recycling. They drive the cost of recycling and processing waste through the fucking roof, and it's not really going to be sustainable. And I think they only really care about, you know, the environment, not the country. And I think that caring about the environment is a good thing, don't get me wrong, but you do need one eye on the country and its welfare overall. Let's be perfectly honest. Because yeah, you need to make sure the country's working. And it turns out, you know, primarily the majority of the emissions, it is from China, and it is from, you know, consumerism. So it's not so much about how we recycle and what we do with our waste. It's kind of what we purchase, and we need to mandate the companies and supermarkets and stuff. Papa Toast, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk, dude. We need to mandate that supermarkets and shops and everything, they need to start leveraging or utilizing, I should say, packaging that's more robust, that can be reused, or, you know, packaging that's, you know, biodegradable. So like, you know, if you buy something, it comes in a box that is, you know, either biodegradable or, you know, a box that can be sent back, and we can just have, you know, a bunch of boxes that are fairly, you know, rough and tumble. You know, they can fucking deal with a bit of punishment, and everything gets packed in these boxes that get shipped around, and that means they're standardized. They always stack and fit where they need to fit and everything. And then obviously we just stop, you know, we stop packaging things in ways that create shitloads of plastic waste, because yeah, single-use plastic is, you know, unacceptable in today's day and age. Generating electricity and spending it fossil fuels for cars contributes. So, yeah, exactly. Manufacturing is one of the biggest pollutants. Aeroplane travel and aeroplane travel as a form of travel is obviously quite pollutant, which is why in Europe they don't do what America do. In Europe, you can fly from parts of Europe to other parts of Europe, or you used to be able to. If there is a train that you can take instead, there's no flights. They've banned flights, you know, inland. We import waste to make biofuel. Yes, exactly. And obviously, if we can come up with a packaging material that can be, you know, degraded down into something which can be used as fuel, which I agree, plastic, you can get, you know, if you are to create a distillation system, you can heat up plastic to sort of break it down into sort of like a vapor that you then condense, and it will act somewhat like gasoline, but it's not obviously proper gasoline, it's not proper petrol, not proper petroleum. Reform a bunch of neo-Nazis, Trump love racist pricks. Yeah, the UK Reform Party and stuff like that, it's really fucking depressing how a couple of years of Tory leadership can create socioeconomic conditions that just make everybody fucking racist, you know? It's fucked. It's fucked how things get a little bit uncomfortable finance-wise, and everyone just turns into a fucking screaming racist. It's like, for fuck's sake, guys. You know, they just turn right-wing at the second that the economy doesn't suit them. It's fucking sad, to be honest. They're not drinking Burdock and Dandelion. This is Bolt from the Blue. Or Blue Bolt, as it's called. But unfortunately, because it's green screen coloured, because it's blue-green, it gets green screened out.
I'll just check the order information.
But no, not Dandelion and Burdock. Isn't left-leaning anymore. No, they're a bit more central than they used to be. Since Starmer got into power, they're trying to out-Tory the Tories, who are the right-wing party. Yeah, our Green Party wanted to skyrocket the electricity price and ban cars, thinking everyone lives in Stockholm, basically. Yeah, and this is it. I think that, like, cars in cities and stuff, and, you know, if the trouble is, you can't ban cars in places like London or Brighton because the public transport is shit. It's been shit for decades. Like, you know, 50, 60 years of just shit public transport. So you can't take people's cars away without providing them with, you know, really good, you know, public transport. And it's something we just can't seem to fucking do, apparently. Do you have any else with power, that is? Soon we'll be getting soon you will get that with central banking blockchain currency. Then they can decide, hey, Crumbs, have you bought too many juices that aren't allowed to buy one more because of environment? Yeah, and it's scary, but how people spend their money, you know, voting with your wallet, it's depressing sometimes how everybody always buys the packaging that's, you know, made of plastic, whereas, you know, there might be an option on the shelves, but nobody buys it, and it's like, guys, just fucking buy that one, you know, just send the message, just fucking buy that one. It's basically the same fucking thing, you know. One might have a bit more salt, one might have a bit more sugar, but, you know, it's still basically the same fucking thing. So just fucking just choose the one that's, you know, better for the environment and send that message to the supermarkets. Because if everybody refused to just buy things that are, you know, packaged badly, they would change tack immediately. Supermarkets would immediately change tack. They do what they need to stay profitable, you know, and unfortunately sometimes that's not very nice. But yeah, like if there was a company that suddenly started selling food in supermarkets, you know, a third party, and their packaging was like a metal tin that had, like, you know, a lid that was like foil, and all of it was like 95% recyclable, right? People would start, and then if people just started buying that instead and just leaving the stuff that's wrapped in plastic to rot, and that makes a loss for the supermarket, they'd change over to that other kind of packaging overnight. You know, they'd fucking change over immediately. They would buy the company that makes that packaging and makes those products and just buy them out and just do that. Or what they would do is they would buy them out and then stop producing, so that everyone has to go back to plastic, because that's what supermarkets are like. Duel, welcome indeed. How's it going? Good to see you. How are you doing? How are you dueling? Don't make any waste, basically. We were supposed to save the world. Container ships is more climate impact than planes. This is the other thing, is that in the UK, we've made it so financially unviable to manufacture in the UK. It's cheaper to have things manufactured in China, where, you know, we all know, nobody wants to admit it out loud, but we know there's fucking exploitive labor laws in China. We know that, you know, China is the world's factory. And yeah, it's, you know, the labor laws over there, I dread to think, you know, based on what I read. But yeah, if we manufactured things on our own soil and it didn't have to travel as far, it would be better for the environment, but it would cost more. So until the government takes a serious look at tax breaks for the manufacturing sector to suddenly make it viable for people to go into manufacturing, because, you know, there's lots and lots of places out there, they don't want to come up with the next big product, they want to be the manufacturer of the next big product. They don't give a fuck about innovation. They just want to be a factory that's very, very versatile in its tooling, so they can just basically just get up and running and start making parts, you know, in the space of a couple of weeks and become the main manufacturer. So if we hadn't fucking gutted the manufacturing industry in the UK and we were still making stuff, you know, in-house, on our own soil, we'd probably be able to grow that sector by minimizing tax on that particular sector to sort of entice investment, right? But no, we fucking basically killed off every single fucking market except the financial one. And now we're left with fucking nothing. And, you know, they're talking about voting us back into the fucking European Union, but Christ, we've only just managed to fucking get out. We've only just managed to do all the paperwork and spend all the money to get out of the fucking European Union. So voting ourselves back in would be fucking just... At this point, I'm like, shit, I don't even know. I don't even know if it's worth voting ourselves back in, you know? What kind of deal are we going to get? What deal are they going to give us, you know? But everybody that fucking, you know, lost their business because of Brexit, all the people whose businesses were just kind of ticking over and they were expanding into Europe to sort of grow their business because they kind of saturated the UK market. They couldn't fucking grow into Europe. The paperwork and the expense just completely stopped them. And because they were only really ticking over before Brexit, they were only just ticking over, the fucking pandemic wiped them out. And it's like, you know, like, well done, GG. No, you say you fucking hamstringed all the fucking businesses in the UK, and then we had a fucking lockdown, which is not the government's fault, I agree, but, you know, yeah, it was the last thing that all the small businesses this country had needed, because they're all gone now. But yes, you can use plastic to make biofuel, but it's not quite the same as but I'm not sure. Gasoline is made from air, basically. Porsche is looking into some pretty interesting fuel technology. Formula One is going to drive on that next year. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how it pans out, because obviously Formula One will do all of the research to figure out how to make it the most efficient, and then we can start rolling it out to road cars, and hopefully that buys us a few more years to figure out the energy crisis. It's also because everything is a consumer focused. Every marketing technique is generating fear of missing out and exclusivity and status. Look at the amount of people replacing their tech after 1 year, like iPhones and stuff. It's true. Consumerism, it's just this endless machine of always trying to sell you something new. And yeah, sadly, it seems to work. And yeah, the trouble is, you know, you've got people saying that, you know, people can't earn enough money, but everyone's buying a new fucking phone every year, like you say. It doesn't really work out. Not to say it's a certain kind of people, but I know how London was 30 years ago stabbing compared to today. Yes, knife on knife crime in the 2000s was fucking 2004. I think it was 2004. It was ridiculous. Knife crime in like the early 2000s was fucking absurd. Like multiple kids were being stabbed a day. It was fucking terrifying. especially from Fentimans. I saw Fentimans Curiosity Cola, but it was a giant, great big bottle, and I'm trying to watch my blood sugar at the moment. How dare I'm offended over the fact that you like something that I do not, and I will complain loudly about it. And basically everything said by somebody on the internet, basically. Still think the central bank should be allowed to force me how many juices I buy for their own ideology. Juices as an example. You guys need to switch to a more Tetra Pak instead of plastic jugs. Yeah. But yes, welcome in, Dills. Good to see you, dude. Sick as fuck sitting on the couch with a bucket. Oh, dude, I'm sorry to hear about that. I hope you feel better soon, dude. I know that hugging the bucket is not fun. China is a manufacturer for the West, and soon Africa will be the manufacturer for China to the West. Well, yeah, this is it. Africa's becoming sort of industrialized as well. Post-Brexit for me in the UK was horrendous. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that, Severus. I'm really sorry about all of it, to be honest. Join the EEA instead of the EU. I say, well, yeah, I mean, maybe we could form something new and, start from scratch, but not make the mistakes that the European Union has made over the years. Only benefited City of London's tax haven practice, but yeah, basically, yeah. Because I think that's why you've got Greater London and the City of London. I think there's a reason why there's Greater London and a city. I think it might be financial as well. Babysitting some sick little bastards. Fucking kids and their illnesses. Porsche's made it efficient. They just need to scale it up. Yeah, scaling a problem because of cost. Yeah, exactly. London was crazy. We all need a Lee Kuan Yew style of leader to fix our countries. Well, yeah, I think that it's obviously a very complicated undertaking, but I think that the key problem is that the government wants what it wants and the people want what they want, and those two things don't always align as much as we need them to. And that's where the friction comes from, is that I hate to say it, but I feel as if, like, without making something profitable for the government and their friends, it's probably not going to get done. And they know exactly how to make it seem like something's fundamentally impossible, right? There's never a budget for it until everybody could get rich, and like I was saying about Brexit earlier, it doesn't take that many years to leave the European Union. What it does take multiple years to do is to get everybody on board with all of their financial affairs, and to move all of their money around, because there'll be a bunch of people with a bunch of shares and stocks and ISAs and trusts and funds and all sorts of stuff. And but they don't live in the UK, and then obviously once we leave the European Union, that's no longer a legally, supported practice in the financial sector, because you're not part of the European Union where those legal frameworks exist. The UK obviously became sovereign from the EU, if that's the right term, and as a result, you can't use the same legality around things, so you have to draw up new, and obviously it takes fucking ages, but if we didn't do that, a bunch of people would have lost money, and they would have been held to pay. So, but like I say, it doesn't take that long to get out of the European Union. But I mean, obviously, if we can navigate our way back in a way which doesn't cost or inconvenience people too much, and also I think that we should campaign. The UK should campaign for businesses that were, negatively affected. We need to look at every business that filed for bankruptcy shortly after Brexit, and we need to be able to provide them with a grant from the government to get that business started again, if possible. Obviously, unfortunately, some people who had a small business, when Brexit happened, they tried to keep it going, it didn't work, and they realised that there was more of a future for their business in Europe than there was in the UK. They sold to somebody in Europe, And for those people, my fucking heart bleeds, because, there's nothing we can do about that. You sold your business to an offshore, EU, management company or whatever. They're never going to sell it back to you, not for the price and you probably spent the money you sold it for to try and retire. Which is why this is it, I agree that voting ourselves back in would be good, but I also feel that, that would kind of be a bit of a fucking insult to all the people that lost their businesses because of Brexit. I think that would be pretty fucking shitty. All the people that were just ticking over but needed to expand into Europe because there was a market there but couldn't. And then fucking the pandemic came along and just wiped so many businesses off the map. And that's the UK economy, you know? That's the UK economy. Those small businesses. Yes, they were small businesses, but there was like fucking a couple of thousand of them, right? They were all earning and paying tax, and because they were a small business, they were probably paying the right amount of tax. They weren't evading it like these massive corporations. So, GG's government, GG English public for voting to fucking leave. Fuck's sake, dudes. I remember getting to work, and I went into the break room because I was there a bit early, so I went into the break room to warm up my breakfast, and it said England has voted to leave the European Union, 52%. And I was like, what? And everyone was just standing there like, dude, I can't believe this. I'm like, dude, I cannot believe that. Oh shit. I got any weapons? I don't have any weapons, game. Why are you doing this? Yeah, how about you fucking blow me? How about you fucking blow me? Sorry, I'm not fucking dealing with that. Fuck off. Excuse me. Babysitting some sick little bastards. Hope you get well soon. City of London has its own corporation and therefore was there before England was founded. Yeah, exactly. So there's some sort of legal tax loophole to that, which is, yeah, fucking pretty fucking sketchy. But, you know. These fucking finance bros, they think they can do whatever the fuck they want. Can we fabricate at these? Can we fabricate here? We can. We got chat. I forgot. Always have a couple of weapons in storage. Oh, I had a bunch of fucking weapons as well, for fuck's sake, okay. It's Roman, I see. EEA is the European Economic Area. So you get the benefit of trade without being forced on the EU rules, and that's how Norway and Switzerland has done it. There's more benefit to the countries than it has for Sweden, for example, who joined the EU. Yes, I think that if you're financially stable enough, which I think the UK is, and I talk about this like the UK is about to implode. The UK will be all right, but it's just obviously the economy being shit. When the economy's good, all the millionaires get richer and richer and richer, whilst we see very little difference. When the economy's bad, suddenly our lives become way more difficult because everything becomes fucking eye-wateringly expensive, and everybody that does just fucking jack the price up on everything. The profiteering and the price gouging in the UK is shameful. Supermarkets are testing... Louvet, welcome in, how's it going? Supermarkets are testing dynamic surge pricing, so they're going to have LCD screens instead of, you know, labels for the price. And that means that during certain times of the day, the price for certain goods will just go up a little bit, which, yeah, and the ironic thing is, what do you think of these LCD screens? And some kid just goes and just cracks it with their thumb. What's to stop me doing that? And yeah, I will probably be doing the same. I'll probably accidentally bump into them a few times, and they can pay for it, you know? Surge pricing. Okay, how about you fucking surge price yourself a new set of fucking labels, LCD screen labels, and just keep fucking breaking them until they realise it doesn't fucking work, and they'll fucking back down. But yes, they're already sort of in the legal proceedings about how different supermarkets charge like a noticeable difference in price. Things are significantly more expensive in smaller shops that are in more low-income areas. So they're charging people who are the poorest customers more. And it's just, yeah, it's so fucking abhorrently uncivilized. It's so fucking, like, bad. This fucking cargo grabbing arm thing is so fucking good, dudes. The trusts are mostly offshore too. The Isle of Man, Jersey, so not part of the UK. The UK's near, so not there was. But anyway, yeah. I mean, the trouble is, you know, it's pretty clear that the people that find these loopholes are clearly the ones that should be in charge of making sure the loopholes don't exist. But that's never going to happen because they can make more money exploiting a system than they can improving its, you know, regulation. And that is unfortunately just a side effect of oh look, there's a fucking, there's a few of these motherfuckers. Oh, you fucking bastard. Okay. That wasn't very clever. Far back in, sorry chat. I've got something in my cargo that's explosive that I need to get rid of. So I think we need to go to the ghost hunter. Oh, the lights turned on there. We need to go to the ghost hunter first. We need to go to the ghost hunter and whatever it is that we've got, we need to fucking offload because yeah, something for the fucking ghost hunter is explosive. Got a shitload of materials. Might be them. Excuse me. All these guys start shooting me one moment. Surge price, yeah, surge price this meat and or surge price me off, mate. Surge price me off, mate. How about you surge this price? Dude, at least I live in America. Yeah, America's also fucked up in its own kind of way. But I think that both America and the UK, they're both first world countries that have just kind of started to fucking cannibalize themselves to stay alive. And they're just fucking eating themselves from the inside out. But every empire comes and falls, you know. So the English Empire, the American Empire, you know. Hello, Bubba. Time for a head scratch. Time for a scratchy head. Time to scratch that bonce of yours. Excuse me, more chat. Biography, very, very interesting. The man founded Singapore and made it from a swamp to the third world economy, top 5 in the world. In his lifetime, his book is even called From Third World to First World. Yes, I mean, how much labour laws were broken, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'd probably need to read the book, which I'm not sure I've got time for. Should be more interesting looking into the City of London because it's such a super old concept. Has been on the same spot for like over 1,000 years, and every king and queen has had to enter it. It's kind of weird. Yeah, it is a strange, you know, loophole. What's good, Crumbs? Louvet, welcome into it. It's good to see you. With how I know I said hello earlier, but I was busy driving. Sorry. So how the UK is going. Tempted to apply for an Irish citizenship and passport. I guess I'm thinking about applying to move to Spain. To be honest, dudes, I think that Spain might be the fucking way to go. But then I was thinking about going to Spain, and then there were these enormous floods that fucked the entire country, and it took months to sort out. There were just people just, you know, weeks and weeks without any supplies or help. So yeah, a guy from my hometown invented LCD price labels. Fun fact: those plastic railings is a matter and is on the bottom shelf. Yeah, exactly, it's on the bottom shelf. You know. But yeah, my favourite bit, Squishmallow, welcome in. But yeah, my favourite. I'll see if I can find it. Hang on. See if I can find it. Out there. LCD price labels. What's stopped me doing that? Nah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it. No, unfortunately, the internet is the internet. What I'm looking for existed a couple of months ago, but now, oh no, fuck off. Oh no, come on. Nah, I won't be able to find it. Basically, some kids filming with their phone, and they say, "Hey mate, what do you think of these like LCD displays? These aren't e-ink; these are like color displays." And yeah, they're great. What's to stop me from doing this? He goes, just pushes on it, and it just cracks the whole fucking screen. I was like, "GG, dude, GG." Guy from my hometown invented it. They want surge pricing, give them a surge, short all the electronics and in the store and cause a power surge. That will place a QR code on the barcode, so I have it so the QR uploads a malware into the machine. Yeah, well, yeah. There's all kinds of malicious intent, unfortunately, on both sides. But yeah, it's just surge pricing and fucking nickel and diming the poorest customers. It's just it's fucking disgusting. Stay on with that, but the e-ink e-ink displays, they'll stay on. They can change the price and they'll just stay like that. But yeah, replacing them all with screens and powering them is obviously going to be using more electricity and stuff. This is one of the least chaotic vehicle runs I've seen in Death Stranding stream. Yeah, I mean, I'm usually pretty good. How goes it? I'm pretty good, Squish. How are you? It's good to see you. Yeah, I've not been very well for a while, but yeah, the sun's come out, and the sun normally makes me feel a bit better, even if I did get a bit sunburned. If enough people cause problems, this is it. If enough people cause problems, they'll just they'll backtrack on it. They're trying it to see if they can get away with it. But yeah, if enough people cause problems, they'll probably just first big arc in Babylon 5, imperfect show though it is. It's a MAGA-esque dude gets elected and president of the space democracy, and oops, now we're fascist. Well, yeah, this is kind of the thing, right? Is that like, young women that struggle to make friends will create an online group where it's a safe space for women to sort of, find friends. Men that can't find friends just turn into right-wing arseholes. And it's like, why is that, But they get groomed, don't they? They manufacture stuff. They're just in the middle of the ground for every container ship from China to refuel and stuff. Yeah. Maybe Krill, but never know. He might join the trend. It's economically, when it comes down to Singapore, it's an amazing country. Yeah, I definitely think they've definitely come along leaps and bounds. And I'm not sure if it was Singapore, but they built like a 32 or like a 13-lane motorway into a city which isn't even there yet. But they wanted to build the road first, so they had it rather than trying to build it afterwards, which is what most cities do. Very badly governed when it comes to flood. Yeah, exactly. There's problems with that government as well, unfortunately. Message for all the lonely dudes: learn an instrument, join a non-skinhead band. Yeah, exactly. I mean, skinheads aren't inherently racist. It's just there are racists that are skinheads, unfortunately. But the whole SHARP, which stands for Skinheads Against Racial Prejudice, SHARP as like a brand and like a movement, is like profoundly anti-racist, but it's a skinhead movement. But I agree, there are skinheads who happen to be racist, unfortunately, and that obviously gives it a bad name. Anyway, we've got an ad break coming up, chat. I apologise, I've yapped for a bit. I'm going to pop you guys on the BRB screen and make sure I catch up on these messages, and then we'll get back to the game, doing deliveries and stuff, and then yes, we'll carry on, and then I'm hoping I might try and grab a bit of story from Hartman's lab at some point once we've got rid of the stuff that's in our truck. But yes, I'll be back shortly. Please feel free to take a break. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. I'll be right back. Non-raiders, please feel free to swing by and say hello to this lovely individual who just raided us. I'm also going to enjoy the clip as well. Clip player, don't fuck me around. Come on. Come on, clip player. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hey, streamer, do you want a cool way to play clips on your stream? Fucking hang on a sec, Raiders. I'll be right with you. By the way, I'm Breadcrumbs. I'm a streamer where everything breaks all the fucking time. Right, let's try that again. But yeah, the lock-on and the animations just didn't know what to do there. Daddy Dennis, welcome in. Dodge window seems way too short.
Beetroot_chutney says it's feasible that this measle-riddled weasel runs on copious amounts of diesel.
Pop goes the weasel. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. Spicy chicken soup sounds perfect for a cold day. You've been outdoors. I haven't had chicken. Oh, dudes. Oh, dudes, I just fucking saw. I just saw the barn and I was like, yep. Okay, we can get that. That's fine. Game. Oh my god, game. Fucking grab the fucking game. What is this? Oh my god, game, you fucking done me. You fucking done me. Fucking hell, dude. So there's a grapple point back there, but it just doesn't work. Have you checked the jump scare setting? Got to make sure that's on. They soften them otherwise.
Stop.
Up, I feed birds. I don't have any. Not to worry, my friend. Here I am. Oh. I feel pretty, oh so pretty, oh so pretty and witty and dead. Is there a face? Oh shit, okay. Okay.
Oh my god. Boom. Fucking you can't. You can't. First time, baby. That's what you get.
Easy.
Yeah. Easy clap. Easy clap.
Fucking did it. Orphan of Kos. Done. This guy's still there.
Oh my god.
God. Gun parries, dudes.
He's still alive.
Gun parries, dudes. Are you pointing?
Yeah.
Oh my god, gun parries when they jump at you. Oh my god.
Satisfying.
Oh, this game is too good. It's too good. It's illegal. Much like lasagna, right? The thing about lasagna, you can put another lasagna on top of a lasagna and you just have a bigger lasagna. And that's the true power of lasagna, right? Is that it stacks almost infinitely. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. But yes, I know that skinhead culture is different from place to place. And as a result, obviously, you know, skinheads almost always mean racists in parts of the world. But in the UK, there's like a demographic of skinheads who are staunchly anti-racist and try their best to try and, you know, deconstruct that stigma. Because yeah, I've met a number of skinheads who are incredibly nice people. They love ska music, they love skinhead music, they can't be fucked to go to the barbers, and they're in support of, you know, all sorts of, you know, minorities and, you know, ethnicities and stuff. But I have met a handful of them that are actually fucking, you know, they're into that neo-Nazi bullshit. And apparently the metal scene is also a bit sketchy for, you know, closeted Nazis or, you know, behind the scenes people that are Nazis and stuff, which is, yeah, a bit of a fucking shame. to say the least. Yeah, let's get off the road. We'll do a save in a moment. Pick it up. Because there's a bunch of shit down there that we need. And we need to go see the ghost hunter, so we'll get a save down there. Quick save at the least. Sweden, it's like only mean neo-Nazi. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I know in America, like certain cultures get adopted by extremists, and so that means that in the US, you know, skinheads or whatever are primarily racist, unfortunately. But in the UK, it's not quite the same. But yeah, but I can't say like authority. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's kind of a. It's difficult because you'll have skinheads that read certain kinds of literature and they talk about certain kinds of philosophers and they mention, and you know, there are many people that have read Mein Kampf, right? And it shows that, you know, apart from being morally bankrupt and an awful person, Hitler was a very, very philosophical and also quite observant person and was able to manipulate people because of that skill set. It doesn't make them a good person, you know, because I remember somebody once said to me that, you know, Hitler is a terrible politician. It's like, no, they were a fucking brilliant politician. That was the problem, is that they were a brilliant politician, but they were a terrible person. Look at this chap.
Snagged it. That's the way. Mine. That's the way. Gotcha. Hook that one. Gotcha. Hook that one. You're mine. Gotcha. Hook that one. You're
We
mine.
actually need these metals and these ceramics for roads and stuff, to be honest. Oh, hang on, that just landed up on top of the roof. Nope. So now what we need to do, now we need to go see the data scientist and we need to donate these materials because we need some space to go get actual cargo. But yeah, somebody had a very bad day over there and that stuff's been there for like, you know, multiple streams. I'm just going to tidy it up because it's fucking, yeah, it's silly just leaving it there. Now these things normally jiggle and move out of the way. Yeah, there we go. So, where is the data scientist? Let's see how's the package. Oh yeah, see you later, guys. See you later. Nope. Excuse me, Animo. Please don't get in the way. Right, the data scientists over here. They are, and then we need to go see the ghost hunter. Excuse me. Oh, fucking cat hair. Blocked him on Grindr. I see. Not Donald. I've 30 plus Celsius right now. Feels insane. Yeah, it's around about 7:30, and it's 23 degrees. So it's not too bad here. Sounds like a joke compared to what I'm used to. Yes, no, but it's true. There are. It's true. There's it's called Sharp. See if I can find you guys some information on it to clarify. Oh, come on. So yes, when you see this Trojan Records kind of similar icon. So yeah, skinheads against racial prejudice are anti-racist skinheads who oppose the white power skinheads, neo-fascists and other political racists, particularly in their identity, particularly if they identify themselves as skinheads. Sharp's claim to reclaim the original multicultural identity of the original skinheads, hijacked by white power skinheads, who they sometimes deride as boneheads. But yes, skinhead culture started off with much more influences from black culture. There was a distinct, ingress of culture from the black side of things. So it's crazy that the fucking neo-Nazi white power skinheads took over. But yeah, Sharp is like a group of people that are actively against racism in skinhead culture. But I appreciate that obviously you've got, unfortunately there are white power is the phrase I was looking for. And thankfully the wiki's cleared that up for me. But yeah, you've got your sort of your horrible fucking disgusting white power skinheads who they're not skinheads because they like skinhead culture. They're skinheads because they think they can adopt it. And you have to fight back. You can't allow people to just co-opt and just fucking adopt and take over an entire culture, and poison it, and with their fucking toxic rhetoric about Aryan race bullshit. These fucking guys are everywhere. Maybe I should have stayed on the fucking road. On the road again. But yes, the expression is boots and braces don't make a racist. And yeah, Sharp in general. This person never put the materials in to fucking build this. I mean, I could contribute to it, but it's kind of pointless. It is kind of a pointless structure, so I might just look the other way. So I bet as soon as we get on the road,
On the road again. 85%, we fail it, my friends. Fuck my ass.
On the road again. I don't know. I can't remember the words. Sorry, I don't know the words. The non-censored. But yeah, bless them. There was a streamer doing Euro Truck Simulator, and they were doing they had like a playlist where you could redeem and request songs, which is something I'd be interested in doing in the future at some point. But the fucking chat just kept requesting fucking Cotton Eye Joe. And this kid was like, for fuck's sake, guys, come on, stop redeeming Cotton Eye Joe. And they skipped like 7 songs. And then the one starts to play, and it sounds different, but it's a fucking remix. So it just starts fucking saying the lyrics again. Oh, mate, it's so funny. Fucking chat shithousery of the highest order. Right, so. We've got a bridge, which we'll use. And apologies, I think I've missed the message just there. One second. Mouse. Swedish skinheads are basically American ex-kind violent. Yeah. Let's see if somebody heard the German melodic blackened death metal band. Excuse me. Listen to, they probably think I'm a Nazi because one of them says Deutschland, Deutschland, Crash, which is World War One. And how Germany, the world is obsessed with war. People think Rammstein is not, and it's a difficult one because, it's, on one hand, you've got how, European music and, skinhead and stuff, are they racist underneath? And then you've got, Western music where it's are they nonces underneath? Are they fucking, literally touching children? So it's kind of do we need to be a bit more careful about who we make? Why have I got... Oh, I've got something refracting. I've got some footsteps on the floor, but they were refracting off of raindrops on the screen. A bit confusing for a second. But yeah, a bunch of metal bands and punk bands, deep down, they're actually a little bit fucking racist. And then you've got a bunch of fucking bands that, that are actually deep down fucking kind of nonsense. It's fuck's sake, dudes. It's terrible. The hardcore music scene, which I used to be quite, excuse me. A fucking sneeze got me. Oh, I can't pick anything up because I'm fucking full up. But yeah, the hardcore punk, the post-hardcore and hardcore music scene, that suddenly became very predatory. There were lots and lots of people in bands that were, in the DMs of very young women, and it was like, oh, fucking hell, man. You're a fucking scumbag. I don't care how popular your band is. And then, so I was kind of like, there hasn't really been a lot of great music in that genre for a while, so I kind of drifted away from it because, it was just one accusation after the other. Just one accusation after the other of, like, people being caught in people's DMs. And it's like, this girl's fucking 16 and you're fucking 31, dude. What the fuck are you doing in their DMs? Have some fucking integrity, my dude. Especially if you're in a fucking band. Joseph Mangelstar is even worse. Fucked up. There's Goebbels and Mengels, and there's all kinds of literature that came out of the war that's fucking the documentation and the blueprints for what the Nazis were going to try and build in the future. Ugh, fucking, it's horrible stuff. Big lie. If you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. It's an interesting thing because it explains how propaganda. Oh yeah, for sure, it's definitely a propaganda tool. Who wouldn't? The British would too if you were neutral. What if there are skinheads pretending to be anti-racist skinheads just to get more skinheads conspiracy? Where does it stop? Where do you draw the line? Where does it stop? More blood and soil than white power. Took on the non-censorship one. A friend of mine, he does that when playing Euro Truck Simulator, but Trinidad's do. But for him, they do a Surge the Ketchup song that he hates. Remember someone telling me that black Doc Martens with white laces was a white supremacist thing. That thing, for fuck's sake, because I used to wear Doc Martens. There's all sorts of fashion kind of adjacent cues and nods that imply that somebody might be homosexual or might be looking for casual sex or whatever. And it's kind of a bit like there's obviously people get caught in the crossfire, right? People get a piercing or they wear a bandana in a certain way and get accused of something. It's like, well, no, I'm just wearing a bandana, I don't give a fuck. I think we're going there, but we 5-starred them anyway, so yeah. Right, so now I think we've got rid of whatever was fucking exploding in our truck. So we could probably nip over there and see if there's a few of those fucking bozos, but I'm hoping we can just fucking drive through them. And then we can go on to the Pioneer and also the Motherhood because we've got some, and then we can use the monorail because we don't need to speak to the mechanic. This person is 5-starred already, so we could use the monorail to go all the way to South Fort Knott. We've got a delivery for this guy, and then the tar therapist is not too far away. The tar therapist is just there, so we could jump off on foot with their order. So that's what we'll do. From the Motherhood, we'll go there. So yeah, we're going to go from this person. Where are we? This person, back over. Hopefully not get too much trouble in that forest bit. Collect all the bits and pieces. Fuck off straight over to the other side. And then go and deliver some supplies and some bits and pieces. Oh shit, I need to entrust. I've got a lot of materials that I need to entrust, unfortunately. Please bear with. I got all the materials. We picked up a shitload of fucking... although I don't know whether it's going to count as entrusting cargo. Nah. So we've got... recycle and store. And the problem is what we've got a bunch of like 40s when we want like everything to be lumped together into one thing. That's kind of what we want, to be honest. But okay. Well, in that case, I'm afraid not really the best thing to do, but I need to fucking empty my truck. So I'm going to put all these materials in my private locker, which I know is a bit selfish, but somebody just... No. Why can't I put them in my private locker? Why can't I put them in the private locker? Oh, you're being silly, game. Can I not put fucking stuff in my private locker? Well, why was that so hard? Why was I not able to do that before? Ay. Cool, right, so we can sneak up to them before we go up in the monorail. Sorry, dude. I might put that on the... I might have to put some of these aid requests in the in my private locker of the Magellan, because you can't entrust them. You can't entrust them, and I can't be asked to fucking travel all the way. And if I use the Magellan to deliver them, it might be fine. But yeah. So right, I'll take care of that. Quick save there. Makes Goebbels look like a nice guy. Oof. Saw Hugo Boss was going to make a uniform for the military again. Yeah, but was like, will it be better this time? Like, totally ignored. Oh yeah, this is why I won't buy Hugo Boss. I remember being in a department centre with my mum, and there was like the most like perfect quintessential 1960s beige like overcoat slicker kind of coat, like you would see somebody in the 1970s in New York wearing, and it's a classic, you know, like a beige overcoat, like a beige tan overcoat. It's an absolute design classic, right? And it goes with so many things. And it was beautifully cut. The stitching was beautiful. The lines, it was beautiful, right? It was a lovely piece. It was fucking Hugo Boss. I tried it on, and my mum was like, "Hey, it looks really nice on you." I was like, "Yeah, but it's Hugo Boss." So I won't buy it. Because yeah, I won't support Hugo Boss. Sorry. They took all that fucking Nazi money during the war, so I'm sorry. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck, game? Why do you do this? You see what? It's random cargo damage, dudes. It's so stupid. I don't know why the game is broken like that. You're just driving along and then random cargo damage for no fucking reason. And it damages the whole fucking lot, dude. It's so annoying. I imagine, you know, a year or two down the line, they'll patch it and fix it to stop it happening. But yeah, in the meantime, us fucking day ones that got the game straight away having to deal with this fucking... Because it didn't... I don't remember it happening in the first one. I don't think it was a thing in the first one. So I'm confused about how it's become a thing. Because it wasn't like they needed to fix something. The system was fine as it was, so yeah. I don't know what they've done, but yeah. You're just driving along and then like you go over a bump that like barely even registers like that. Cargo damage. What the fuck? Didn't do anything.
Look that one.
Yeah, once we get over there, which is... is there not? We not got an order for there? Yeah, we have. Recover those units, yeah. So why is it not showing up? Is it because it's raining and it needs to be on fire for it to count? That better not be the case. Because that ain't my fucking fault. It's not my fucking problem. If the game wants to rain, it's going to rain. Just fucking snatch that out of the water. So what, it rains, or is it the wrong time of day or something? You see, chat, I'm not that cavalier. I'm being reasonably careful. Right, so we need to do a save here because back to our right is where we're going. And I'm hoping if I do a scan, some of the items we need will start showing up.
Fuck that one.
But yes, the truck has been, once again, incredibly useful. Absurdly useful. And these, like, twin cargo arms are just, yeah, it's just the best fucking invention. It's just the best fucking invention in the game. It's driving around, picking up every single bit of loose cargo, storing it in the back of the truck, and just going on with our day, and then just making those deliveries as we go. It's allowed us to fucking 5-star a few places so quickly. We barely took on any orders, like legit orders, to actually deliver to them. We just found so much lost cargo that we got 2/3 of it for nothing, which is pretty pog. Right, so this area is full of jagged rocks, which is kind of dangerous. I don't know if I need to get out of my truck and wait until daylight and then the fire will start again, or whether I can just sneak in at night. But yeah, I fucking hope I can go and do this now. It better not be like, you know, that scripted where like it has to be daylight.
Cargo won't last long at this rate, Sam.
Oh my. Why is it always fucking nighttime? We get it, game. We get it. Like, oh, where's the nearest place I could... do you know what? I might fucking... Oh, I haven't 5-starred him, so... Oh, no, there's a fucking shelter outside. Hang on a sec, chat. Let me just fucking solve this problem. Let me just solve this issue. I'm going to go and rest in a shelter until daylight because, yeah, I'm fucking so done. I'm so done with this fucking bumping into stuff because it's so dark. I can't fucking see anything. The day-night cycle has been such a fucking letdown. It's just... It just always makes it worse. You know, I get that it's more realistic, but the game is way less interesting to look at night, and it just makes it hard to see things and hard to move around in the vehicles. For some reason, Sam won't turn the fucking lights on the truck, and this is the other thing. Games that have lights on the vehicle that you can't control, so annoying. It's such a bonehead move. Is having a fucking vehicle where you can't turn the fucking lights on. So you have to just wait for it to get dark enough so it will turn the lights on because it thinks it's dark enough. So yeah, I think they've missed the fucking point there. I think they've missed the point. The rest of the game, you know, 90% of this game is great, but yeah, there's just a few decisions that feel really, really ill thought out. It's not that well scripted, well built, well, you know, play tested kind of experience that you expect from a Kojima game. Whereas Death Stranding was, you know, Death Stranding I had very few problems with. It just, you know, it was what it was. It did what it did, and it did what it did really well. And the atmosphere that came out of doing what it did was like fucking 11 out of 10. So yeah, this one, they've changed a bunch of stuff, so the atmosphere is nowhere near as present. Okay. There is still atmosphere, don't get me wrong, but it's nowhere near as good and or present. And yeah, that's a shame. Let's go to the private room, force it to be morning again. And yeah, I think there's this whole sort of thing where like when it gets dark, you're supposed to make Sam rest. But yeah, I really can't be bothered. I'll have a shower whilst we're here as well, just in case. Colour scheme of black and white, that's usually what they wear. Yeah, and there's this whole like theory about the Papega frog emotes being like, you know, being hijacked by, you know, racist people, and there are like color swaps where they've changed the colors of the actual emote, and it's pretty clear what they're implying. So can I sleep until the morning? I wasn't morning already, but yeah. There we go. Right. Now we can go to the surface and we can fucking try and go over there and see if we can collect those items. But yeah, it's just, yeah, it's like I'm trying to deliver things on foot is a pain in the ass. So I rely on the vehicles, but then there's fucking jank with the vehicles as well. And it's like, oh, you know, like I don't mind doing deliveries on foot. I don't mind walking places, but every time I've tried to walk anywhere in this game, it's just, it's made it more difficult than it needed to, you know? There's terrain which is just that little bit too fucking irritating, a little bit too much. It's kind of like I don't want to have to carry like 9 PCCs and a couple of ladders and a couple of fucking climbing ropes just for one fucking delivery, you know? The truck is so fucking useful. And the thing is, they've added a bunch of stuff to the truck. Is that a fish? They've added a bunch of features to the truck, you know, like the batteries we could always do. But the grabbing arms and the cannons and everything else that you can attach to the truck on the arms, I mean, that's all sort of stuff that would make me feel as if they wanted the trucks to be more useful. So I've found that driving the truck almost all the time seems to be, you know, the way to do this one. In the first one, because the atmosphere is so good and the balancing and the way it works in how it challenges the player, walking is almost always the best, unless you've got an absurd amount of cargo. But yeah, in this one, walking is such a pain in the arse that, yeah, just fucking get a truck and just drive. It's, you know, as long as you don't accidentally bump into some weird bit of geometry that you can't quite see, it's fine.
That's the way.
But yeah, I feel as if I should probably, but the thing is I can't see how wide I am like this, so I need to yeah, it's a shame, dudes, because yeah, I think the changes, they definitely hurt the atmosphere, and that's a real shame because I've always felt that Death Stranding 1, you know, all the criticisms that people have aside, it is one of the most like beautifully atmospheric games I've ever played. Excuse me, sir. Glad to see that you've cleaned your fucking anus. Fucking, he had a massive lump of it hanging off, and I was like, come on, dude. You know, I was gonna go get some fucking tissue and, oh, I should have some weapon. Oh, do you know what? Have I not got a fucking, I swear I got some weapons. Swear I manufactured some weapons. Yeah. I haven't got that many. Okay. Maybe I recycled them. But yeah, the fact that I can't access my weapons that are in the truck, I have to have them on my person and then get into the truck, even though when I get in the truck my backpack will disappear. See? So yeah. But yeah, I reckon this fucking order here, yeah, it's back there. Hang on. Yeah, just drive off the road briefly and they go away. Problem solved. Problem solved. But yeah, down in that area where we just were, apparently there should be some stuff. But yeah, I don't know if it's a timed order or there needs to be a fire to trigger it or something. But yeah, I don't know what the fucking deal is.
Hook that one. Snag it. Gotcha. Hook that one.
So I guess we just drive around this area, hooking all the cargo we can find. But yeah, annoyingly, it seems as if there needs to be a bushfire for that sequence to actually trigger. So the cargo is despawned at the moment because there isn't a fire going on or some silly reason like that. Something silly like that. Because yeah, this area was like ablaze and there was stuff everywhere. So we fucking hoovered it up. But then something made our fucking cargo explode. Or damaged. And then, yeah.
That's the way. Gotcha. That's the way.
There's still a bunch of stuff over there. Right, well, let's go grab it and go to the data scientist. We've got some stuff to deliver to them anyway. I'll see what we can entrust and what we can what we can recycle and everything else. Just to fucking clear it, because this is silly just leaving this here.
Snag it. That's the way. You're mine. Snag it.
Second time's a charm. I saw a random guy interviewing people in Buenos Aires, in Argentina, and they were asked like, where are their family from? And one girl was like, yeah, my grandpa flee the Germans in 1946 to get a better life in Argentina. And the interviewer was like, your dad was probably fucking hell. They make great quality products, so evil. The SS uniform ad from the war is so fucked up. Yeah. Gonna shower, then watch TV series before bed. See you later, dude. Krill, thank you for stopping by, dude. And Severos, thank you for hanging out, dude. Thank you for the lurks. I appreciate it, dude. The lurks are so important, even if Twitch doesn't want to fucking count them. But yeah, it's hilarious. Like, there's somebody, well, there's a few people, and everyone's like, yeah, lurkers don't count. My view count's gone down massively since this change. And somebody was like, look, Dan Clancy, tweeted themselves, that it doesn't affect lurkers. It's like, I'm sorry, that's not confirmation. That's not confirmation, I'm sorry. That's just somebody trying to sort of, put a rumor to bed. But yeah, I'm sorry. There is definitely something going on. And loads of people have noticed it. Loads of people have called it out. There's definitely something going on. When people just blindly, just follow the sort of PR communications that get broadcasted out from large corporations, but they said this. Stop fucking believing large corporations. They do not care about you. They do not care. They do it for the money, all right? They're doing it for the money. That is, it's crazy. It's crazy how all of the streamers that are only in it for the money aren't being affected by half the changes, and the platform is clearly in it for the money, otherwise they wouldn't exist. So when you're just genuinely a streamer who likes streaming, and you're not really trying to extract money from people, because I don't want to do that, you're sort of the odd one out, and it's like, okay. It's like you don't fit the picture. Because you're not trying to fucking monetize your audience enough. I'm like, ugh, fuck that. Fuck all of that noise. I'm not. Oh, why is everybody full up now? Like when I was looking for materials earlier in the game, you guys had fucking nothing. But now you're all full up. Splendid. Absolutely fucking splendid. Right, who else have we got to deliver to? Who else have we got to deliver to down here? Because we could go on the road, but fuck's sake. Those fucking bikes are going to come out of nowhere. So yeah, I can get the... oh, it cannot be equipped with the... okay, so we've got a gun on slot if we need it. But yeah, it's fucking crazy, dude. How many streamers I know that are genuinely good people and they work really fucking hard, and it just, the platform just slowly but surely just sucks all the life out of them. And then when I'm cruising around looking at other categories to hang out in, I come across people that are clearly, they never shut the fuck up about subs or bits or the Ko-fi or the Patreon. They just never shut the fuck up. Every fucking 20 minutes. They're talking about a subathon, or they're doing a subathon, or they're talking about bits redeems or challenges or games they're going to play if they get enough stuff. They're just constantly talking about monetization. And you know what? Fine, whatever. Get your bag, you know, cool. But yeah, it's just, yeah, it's not a vibe for me. And I don't think a lot of other people that really appreciate streams feel it's the vibe either. And it was okay when sort of the platform isn't really going to do you any favors, but it isn't actively suppressing you. But now it's starting to feel like the platform is actively suppressing you unless you're profitable. I know that sounds like cope, but yeah, ask anyone else in my bracket how difficult it feels to do anything. Yeah, they'll agree. But yeah, if you're a social media influencer and you've got, you know, 4 million followers on Instagram and TikTok each, and you bring over an army of people that just absolutely grease the fuck out of your stream and just gift hundreds of subs every stream, yeah, it's basically your platform now. Which fucking sucks. Because yeah, the second another platform offers them a bit more money, they don't give a fuck about streaming, they'll be gone. And the platform will be fucking left high and dry and even more desperate. But anyway, I don't want to be negative. I don't want to be too negative, but yeah, I've been having lots of conversations with lots of friends at the moment, just trying to remind them that, you know what, like, it's not your fault. You know, there's only a handful of things that are in your control involved in this, and a lot of the things that are having the biggest impact are completely out of our hands, like completely out of our hands. Even if we had got the chance, Twitch wouldn't listen to us. They wouldn't, but you know, there's no point even trying because they won't listen to people at our level. Yeah.
You found this?
Cool. Solid Snake profile picture.
Now displaying your current quarter grade.
Yes. But yes, apologies. I don't want to be negative, but like I say, I've been trying to console a bunch of friends because at the moment it's fucking rough. We've got creators just fucking burning out and giving up. 360 kilograms of something. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, it is for the Ghost Hunter as well, for fuck's sake. Okay. So, is that tar pit enough for the Magellan? No, it's not even a tar pit, is it? Can I, So, yeah, the Magellan can go to the Motherhood. But let's go to the Motherhood. I'm going to try and summon the Magellan because I need to put some of these fucking materials. The person fucking, you know, just had, you know, 40 rather than hundreds or 400, so they had like 40s of everything. And it's like, dude, it just takes up so much space. Not weight, it's just space. But yeah, watching like people that I love and care about just fucking burn out and stop, it's really demoralizing because, you know, I don't get to see them as much. I don't get to talk to them as much, you know. A bunch of them have migrated over to TikTok and Instagram and YouTube and stuff, so I can kind of still see their content, but it's obviously nowhere near as interactive as it used to be, you know. And that's obviously, it's a difference, you know. It's a bit of a difference, right? There's a reason why streaming is popular, right? But yeah, you know, the reasons you hear, you know, like one of the sweetest people I know, and bless her, because her name has a symbol in it that isn't recognized on the tax form, they couldn't apply for like monetization. So all of the work they were doing, all of the growth they were doing, they could never monetize, and they could never potentially go full time because they couldn't fill in the tax paperwork to allow them to do that. And it's just like, holy shit, dudes. Holy shit. And then obviously because of that limitation means that, you know, they started to feel, I mean, I haven't spoke to them, but I can imagine they started to feel like, well, what's the fucking point, you know? You know, if I was to suddenly start doing well, I can't go full-time. I can't become a full-time streamer. And not everybody's aiming for a full-time streamer, but, you know, like, you know, if you know that it's, you know, legally impossible for you to suddenly start earning a living from Twitch, would you want to continue and potentially go viral and then have to, you know, then try and figure something out? It's just, it's stupid. Really fucking stupid. And it shouldn't be the case. And then other friends, you know, they work and work and work and work and work and work and go nowhere. And then somebody that started streaming a month ago is already applying for partner. And it's like, fuck off. Because it's fucking difficult to watch. It's fucking difficult to watch, you know? And you've got people that work so fucking hard and they just get completely fucking ignored. And you've got people that have barely even fucking got their hands dirty and they're fucking already talking about pushing for partner. And it's like, for fuck's sake, man. You know, and then, you know, occasionally the real fucking cherry on top is when somebody who, you look at their stats and they streamed for like 6 months, got partner, and now they're talking about, like, this is how you grow. It's like, shut the fuck up. You didn't have to do any growing. It was given to you, all right? Fair enough. People get lucky, whatever. But don't start pretending like you've got the secret, like you know something everyone else don't, because it's pretty clear that you've been streaming for 2 years and you've been partnered for 1.5 years. I'm sorry. You got fucking lucky, all right? Fair enough, you got lucky, but don't pretend like you know what you're fucking doing. Don't pretend like you know something that everyone else doesn't. That's fucking disingenuous and fucking insincere. And everybody that's struggling to grow will fucking resent you for it, so don't. But anyway, sorry, I'm gonna stop being fucking negative. I apologize, dudes, but yeah, it's fucking heartbreaking because, you know, I can separate myself from it. Yeah, it's a hobby for me, and I know that some website and the way it calculates things doesn't fucking validate me as a human being. As a creative person, I've defined myself on my own, and if people don't like it, fair enough, you know, whatever. It's genuinely not cope, you know. I've always understood that, you know, you always do your best work as a creative when you aren't being constrained by hierarchies, ratings, or what's the word? By frameworks that are designed to benefit the platform, not the creator. And yeah, that's just how it is, you know. If the framework isn't there to support you as a creative, you're not going to be able to do your best work. And if you can't do your best work, don't beat yourself up about it. Because if you're unable to do your best work because of how things operate, it's out of your hands, dude. It's out of your hands. It's not your fault, you know. With a slightly different set of criteria, you do incredibly well. But that's not the criteria we've got. So don't beat yourselves up. Do things because you love them. Make music because you love it. Make art because you love it, you know? Make food because you love it. You know, make content because you love it, you know? Do video essays because you love it, you know? Because if you don't love doing it, you're just going to burn out. And like everyone else does, you know, time and time again, you see people that are on the surface, they're seemingly very successful, but they have to take 2 breaks a year because keeping up with how much work it is when your heart isn't fully in it, yeah, burns you out. And yeah, you just have to fucking step away from it. And it's valid, you know, it's valid. But yeah, the way things work, it can just fucking burn you out. So yeah. But again, I'm not, please don't think I'm talking like I know something that other people, I don't, I'm a fucking amateur, you know, I'm a nobody. I say all of this as somebody who's clearly not very successful. But that liberates me from the responsibility of, you know, saying and doing things, you know, befitting of somebody that's good at this. You know, I could speak freely about it because, you know, I suck at it, and I'm happy to admit that.
Feel free to visit anytime.
I can talk about what I see, and what I see is people burning out and giving up and moving to other platforms, which is not good because first and foremost, I fucking miss them. You know, I miss hearing their voices, I miss talking to them, and I miss all sorts of other wonderful things about them as people. Oh, the adventurer. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We will take that. What am I actually delivering? Okay. So take that from the motherhood. the adventurer. I'm here. Did we actually put the stuff in our fucking cargo thing though? Okay. Okay. So because it's okay. So yeah, we can't do what I thought we were going to do. Never mind. But yes, apologies, dude. I don't want to be negative, but yeah, it seems to be the topic of discussion at the moment is yeah, one way or another, platforms can either nurture, you know, new talents and up and coming creators into something, or they can, you know, just let them wither and die. And if you let them wither and die, don't get upset when users for the platform go down, because you know you're losing variety, you're losing that choice people have. You know, when people just give up and move over to YouTube or something, you're losing that person and their creativity. And unfortunately, in today's world, creativity is one of the last things that really means something, because Christ, everything else has been fucking commodified and manufactured and mass produced to such an extent that, you know, without people being creative and coming up with new ways to do the same things or new things completely, you know, everything just is the same. And yeah, it's not a world I want to live in. The creatives make things interesting to look at, interesting to experience, interesting to observe and to be inspired by. So yeah. Swear to God, if some random tree fucking damages my cargo again, I'm gonna have a fucking embolism or an aneurysm. We don't pick up the cargo though. This is the thing that I'm not getting, is that apparently there is one large container of high energy emergency rations. And when we accept the order, we just head out.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Recover precious high energy rations lost during delivery. Where the fuck are they? I don't know, dudes, that's confusing. I feel as if we're supposed to collect some cargo, but I think it says they're lost, so I think we might have to just find them out in the world. I'm not sure about, but we'll see. But yes, apologies, chat. I really don't want to be negative, but yeah. So many people are sort of talking to me about, like, oh, you know, how are you doing? Like, you know, is there anything you think I could do? Is there anything you think that would improve? Can you lurk in a couple of my streams and tell me what I'm doing wrong? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. I'm not that good, you know. I'm not good at all, really. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in the same boat. But yeah, people are sort of, you know, starting to doubt themselves. And when people doubt themselves, they lose that passion and that creative spark that they've got. And when they lose that, then it does become quite dangerous, because yeah, without that passion and that spark, not the same person anymore. And yeah, I don't think any platform should take that away from somebody. That's the thing you should be nurturing the most, you know. Oh, fuck off. I love that we can steal the fucking cargo off of them as we run them over. That's a fucking meme. So we're going to have to get monorail to somewhere near the Magellan, and then once we're near the Magellan we can dump all of these materials and everything else. No, stop it. Stop it. For fuck's sake. Do we need to deliver to... Do we need to deliver to this guy? I think we do. So we'll go there first of all. Cargo, we've got a bunch of metals. And some metals in the private locker. So we're going to need them for the roof, for the road that we're going to build. I'll whack those in there. And then I've got all my stuff that I want to deliver. And then have I got some... Yeah, I've got some materials here as well. See if I can get them into a container. All good. And then I'll put my vehicle on. And then I'm going to jump on myself. Dispatch. Head over there first of all. But yes, chat, once again, I apologise, we do have an ad break coming up, so I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. Then we're wrapping some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack, you won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without any alerts going off, please feel free once we're over there. There's no alerts. Once we're over there, the bot will say so. If you're lurking and you want to follow, feel free. You won't be called out or anything. But yes, I'll be back shortly, and then we'll carry on with these deliveries, and then we'll try and do some story before 9 o'clock. But yes, back shortly. Oh shit. There's two of them. Can they hit each other? Ah. Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Can it be done? Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Sit down. Sit down. Well, there you go. But there is something up there that I want. So I will go. I can just jump up here now. Cool. Game? Really? I mean, game, really, please. Memes. Memes. Do we get the sickle? Okay, cool. Right, well, yeah, that was a lot easier than I thought. Oh! I got her in the fucking ankle.
I don't want to die, 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 I don't want to die.
It's all yours, it's all yours, it's all yours.
You sure?
Yeah, it's all. Yes, let's go.
Boom.
Oh, he's not
Big
dead. He's not dead.
boy.
He's not dead.
Wait, he's not dead?
He's not
Are you
dead.
fucking for real?
Shoot him! Shoot him!
Fucking you. Jesus Christ, that could have been terrible.
I fucking bled him in the air. Fucking bled him out of the air. That was kind of cool. I like the fact that that still triggers. That's quite cool. Mate, Gideon, another absolutely atrocious boss fight. Another absolutely atrocious boss fight. Another absolutely atrocious boss fight. Look at this. With a backstab. With a backstab. Fucking hell. That worked. But yeah, I thought of a terrible French joke the other day. I thought of a really terrible French joke. Hey Siri.
Uh-huh.
What's 70 in French?
70.
How about you 70 nuts? I'm going to go to hell for that one. Right. Or... Actually, interestingly, the internal dialogue is voiced, your internal monologue, your self-loathing and your limbic system and your reptilian brain and everything else, mammalian brain and everything. They're voiced, but they're not only voiced, they're voiced by different people, which personifies them or characterizes them as aspects of your own personality, which is an absolute masterstroke in my opinion, because as I say, it characterizes the dysfunction of the main character's mental state, which is obviously a very big part of this game's narrative and overall kind of point, is that this main character is troubled and struggles to perceive things and can't figure out what fact and fiction is, and the fact that they've personified or characterized, I suppose I should say, the various different aspects of their personality as voices in their head. They've actually given them different voices to make them voices plural in their head. So they're representing that concept quite literally. And I think that's fucking brilliant. Nice try, game. Nice try. Oh shit. Oh shit! Right, now I've got to go back and collect my fucking flying death. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Make great quality products and so evil. Oh, we were talking about the uniforms, weren't we? But yes, Boondog, welcome back. Yes, apologies, chat. I'm going to try and be less negative. I apologise, but yeah. Was it real shit? Uh-oh. Fuck your tape.
Feels good.
Oh, pop it on that fucking tower. You right there, Bubba? Hmm? Excuse me. When you bite into a sandwich and a bit of bread gets fucking stuck to the roof of your mouth. Please excuse me. Yeah, look at this chap. Because yeah, like I was saying, I feel as if, you know, I initially felt that I was missing out on the atmosphere because I was driving the truck everywhere, but like I've demonstrated over many occasions, doing things on foot, it isn't like a fun puzzle challenge. It's like oh, please just fucking do what I'm trying to do. Like, engine, please stop trying to make this difficult kind of challenge. And it really does genuinely feel like you're fighting with the game rather than solving a puzzle, which is kind of strange because in the first one, you know, ladders and ropes and bridges and stuff, it was, yeah, a bit more simplified. There was, you know, zip lines and that lot. And they added the cannon at some point. But yeah, like in this one, it really does genuinely feel like when I'm trying to do things on foot, the game is really fighting me. And when I do things in the vehicle, I have less trouble. It's easier and it makes more sense. But yeah, I'm just, yeah, it's a bit strange because, as I've mentioned before, it does appear to have departed like quite significantly from the philosophy of the first game. So first of all, you know, being lethal and killing people is not frowned upon in this game, like at all. It's mentioned once or twice that we've swapped our rope for a stick because Higgs used to give us a hard time about, you know, being hypocritical by, you know, going around knocking people out and tying them up and everything. And yeah, but we weren't supposed to kill people in the first game. So I'm pretty sure that all your guns are now non-lethal. Well, I mean, I shoot people and they go down. So, I mean, maybe the guns are non-lethal, but there doesn't seem to be anywhere near as much philosophy around being non-lethal. And yeah, like there isn't an option to, you know, to have lethal bullets. But I mean, we can check.
I sometimes forget just how much.
Now displaying your current quarter grade.
Thank you so much.
Right, so hopefully that gets rid of a bunch of stuff.
Well done.
Because yeah, I mean, ultimately, you're not going to get a fucking non-lethal, a lightweight variant of the multi-rocket launcher capable of being stored as a medium-sized piece of cargo. Despite the reduction in overall weight, its highly portable version retains all the features of the base model, including its powerful homing rockets and its multi-target lock-on machine gun. An upgraded version of the MP bullet machine gun boasts a greater ammo capacity, larger clip size, and a higher rate of fire than its level 1 predecessor. Comes fitted with a light and supports semi-automatic and full automatic fire. Yeah, I'm not sure if that could be riot batons and philosophy would have been drilled in the last game. The missile launcher is only a gun with red anti-human. Yeah, so let me go to the fabrication menu and just double check. Because automatic rifle suitable for close and mid-range engagements, armed with with MP bullets effective against any target. Rifle also comes equipped with a light, which has 2 modes. So it just says that they're all using MP bullets, really, and multi-purpose bullets, I believe. But we can go straight to the weapon. So the sniper rifle is definitely a tranquilizer. Because there is a red stripe on the magazine. Fully automatic weapon, effective at any range, is equipped with a light and highly versatile, can be loaded with different types of ammunition to suit the situation. Be sure to check what kind of ammunition before you put in the trigger. There are several different models of the assault rifle in circulation, all available in a range of colours. The upgraded version has a faster rate of fire. So MP bullets, so lightweight variant of the assault rifle, highly portable. Streamlined construction means it can be transported as a compact piece of cargo. Lightweight assault rifle is fully automatic, comes equipped with a light upgraded version of a grenade launcher, improving combat versatility. Cluster of pellets that disperse over a wide area and becomes equipped with a... So yeah, it doesn't really say anything about them being... Because like the Trank, it has blue anti-human too. Because the sniper rifle is like blue. And the tranquilizer one is purple. But these ones are kind of orange, and they have red on them, and there's a red trigger as well. So yeah, I'm not sure. Nilo, welcome in. You have to use a code. To use the code the pizza man gave you in order to unlock lethal mode. Actually, okay. Will be explosive and kill. It's red. Yeah. Okay. So all the guns I've been using so far are non-lethal. Okay, that's yeah. Okay. Right. So what if we now use the monorail? To go to South Fort Knot. Load all of my materials. Excuse me. And then we make our way down here, down this way. Apparently so. So all the guns we've been given so far are non-lethal, but we have to use a code from the pizza man to get lethal weapons. Yeah, I'm seeing there is a way to make them lethal. Okay, so yeah, apologies. I had no idea that in this one you had to unlock lethal weapons as well as unlocking non-lethal variants. I get that. That's strange. I might double check if that's mentioned earlier in the story about, you know, fabricating weapons, because yeah, they might have said something whilst talking about making them and say, don't worry, they're non-lethal or whatever. But I've been shooting people and they've been like not knocked out, they've been like dying, you know, like falling over and dying, you know, and you know, dying. So I thought I was, yeah, just killing people. But yeah. What happens if we drop down into this fucking water? Is it deep? Not too far away to sit. Wow. What's all that like over there? Southern Environmental Observatory. Oh, yeah, we're kind of going there. We're kind of going there, to be honest. So we'll make a mental note that down there on the road, we've got some bits. The old man has opinions if you suddenly go on a killing spree with... Yeah, oh yeah, I'm sure. And welcome in, by the way, Neil. It's good to see you, dude. Thank you for hanging out on the YouTube. I appreciate that greatly. Because yes, the YouTube is going. Got the YouTube going, we got the Twitch going. Everybody's got the same bit rate. And one thing I've noticed is when we go through this mine, it's going to ask us, like, you know, do we want to stop? But we've already said that we don't want to, so I feel as if this goes on a little bit too long. Like, it goes in, and, you know, it's X to dismount. You've got to wait. It goes all the way in there, the whole train, even the empty bits, and then the door closes. And then you've got to wait. We should be able to push a button to just make this, you know, carry on. You know, dismount or continue. You know, there should be a button for continue. Because, yeah, it seems we've scheduled to go all the way to somewhere. So I'd rather just, yeah, go all the way to my destination that I chose. Happy Monday, brother. Tis a code day, so just working through some client stuff and shit. Glad to hear it, dude. Hopefully not too many fucking issues. If you were shot in a rubber bullet multiple times, you'd also drop down and go, oh, yeah, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, I've never been properly beanbagged. And I've never really been properly like shot with a rubber bullet, but I have seen the welts on people's bodies afterwards. The beanbags are fucking scary, dude. How that doesn't break bones, I'll never know. But they're instructed to go for the leg first, because yeah, if they go for the chest and it just happens to strike the chest in between heartbeats, it can be, you know, pretty fucking dangerous. Oh shit, there's some cargo back there on the hill. So anyway, so as I say, here we are, we're fucking travelling and we're fucking going past all this cargo. We could go and grab it if we had the truck, but the truck's packed away, unfortunately. No, you're all good. I was doing no, after Pizza Man Coast, to be fair, I just knew they were non-lethal because talking with another streamer about the missile launcher. Yes, I mean, obviously in the first one, the blue guns were non-lethal and the red guns were lethal. That made perfect sense. But obviously there was a lot of menuing to, you know, select which one do you want to fabricate. And then when you were out and about in the middle of nowhere and you needed a gun that actually fired real bullets, you found a fucking non-lethal version. You're like, oh, fuck off, man. Who fucking dropped this, you know? Could you imagine if the monorail had an auto cargo? Oh my god, could you imagine? It would be a meme. It would be a literal meme. It would literally be a meme.
I appreciate it.
As if it isn't good enough that we've got 2 cargo arms. I also want the cargo arms to grab chiral crystals because I still have to get out of the truck to pick them up. But you know, that's wishful thinking. That's asking too much. You know. There's got to be some reason to get out of the damn truck from time to time. So what do you got? Yeah, we could take that. Yeah, we could take that. Oh, that might do it. That might do it. We've got a delivery or 2 for the tar therapist anyway. And we've got a road that's going to take us most of the way there. So we'll do that first. Take on that order. Sling this slot on our back. And has it automatically decanted my vehicle? Has it automatically unpacked it?
Order accepted.
It has. There we go. So, repair vehicle is fine. So that's right. Cool. Called it a quality of life upgrade for Lacey. Well, yeah, it would be a little bit lazy. Obviously, you've got to get out of the car sometimes. You know? And the thing is, I keep mentioning, but it still makes me fucking chuckle. Just the one solitary comment on one of my YouTube streams. You really like the truck, don't you? It's so fucking good. It's such a fucking perfect comment. It perfectly summarizes what I spend 6.5, 7 hours doing when I play this game. Just driving the fucking truck around, delivering stuff. But yes, like I say, there doesn't seem to have been as much of a focus on the philosophy of being non-lethal. It does appear that we're still being non-lethal, but haven't really mentioned it as much as you would expect. On top of the fact, there's also 3 kinds of fast travel. Not just one kind of fast travel, but 3 kinds of fast travel. And on top of that, there being fast travel in the game at all seems fucking wild to me, because it's kind of, again, very counter to the culture and the philosophy of the game. Is that this is kind of the anti-fast travel, you know, the anti-fast travel. Oh, you motherfucker. Fuck off, man. Sorry, gang. Hang on. It's the fact that they damaged the cargo, man. It's so annoying. First game I had fast travel 2, quiet teleports. Yeah, fragile. Yeah, fragile. I suppose so, yes. I suppose so. I forgot you could fast travel. Doesn't she get fed up with you if you keep doing it?
Thanks for the company. Order completed. Well done.
So we'll sling that in there. So, right, so we've got to shoot those guys before they fucking start driving off and turning around on us and coming flying back. I'm ready to go. I'm fucking locked and loaded, boys. But yes, so yeah, I admit I'd forgotten about fragile fast traveling us around. But yeah, the whole Magellan being a way of transporting, I mean, you get a ranking that says you used it. So, but yeah, it seems strange. The Bath fast travel as well, that seems a bit strange. But yeah, it's not as fun to walk around, and it's not as fun to make deliveries on foot. There's fast travel in various different kinds. And yeah, there's way more shooting involved, even though the game's supposed to be about being non-violent. So yeah, I think it's driving at night, isn't it? I need to fucking rest until daytime before I drive. So they're probably going to spring out any second. I'm going to activate auto drive. Auto drive. Oh my god. Okay, that didn't work at all. Oh my god. I'm sorry, dude. It's gone so far off the deep end with some of this stuff. It's gone so far off the deep end. It's like they haven't just like evolved and tweaked a few things. Like they've added in all this other stuff that I just don't fucking care. I'm sorry, I don't fucking care. Like vehicle combat, I don't fucking care. Don't. I just fucking point the gun in their vague direction and fire on them, and then they fucking eventually die. So I'm gonna try and do this on zip. I'm gonna try and do this on monorail. And jump down. Because yeah, doing it with the fucking cars doing my fucking skull in. So I'll use the monorail, and let's just say we want to go to here just for the sake of it. Go there and get on. Leave behind all that stuff. Cool. But yeah, it's just, you know, just fucking blasting at them with fucking a machine gun as we drive down the road. And even though that one drove off, it rode off into the distance, I started shooting it. As it was coming towards me, it jumped, and it's just...
Feels good.
I can't really make a truck dodge, you know, I can't really dodge. If I was on a motorcycle as well, cool, but yeah. I'm not in that kind of vehicle, so yeah. That means that you're kind of just doomed to take a hit unless you can shoot them out of the air, but they're surprisingly tanky for like some little robots on two wheels, little motorcycle robots. I have to full auto them for quite a while, and I have to crash into them a little bit to actually damage them, so yeah, it's strange. It doesn't feel fun, you know. It's just another chunk of gameplay that I'm not really interested in, whereas there's a bunch of other stuff that's way more interesting that I'd like to be doing, arguably what I'm trying to do. But yeah, attach guns to your vehicle. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Then I have to take off my fucking cargo arms, and I don't really want to do that. I really like having the cargo arms. They're really fucking useful, and I don't want to turn my truck into a fucking battle tank thing, you know. It's not what I'm here for. It just seems a bit forced. It seems a bit shoehorned in, a bit forced, that suddenly we're shooting at a bunch of stuff and there's loads more action and everything, and it's kind of like, it doesn't really suit it, you know? You could have made an action game, you know, but it's not Death Stranding 2. You could have made a game with some action in it. But yeah, one of the reasons why Death Stranding 1 was so amazing is because of the atmosphere and how calm it was. So yeah. End up running one cargo grabber and one gun. That way BTs can go fuck themselves and get... Yeah. I could chuck a gun on there. The thing is, the guns use chiral crystals to shoot, and I don't want to waste chiral crystals on fucking combat. I don't really want to waste chiral crystals shooting enemies, because the thing is, as you're driving past, they'll just start shooting at enemies. Yeah, he's right up here. It will just start shooting at enemies because they're there, and it's using up chiral crystals to do so. So, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I don't want to fucking... Because, arguably, for the most part, the gun on the truck is going to be kind of useless unless you're always driving around where there's a bunch of enemies. And if you're always driving around where there's a bunch of enemies to shoot, you might as well just fabricate a gun and go and shoot them, I think. So, yeah. Severos, welcome back. Thank you for chatting again. Helps if everybody's nice and chatty, so that Twitch doesn't think you're a fucking view bot. player you want, you're going to outfit your trucks. Yeah, and the thing is, they give you the opportunity to do stuff, and but I feel as if they've kind of not left enough solutions on the table that don't involve getting into a giant gunfight. And arguably, the gunfights in this, they're not bad, they're not that exciting. They get reasonably stale reasonably quick. So the fact that the game is so eager to get them started, it's kind of like, I don't really need this, dude. I don't really need to be shooting at things and fucking worrying about fucking reloading and getting out an entire new version of a gun just because I ran out of ammunition with the gun I'm carrying. Waiting for that animation to complete, shouldering the weapon and then firing. And the guns are still kind of clunky to use, which was okay in the first game, but in this game, because there's a much greater focus on gunplay and combat, it really does highlight how awkward it is to whip out a gun and start shooting something. It's not an optimized process, which was perfectly fine in the first game, because the first game you didn't have to get into a gunfight if you didn't want to, and it didn't throw them in your face all the damn time. This one, it does. It's constantly trying to get you into a fight, and in doing so. Oh, okay, I see. So yeah, we might, because I think this guy's almost got 5. That guy we 5-starred, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, we could probably use the zip lines to get there and back. So we'll do that. I have a robotic personality, but at least I am not a corporation. No, you don't have a robotic personality. I think you've got a great personality. I've had many great times chatting with you and Kate. So it's genuinely lovely to see your name in the chat over at mine. Oh my god, dude, why are people building zip lines that don't fucking connect to anything?
We're in this fight together.
Right, so where is a zipline post that has... There's one kind of down this road. Okay, cool. Kind of down this way. You're too sweet. It's good to be here. I appreciate you, dude.
Very impressive work, Sam.
Obviously, I don't want to be, I don't want people to think I'm poaching viewers from Kate's stream. But it's nice when, people that I hang out with and I chat with in other streams come and hang out in my stream. It's nice, Obviously, I can't be everyone's cup of tea, and I'm can't hold a candle to Kate and their skills as a streamer. But yeah, it's nice when the communities overlap a little bit, as long as people aren't streaming at the same time, of course. Then it gets a bit awkward sometimes. What I see streamers working to help each other. Yeah, this is it, and because Kate usually streams before I start, it's difficult for me to raid them, and I do feel bad because they have raided me a bunch of times, and they've brought a bunch of people over here. Ghost has raided me as well once or twice, and that's really, really kind of them. But yes, it's always nice when I see a familiar name in the chat. Robotic personality. I think Twitch should have a setting where you can verify you're human. You have to do it like every so. Well, yeah. The trouble is, people are just buying and selling fake accounts, and the bottom line is they're not going to be able to stop it. They're not going to be able to stop it. The problem is, yes, it's not the right thing that people should be doing. People shouldn't be doing it. I don't disagree. However, there is a reason why people do it, and sadly, can I not zip that way to... Do I have to go this way to come back? Oh, fucking hell. There's a reason why people do it, and when the head of Twitch is on a podcast saying the majority of view botting isn't big channels, it's mostly small channels. I'm sorry, I hate to break it to you, mate, but the big channels that are big because of the view... You can't have a small channel that's view botting, because if they were view botting, they wouldn't be a small channel. It's kind of how it works. So I really don't know what they're getting at. I don't know what they're implying or what they're saying, but I don't trust it. I don't agree with it. The fact that people seem to stream absolutely anything, it doesn't matter what they stream, just chatting, Souls games, fucking The Sims, Euro Truck Simulator, fucking whatever trendy indie game is out at the moment, it doesn't matter what they stream, they always have 15,000 average viewers. Every single stream. And they've always got people gifting hundreds of subs every single stream. I don't buy it. I don't fucking buy it. I don't fucking buy it. Oh, for fuck's sake. because that one's not a fucking. I just have to walk over there anyway. Because then the viewbot guys will have to go through the hassle. This is it. Yeah, they'll find a way around. And the thing is, it's not so much about verifying accounts. You already have to do that to a certain degree. It's about the culture on Twitch. And like I say, I'm not an expert, but I have been doing it for a few years now, and I have been streaming 3 times a week for 3 years. So I stream 200 times a year. So 2/3 of a year, roughly, if not more. Well, actually, slightly less. Sorry. But I stream fairly often, and I stream for reasonably long amounts of time. I do charity streams where I stream 10 hours a day, 10 days in a row to raise money for charity and stuff. So, I have a reasonable amount of experience. And also, on top of that, I spend a lot of time on the platform. So I feel as if, although I don't have all of the expertise and context, I do have some understanding because I do spend a lot of time on this platform. And I see things happening, and then eventually the logic and the context behind it dawns on me. But yeah, saying that it's small channels that are view-botting when, channels that are view-botting aren't small. That's how that works. It's the fact that they view-bot to get, 150 viewers so they can get partner, And if they're not doing it now, that's what they'll be doing in the future. They're just not doing it all in one go because that's bait as fuck, right? Right, so we've got some more metals to chuck in the cargo thing. Be more awkward for actual users, exactly. And be on for the purpose opposed to just being awkward for no reason. Yeah, it's just a silly situation. It's a silly situation, and unfortunately, the platform has created a problem. It's now trying to attack, and in the process of attacking the problem that they are partially, if not wholly, responsible for, by running a platform that doesn't allow people to grow, they leave them with no alternative than either to stop streaming or viewbot, and that is what people are doing. And I'm not saying it's right, I'm not justifying it, I'm just saying it is a cause and effect situation. If people were able to organically grow over the course of a few years, they wouldn't viewbot because it's not worth the risk, right? But so many people have been stuck in the same place for the last 2 or 3 years. It's no wonder that people are making the decision to either viewbot or just quit. Those are the 2 options that people have. Me, I'm happy to stay where I am. I see people that have 5,000 viewers, and it's an absolute nightmare to moderate the chat. You have to pay for moderators who have to work basically full time the whole fucking stream, keeping everybody in check. You're a target for all the fucking bots and scammers and everything because you've got a bunch of people in your stream. You're constantly being pestered by people to do sponsorships you're not really interested in, and then eventually you mention something when you're talking about something in a specific context, it gets clipped and downloaded out of fucking context, and you get a character assassination launched against you, even though you didn't really say anything that bad. It's just taken out of context. And I think to myself, if you can be fucking torn down so easily, because people are fucking rabid. As soon as people smell blood, the hate, it's fucking rabid. The fucking death threats start coming through. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. People are fucking insane. I'm not saying that people don't deserve it. Sometimes they do. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes they do. But yeah, it's fucking scary, the kind of shit that can happen when people take things out of context. And so that's all resin. So that's probably more for monorail posts. I think we've built them all. So we'll leave that there. I'll just ride the monorail there. So Twitch is telling us that we cannot sit back and relax and watch. We have to interact. It's like telling people that have vote to watch the Eurovision. This is it. It's that I want people to be able to enjoy the stream how they want to enjoy the stream. Now, some people, I know that they're there, and I'm not going to mention their names because that would be very, very vulgar of me. But in my streams, in that section, I can see a handful of people that have never said a word, and that's okay. You are perfectly fine. Everything that we're talking about, this is why I'm mentioning this first. Everyone that likes to lurk and doesn't chat, don't think any of this is in any way, shape or form directed or implied towards you. If you want to lurk and not chat, that is 100% valid. I don't mind. I appreciate you guys being there. Even if Twitch doesn't count you, this is the mindset piece that I want to get across, is even if Twitch doesn't count people, if they're trying to support me, that's enough. That's all I care about. If you're trying to support me in any way, shape or form, I don't really give a fuck what Twitch does and doesn't count as a view, does and doesn't count as a follow, doesn't count as an engagement. They can make up the rules however they want to make up the rules. I haven't got destined future on this platform. I just stream for fun because it's a hobby. Twitch wants to fuck around and change the way things work. Fine, go ahead. All right, it's your platform, it's not mine. But yeah, the way that it's going to make some people imply that people aren't chatting enough, people aren't active enough, that fucking sucks, because lurking has always been something that's existed on Twitch. It's always been a thing, and I fundamentally don't see how you're going to be able to look at a list of people that lurk in people's chats and don't say a word and tell them apart from a bot. And I don't know whether you need to send out a message to every single fucking person and say, hey, you need to confirm you're not a bot. But if you did that, what are people going to do? The people that have the bots, they're just going to fucking automate a message response because it's all API endpoints, you know? So, yeah. And the thing is, time and time again, we always get promised that this won't negatively affect small creators. But what always happens? What always happens? And I don't like speaking badly about the platform whilst I'm streaming. I don't. I know that's not a sensible thing to do. But I'm also not going to fucking pull my punches about this stuff because you guys deserve better. Small content creators that have a dream to become full-blown content, they have a fucking right to be honest about it. Because, yeah, it's just, like I say, every time I see somebody saying I'm going to take a break and then you just never see them again, it's, oi, can you slow down, Bubba? Sorry, the cat's going fucking wild. Misty, welcome in. Good to see you. Sorry for not coming to say hi yet. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't apologise. It's fine. I'm literally just saying it doesn't matter. It's an oxymoron. To be fair, Twitch CEO was shamelessly promoting himself. Well, this is it. Is the person saying this clearly doesn't understand the Zoomies have started. Soulstraw, welcome in. Good to see you. The thing is, you know, like... The person saying this has demonstrated a lack of understanding in streaming etiquette, which is a pretty big, you know, that's a pretty big red flag for somebody that's running the fucking platform, who's in charge of the platform, making decisions that are likely to be put into place, doesn't understand the meta and like the etiquette of Twitch. And yeah, seeing that they got banned from somebody's chat is fucking, like, the person that did that, ultimate fucking aura, just pure fucking aura that they fucking banned. So I was like, hey guys, I'm doing a charity stream over here. Somebody was like, what? Fucking ban this guy for self-promo. Like, you realize that's the CEO of the platform. It's just like, the creator probably felt a pang of embarrassment, but yeah, not as much as so yeah. And you know, on top of the fact that they were like doing a presentation or something and they got their Twitch up, and on the left hand side it showed you all the people they follow, and it was all one particular kind of streamer. You know, there was very little variety in there, and it was, yeah, it could have just been the time of day, but yeah, like, it was one kind of stream. People looked at people fucking, you know, they saw the list of people on the left hand side and they looked up who they were and went to look at their clips, and they're like, oh, it's that kind of stream, okay, you know. Yeah. A normal full-time job is working 260 days a year, so 200 is good. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how many streams we exactly do, but in the end of year videos, I've put down like 209, 204 streams, because obviously I take weeks off here and there. So, you know, considering that, I mean, I don't know how many hours I do. I mean, I do what, from 5 until 11, so that's what, 6 hours? Twice a week, so that's 12 hours a week, plus a Saturday I might do 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever, but let's say 20-ish hours a week. Basically, you know, streaming is, you know, on paper, if you look at it for hours, it is on par time-wise as a part-time job. Now, as I say, it is a hobby for me, so I don't have any sort of, you know, future, I'm not going to go viral and blow up or anything like that. I'm just not cut out for it, but I do really enjoy it. And that's kind of been the way with most of the things in my life. I find things that I love doing, and I've never really been good at anything, but I find things that I love and I do them, you know? Because I believe in, you know, pursuing joy and happiness and finding things in the world that bring you joy and happiness and things that you can learn and grow through, you know, as a person. Because you're not only just learning how to do something as a hobby, the hobby and the way that it's structured and the challenges you face and how you overcome those challenges can actually act as a framework to teach you about tackling challenges completely different to what you're currently, challenging yourself with. So having a hobby you can work at is really good for, like, not just getting good at the hobby, but the problem solving that you do along the way. That's really, really important life skill stuff. But yeah, it's time and time again we get promised that these changes aren't going to negatively affect us, and guess what? They negatively affect us. And it gets to the point where, like I say, it's become so polarized, where people either fucking basically explode over the course of 5 months, and it's just basically handed to them. And good for them, I'm happy that they're one of the ones where it worked out. But all the people that put in the fucking work and get nowhere, it literally doesn't surprise me at all. When people say, oh, they view bot, of course people view bot. They do it on Instagram, they do it on TikTok, fake engagement, click farms. It's not a new trend. It's not a new technology. It's not Twitch specific. It's a social media problem. And unfortunately, with this platform trying desperately to try and frame itself as a social media via the mobile app and various other changes, you are getting into a realm which is kind of ironic, if you ask me, that the platform is desperately trying to stop people view-botting because it's classed as fake engagement. But what's the first thing that happens when you post a clip on Instagram or TikTok? They ask you to pay to boost it to get fake engagement. They say they're going to show it to more people, but it's not. It's fake engagement. It's just fake likes and fake views. But you can pay for it, because everything has a fucking price in the capitalist world, right? So the fact that they're kind of like asking people to share clips on other platforms where this kind of thing, fake engagement and paying for, click farms and, view bots and, like bots and stuff, that stuff's rampant on social media. So much to the point where they've had to say, if we can't beat them, we're going to have to join them, because they realize they can't fucking beat these click farms. There's way too many of them and they're way too clever. No matter what you do with a front end web app on somebody's smartphone, there's going to be some code monkey somewhere. I don't mean to use the word code monkey, that's a bit derogatory, sorry. There's going to be some code jockey somewhere that's going to find a way to manipulate the system you've just created. That's just how the internet is. So the way Twitch is trying to align itself with more of a social media kind of brand, it's just attracting people that are known for doing it. And the platforms themselves fucking allow it. They natively offer it. When I post something on Instagram, it's like, hey, do you want to boost this post? For £7, you can get 1,000 views and probably around about 200 likes. I'm like, but I don't want to pay you to fucking share my content. I'm giving you the content because you're a platform and you need the content. Why should I have to pay you as well? Like, get real. Get fucking real. Thank you for the deep breath. I probably do need one. Right, can I now pick that up? Yes, I can. Cool. Okay. Oh, shit. Was there one more over there? Yeah, I think we're good. No, there's more. This is why you've got to take the truck, dudes, because there's always too much to carry. All of these fucking... Okay, so is my truck... Yeah, my truck's there. I'm going to have to go back and get it because there's stuff there over there. Is that all for the pizza? I might have to fucking ignore that stuff.
Well done, Sam. That's the last of the cargo. Let's head to our destination and make the delivery.
Come on, what you got? Let's do this.
Oh, we're way too overloaded, I'm afraid. Oh, yeah. But yes, the zoomies have begun. Not everyone matters. Everyone here matters, regardless of who the fuck ever Twitch wants to label. Yeah, and the thing is, everybody's got the right to have a fair crack at being a creator. And like I said before, they don't realize that trying to cut off the smaller streamers will leave this enormous delta where there'll be nobody rising through the ranks. There'll just be nobody. And they'll only be the top, 100 giga streamers. And I sometimes think that's the agenda that they want. They want to get rid of everybody that isn't massive, so they have less streamers streaming to more viewers, because that's somehow advantageous to them. It's probably just a money and power and energy resource thing. But yeah, it's not really the kind of organic approach that a lot of people would expect from a content creation platform, specifically one that's as varied and, you know, idiosyncratic as this one, where there's lots of different kinds of content. You need to support that by allowing small creators to grow. And yeah, because everybody just hits that wall, they make the decision to take their dream somewhere else, or, you know, fake it till they make it, right? And yeah, like I say, social media platforms, they fucking just allow you to pay for views on social media. So if you're going to attract a bunch of people over from social media, expect that kind of behavior to follow them, because that's what communities do. Going after the largest part of your community is like baffling. Yeah, it's fucking constant. It's crazy. Everyone here matters, regardless of the fucking Twitch one. Exactly. Everyone that's here everyone here that's trying to support me in some way. Everyone that's lurking, everyone that mentions my stream, everyone that shares my clips or uses my emotes or interacts with TikToks and Instagrams and TikToks. If you guys interact with the reels and the shorts and everything else on other platforms, that's massively helpful. I'm not asking you guys to, but if you do already, please know that's actually a massive, massive help. A little bit of interaction, it just makes the algorithm pay attention to the content. Otherwise, it can just get fucking posted into oblivion. It can just get down-regulated into nothing, basically. So people that like that stuff and reshare it and, you know, send it to their friends and everything, it's super, super helpful. And obviously, this is the other side of the whole thing with Twitch, is that they're desperate for people to share clips on other platforms. But as soon as you start consistently posting on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube, because you're consistently posting, that kind of gets you a baseline kind of growth. It's not very fast, but it is a baseline of growth. And people are realizing that actually, shit, people are going on live on Twitch, not because they give a fuck about Twitch, but they're going on live because just to get some content to share on TikTok. And then guess what? People are going to be making content specifically for other platforms, where you are no longer the platform that they stream on because they want to be a streamer. This is just another way to have content for TikTok and Instagram and YouTube, which is not a situation you want to be in, because if people don't really believe in being a streamer, what's going to happen to streaming, you know? It's fucked. Where do you see your Twitch channels in 5 years? Mate, I don't know. Like when I see like footage of me when I first started, when everything was simple, yeah. And obviously I've met so many nice people since, and I love the community that I've got, and I'm very thankful. I don't want anyone to think I'm not grateful, because I am. Even though I'm technically a nobody, I'm not going to get above my station. But the people I have met and the friendships I have made are brilliant, you know, and I'm so thankful to have met people that are similar, have similar views and mindsets and approaches to playing video games and video game design. That's all, you know, really wonderful. But yeah, like I say, I've been chatting to people all over the place in my DMs on Instagram, TikTok and YouTube about, like, you know, like where everybody's going, because yeah, you know, people are just losing the faith, and you know, it's hard. It's hard to watch. It's hard to watch somebody over the course of 1 to 2 years just lose their spark, and they're just not the same energetic, fun, happy person on stream anymore. And then yeah, they take a break and you never see them again, and then they start posting YouTube videos regularly, and they slowly start climbing there, and they're just another YouTuber, you know. And there's no shame in that, you know, as long as they're happy. But YouTube has enough YouTubers, right? YouTube has enough content creators, right? It's Twitch that needs the content creators, realistically, if you think about it. So yeah, and as much as I criticize Twitch, I am behind it. I want it to be better. I want it to be fixed. You know, I want it to work for people, because I love doing this. I love streaming. I just don't like Twitch at the moment. I don't like it. You know, I want it to do better, and I want it to be better. I can't do anything from where I'm standing other than just keep going. But yeah, kids that are just getting into streaming now after the lockdowns and everything, if I started from today with nothing, I probably wouldn't even make affiliate. You know, that's what I genuinely feel. I feel that if I had to start again, I probably wouldn't even make affiliate. And that's a scary thought, because there are people that are better than me that might not make affiliate, because you're just fucking invisible. You're so invisible on this platform. And yeah, you've got people that have been, you know, bouncing around 60 to 70 average viewers for the last 2 years, just can't seem to do that little bit more growth consistently. And they're just doing this over the last 2 years. They've been bouncing around the 60s for like, you know, 2 years. And it's like, damn, like, what more do you want? You know, they've clearly proven that they're a good streamer. Like, why are they not allowed to grow anymore? What's stopping them? I've been to their streams. They're fucking lovely. They're really engaging, really charming, really funny, really talented. But you just hit a wall. And yeah, it's obviously if it's a dream of yours, it's really heartbreaking. But like, this is why I disconnect myself from it. It's just a hobby for me. You know, I'm just going to do it because I enjoy it. You know, if it stopped being fun, if I couldn't chat to you guys and hang out with you guys and have fun, and we didn't make dick and fart jokes, then, you know, if I was just playing video games and barely getting any conversation out of it, then I probably would stop. But, you know, you guys are really kind. You come by and support me. Some of you have been subbed to me for years, you know, and I've met so many interesting people through video games because of this website. So I do have good things to say about it. But yeah, right now, it's fucking rough. It's fucking rough for small creators. But I'm not saying this because I want sympathy, because I'm not going to try and make this into a career. I'm saying this for all the people I see that you can see in their video editing and their fucking jokes and the way they approach things that they're really, really funny. They just need to find an audience, but they can't. And it fucking sucks. Code Monkey ain't derogatory, at least I'll tell Code Monkey is slang term for programmer. Nilo, stop. That, I'm not fishing, Nilo. I'm just saying I appreciate you guys that support me. And here is somebody who has been supporting the channel for a long, long time. Thank you, Nilo. 31 months. It's fucking bonkers, dude. And you're also supporting me on the YouTube as well. That's also bonkers. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much. Or they use a bot for your like a 2 streamer job. Yeah, why don't you use this opportunity? Data shows you've done roughly 512 streams since February 2022. So yeah, I've done a few streams, you know. Like I say, I'm still learning. I'm not going to pretend like I know what I'm talking about, because you can always be learning. But 512 streams, and I don't do short streams. If anything, I don't do short streams. Don't need a bot like a couple of people who talk lurk or come back. The thing is, like, if people want to lurk, if they want to chat, if they want to share the stream with other people, if they want to interact with the social media stuff, all of it helps, you know. But you know, Porter breadcrumbs, I would just some crispy breads. We can become hot VTubers. Didn't even realise, but I'm wearing your Death Stranding British shirt today. Really? I hope you enjoy it, dude. I hope you enjoy it. Only watch stream, I need longer distraction, not only a few minutes. And this is the other thing. This is the thing about, you know, trying to get people from social media to become streamers by tempting them with the monetization aspect of it, is that social media influencers are good at making short, sweet content very, very frequently, which is kind of the polar opposite of what streaming is. Their skills lie in being reactive to trends and also being able to come up with funny, anecdotal, short-form content. That's their skill. I don't know what their skill set is going to apply to as a streamer, but they do bring a big audience with them, and that's what the platform is obviously, you know, targeting, of course. So, heard about VTubers, what's going on? I haven't heard about what's going on with VTubers, no. I like watching streams because it's like having some company, or at least interactive entertainment. One of the best things about the community is feedback. If it's just YouTube, it's pretty dissociated. Yeah, this is it. I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, like YouTube videos and being able to edit them and make them, you know, hello, Baba. What's the matter? Let's keep you up when I read these messages. Come here. Come here, you little rascal. Come here, you little rascal. Come here and sit here like a baby for a second. But yes, YouTube content is obviously much more scripted, much more edited. It's much more sort of, you know, polished, but it's not the same. One viewer I'll be after the holidays, live in 10 months. VTuber, but with a ping instead. Oh, ping tubers, okay. It's a moving picture, no cam, dick butt. Streamed back when live stream was only a thing back in 2010. Tried some Twitch and some YouTube stuff for fun, just a different 1 or 2 people. Being active in chat and interacting with the streamer is immense. Yeah, exactly, you know, and obviously any kind of interaction, anytime you can build a bond with somebody is magical, you know? So I don't think it's about... The platform obviously focuses a lot on the numerical aspects of rating a stream. But, you know, like I've had streams where like me and 3 or 4 people have had a really, really riveting conversation about multiple topics for 5 hours while I'm playing a video game. And I finished those streams like so energized and so refreshed. But on paper, there was only like 7 people here. And like nobody followed, nobody subbed, nobody gifted bits or anything. But none of that shit would have made me feel as good as the conversation we had. And that's why I love the conversations, why I love fucking yapping, as you guys know. Because all those other kinds of support are wonderful. Don't get me wrong, they're wonderful. And I don't want other people to think it's not right for you to go after that stuff if you want to go down that road. But the best streams for me are the ones where we have these amazing conversations. And I'm not looking at the average viewers. I'm looking at the conversation. Like my dashboard. Again, I know it's a bit cringe getting dashboards out. But when I look at a summary, I'm not looking at like the the viewers. I'm looking at the chat messages. I want to see like where the conversation was popping the most, and then I let the conversation die. And around about here, I probably should have said something or got the conversation going again, but I didn't manage to, and it went down to here. But then obviously we started talking about something else. But then as time went on, I think I get a little bit tired, and I'm not quite as vocal and as creative with my what's this? I showed my dashboard, please respond. But yeah, like obviously we had a bit of a chat when we were raiding out, which is you guys saying, you know, thank you and everything. But yeah, obviously these beginnings where it's quite quiet, it's obviously quite, you know, embarrassing and a bit sort of awkward for me. But moments where we're having a conversation and like, you know, there's 42 chat messages in the space of 10 minutes, you know, for me as a smaller streamer, that's quite a lot. And this is what I'm looking, I'm not looking at any of this other stuff. I don't really give a fuck about any of this stuff. But it defaults to the, oh, fuck off. It defaults to the chat messages. So I'm just looking at the chat messages because that's the conversation. That's the good stuff. That's the fucking good. That's the sort of, you know, the interesting, thought-provoking conversational stuff that I love. So yes, but thank you, Neil. I really appreciate that, dude. 31 months is fucking bonkers, dudes. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. And yes, enjoy the shirt. Thank you for buying a shirt, dude. I appreciate that. Oh, you won this time. Okay. Well, here comes non-fungible turtle. But yes, Nito, welcome into the Twitch. Joking because someone said about becoming VTuber, so I was taking the piss acting like it's some dimension of VTubers. But what a name for the cat. Yeah, he's Artorias. Artorias. He's the Bubba. Artorias the Bubba Boo, as I call him, or Bubba Booington. Got a picture of the amount of viewers in my apartment in my room. I'm trying to fit in 12 people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is it. You know, like if you were to think of it like a gig, if 12 people showed up to a gig, that would be a fucking good gig. I mean, I don't know. Like I say, I have most of it turned off, so I don't really know at any given time. I don't really know how many people are here. Like I say, I'm kind of, my idea is that I'm going off like the vibe and the energy. So like if there's a really vibrant conversation, it could just be like 5 or 6 people. But if it's a vibrant conversation, that's good enough for me, you know, like. Obviously, people that are lurking, I don't want you guys, again, like I said earlier, none of this is aimed at, you know, trying to coax you into chatting. You don't have to. You know, you can lurk perfectly fine. Lurking is a kind of support that's also valid. But yes, for me, the interactivity of streaming is a huge aspect of it. And that aspect is you know, manifested quite powerfully by the conversations we can have. Apologies, I'm just trying to get steady because I've managed to yap all the way up to an ad break, so I apologise, but I would have to pop you guys on the BRB screen for a raffle and some clips. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to quickly do a quick stretch from my legs because they're getting a bit stiff. But yes, thank you for your kind words and all your support, dudes. Honestly, I know I say it a lot, but I mean it. I'm not trying to farm engagement by saying these nice things. Again, the cat, welcome in. Human connection is huge, massively. Yeah, I mean, why would you be a streamer and have like an interactive platform where I can stream live if I'm not going to interact with you guys? That's it. Everything else, for me, streaming has always been like throwing a party, right? When you throw a party, you're organizing a space for people to come and occupy and bring their energy with them. So that's why I've always seen it as our stream, not my stream, because I know that if I was just sat here on my own playing a video game with no one to talk to, it wouldn't be much of a stream. The fact that you guys are here makes it. And it's the same as, you know, the people that show up to the party make it a party, right? And we've got all the various different kinds of personality and all these different kinds of worldviews, and we have all these wonderful conversations about games. We all keep it very respectful and everything. And it's beautiful, you know? And you guys have sat here and listened to me talk about video game design enough now. I'm pretty confident if I wanted to put together a video essay about a game, I could. But I don't really have a big interest in that kind of content. I don't disrespect it. I think it's a great way of doing deep dives and analyses on video games and their design and how they work. But there's enough people doing it, and I don't think I could do it better than what's already being done, so I don't want to. And I know that I'm not doing streaming better than other people, but the interactivity and the conversation and the engagement I get when I chat about video games and I hear other people's points of view, it's fucking magic. It's literally fucking magic. And the fact that it allows us to share these common, you know, these common threads of conversation about video games is fucking magical. But yes, the ad break has started. I'm going to pop you guys over there real quick. I'll be right back. And then I will make this fucking delivery. I'm going to have to go get the fucking truck, go get the rest of the stuff, and then go back to the tar therapist. And then we're going to go fucking back to Hartman's lab and see what the story is about. But yes, I'll be back shortly, and then we'll carry on. Nice try, game. Nice try.
Work precisely as requested.
Maybe the one thing I didn't expect, to see the man behind the hollow curtain.
Are you going to finish that croissant?
Stop it. Not only did you rescue those clowns.
Dick! Fucking dickhead. Yeah, this is what we want for exploring. This is the way to explore, chat. I need some more battery, but oh shit. Okay, maybe this isn't how we explore. $9.60 on the counter. Another $9.60 on the counter. Mate, Gideon, another absolutely atrocious boss fight. Another absolutely atrocious boss fight. Another absolutely atrocious boss fight. Look at this.
Yeah, this is big brain time.
Classic. Dedication to the bit, love it. Oh, I got her in the fucking ankle. We played Mortal Kombat or Killer Instinct or Mario or whatever, and we were on the sofa together. We were drinking orange juice and eating snack food on our day off from school, playing video games. We were hanging out, and that's what this feels like to me. This is taking me back to being a kid again, and I fucking love it. So if people want to slap a number on it and compare, then that's fine. They can do that, but it doesn't fucking matter. Like, think about all the times when you've been in a stream and something amazing has happened. Do you know how many viewers there were at that point? Do you know how many follows there were at that point? Do you know any of the numerical metrics that were attached to that moment? The time on the stream, the time, you know, the amount of people that responded, the amount of GGs that happened in chat. You don't remember that shit, but you remember something else. You remember how that moment made you feel. That's the important bit. That's the important bit. Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. You're taking the fucking piss, bruv. If we leave and, you know, because we left that cabin and we were being chased from that cabin, but then we ended up in another cabin. Does that count as the same cabin? I know that doesn't make any fucking sense, and I apologize. But I mean, why are we not picking up the giant kitchen knife? Look at this giant ass fucking kitchen knife that we could be using. Why the fuck? There's all this irrigation and stuff, all these fucking farmlands everywhere. Why have we not got a fucking scythe or a fucking a sickle or even a hoe? But I suppose that's realism because I ain't got any hoes in real life either. Oh, that was a fucking stretch, breadcrumbs. Jesus Christ, excuse me. That's what I should have done. That's what I should have done. Look at the head just rolling down the fucking ramp. Right. So, excuse me. But yeah, that was a little bit over the top. It's fucking massive. It's fucking massive as well, dude. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for that follow on the BRB screen. No more Peter. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Welcome in. How was stream? What were you playing today? What was on the old agenda? But yes, that clip that came up when we were playing Resident Evil 0. Perfect clip to come up. I said all this years ago, and I still believe it. Yes, apologies, chat. Some of the best conversations in life between only a handful of people, so quality over quantity. Exactly, this is it. Because there is a threshold. Once you get to a certain amount of viewers, certain kinds of community, you can't have a conversation. And at that point, it's just a bunch of fucking words flying past the screen. It's not a Twitch chat anymore. It's not. It's just, you know, it's everybody, because nobody's having a genuine conversation. Nobody's reading anyone else's. Everyone's just all spamming. And it's not a conversation, you know? I think that different people can maintain a conversation at a different level. And I think when I go to a large creator's stream, like, you know, let's say 600 to 1,500 average viewers, and they have slow mode on, people complain about it, but you're still able to have a conversation with people in that kind of stream. And like I say, I don't really have much of a future on the platform because I don't really think I'm cut out for it. But if I was ever to be in that situation where I had too many, I would turn on slow mode. Because the conversation is vitally important to me. And I wouldn't want to foster a community where conversation isn't a priority, where you've just got a bunch of people all randomly just fucking spamming the most, like, you know, low-hanging fruit, easiest joke going. Because, yeah, that wouldn't be like, you know, fun for anybody. Even the people that are spamming it, they're not really having fun. They just think they're including they're getting their name on the screen for the video, right? So, yeah. Lur as in lurker, as was covered by a cursor. I'm a super fucker. I'm going to play fair play. I'm a super fucker. But yes, Dennis is a good lurker. We see Dennis a lot in the background. Request a cursed quote. I'm like a mummy these days. I'm so stiff and hard. But yes, thank you for the follows on the BRB screen. I appreciate that, gang. The clip is me when people try calling my phone. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. I was going to say. Welcome, Raiders, currently on an outbreak. Yes, welcome in. Thank you for welcoming in the Raiders, gang. That's another lovely community thing when people welcome in Raiders when I'm not here. But yes, Peter, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, dude. I appreciate that. See small streams on slow mode. I can actually talk there. Exactly. People complained about it for me. I'd say take it or leave it. I'm autistic and I can't process convos when there's too much being said. Exactly. You know, and I think slow mode is one of the additions that, you know, genuinely really does add value for a lot of people. And also, like, there's a couple of streams that I've been to where, because the streamer's voice will start to, like, get quite sore if they talk too much. They have a character limit and also slow mode. So you can't, if you type a long message, it will just be held by the bot. And then people will say, hey, by the way, try and keep the messages short. We're trying to, you know, the streamer has a bad throat. If they have to read out long messages, it tends to upset their throat, and then they won't be able to talk for the rest of the stream. Like, oh, I'm sorry about that. I'll try and keep it nice and concise, you know? But like I say, you get to some streams, and, you know, good for them. They've got, you know, 5,000, 6,000, 10,000 average viewers. And there's just, the chat is just fucking flying past so fucking quickly. And I'm like, this is not a conversation. And, like, the level of engagement you get in that kind of stream is like this kid who's got, you know, all these fucking followers and viewers and stuff. They're like, oh, did you see that, chat? Oh my god, did you see that? And then they just completely go back to the game. They're not really engaging with the community. And I'm like, how does this kind of stream keep going? Like, are people really that interested in just being like a blip on the screen for a few seconds?
Daddy Dennis says I am in the background, being the terrestrial extra.
An extraterrestrial extra. But yes, Dennis, we appreciate Dennis. Dennis has always worked incredibly hard and always been incredibly respectful. And I've bumped into Dennis in many communities, and I've found that they're respected in many communities because they don't do things, you know, that upset people. They're very kind and respectful and supportive, and I can't recommend them enough. They're such a nice person. So please feel free to follow Dennis as well. They stream all kinds of stuff at certain intervals. It's not quite a schedule at the moment, but yes, hopefully we'll get a schedule going at some point. But yeah, if it's possible, that is. Need to do something quick. No worries, Peter. That's fine. How was stream? What did you get up to today? What was on the old agenda? Yes, Dennis brings good puns. We love our Dennis TTS. Also, someone else used to bring puns. Sub-Zero was pretty good with puns. Sub-Zero was quite the wordsmith. There were a handful of other people that, you know, they were, but the thing is, there was a creator who was incredibly witty. They're from the southeast of England as well. Not too far from where I live. Not far enough to go and see them on a regular basis, unfortunately, but hopefully I can pop over and say hello to them at some point for a sneaky beer. But they were very witty and very funny, and as a result, their community was very witty and very funny. And a few of their community would come and hang out over here occasionally when they weren't on, but they've unfortunately stopped streaming, so a lot of the people that used to, you know, be involved in that whole thing aren't on the platform anymore. But yes, they their community was full of just very funny people, and some of the jokes that got made in that stream absolutely fucking floored me. Absolutely fucking floored me. I've got all this shit on my back, haven't I? Yeah, of course. Excuse me. Put all that lot in there. Put that in there. Cool. Okay. So we've got to go and drive over there and grab a couple of bits and pieces. And then we can head to the tar therapist. And then we can go to the Magellan, because it's not too far from here. And we'll pop back to the Magellan and put some materials in our private locker. And go from there. Dennis, you bought a funny bone, it becomes a laughing stock. That's pretty humorous.
Stop.
Oh, did you highlight the message with 100? Oh, did you spend 100 bits to highlight the message? You can just use the TTS, dude. It's fine. Thank you for the bits. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Does that show? Is it? Is that a redeem, or is it channel points or bits? Because that's not the bits thing. Is it bits? Because yeah, if you've just spent 100 bits, I appreciate it. If they're channel points, I mean, I still appreciate it, of course. But yeah, it doesn't have the bit symbol. But yeah, I know you can. I know you can pay to highlight messages and stuff. That's points. Okay, so it's highlight. Oh, you can highlight a message. Okay, fair enough. You learn something new every day. But no, I knew you could highlight messages. I just didn't realise I had it turned on. Didn't even know I had it activated. See, chat, I'm a complete fucking amateur. But no, this is the thing, is that hanging out with you guys, playing video games. I mean, this video game, I could have quite happily just slapped some music on and played it on my own, but I wouldn't have had anywhere near as much fun, you know? Even though the game has been quite awkward and difficult in places, you guys being here to have, you know, to watch me fucking get my ass handed to me by some remedial level of challenge, has been, yeah, it's been really enjoyable. And you guys get to be here for all the comical moments and everything. And it's nice to share things like video games, you know? I know there's a bunch of people that, maybe not here, but I know there's a bunch of people out there that probably don't have the time. Thank you for the fuzzy duck. Probably don't have the time to play through a game like this. And but they'll love watching it, right? And hopefully we don't do too much, because this is the thing. Now that we stream to... Oh, shit. Okay. Now that we stream to YouTube, obviously we kind of have a VOD on YouTube indefinitely now, which is kind of handy. Because being able to store a VOD and have a backup of the stream forever is, yeah, pretty good. However, I don't know how long that's going to last with YouTube, but we shall see. But yes, I'd like to get back to a situation where I was recording the VOD, but also I was able to take clips of it, because then I can collate all the clips together to make the end of year video. One of the challenges I face with the end of year video is I have to try and cut out bits and pieces of full stream recordings, which are obviously quite massive, like 20 gigabytes. The Mac has got 64 gig of RAM, so I can get 1 or 2 of them into RAM at once. But obviously making the clips from the video and then putting that, so yeah, it's a bit of a handful, whereas I can make, what's going on here? Just fucking stopped because of some fish. Excuse me. Got some Fortnite with a friend. Ah, I hope it went well. Not an amateur, just unaware. Yeah. Just to make Dennis work overtime. Nah, Dennis can work as much or as little as they want. They're always welcome here. Highlight message was default always because it's everywhere. No, you can redeem points for it. We'd play it on PS when I had one. Bread breaks a random item. Oops, just keeps driving under the eye of the item. Motherfucker, hit and run doesn't have to. No, that was one of the fucking. It's like a post that fires a weapon. I don't know what the fuck you would call it. It's not a mortar. It's like a mine. It's like a mine that shoots a rocket rather than, I don't know what you would call it. But yeah, I bumped into it and it exploded. So it didn't damage my cargo, so it can get fucked. But yes, I think we just head this way. We'll get to the tar therapist. Dump all this stuff. It's like a mounted turret, like an automated turret thing. Yeah, automated turret's probably the best way to put it. Yeah. But yes, again, chat, I don't want to sort of, repeat myself too much. But yes, thank you all, honestly. Like, I know that I'm not the most fun person in the world sometimes. I can get stressed and I can also be a bit down. But you guys have always brought a bunch of energy and enjoyment to playing video games. It's a new way for me to play video games, Like I say, I've been playing games since I was 9 years old. That was fucking 31 years ago. So yeah, I've played all kinds of different kinds of video game in all kinds of different ways. But yeah, playing it with like a handful of people to hang out with has been, an absolute joy. And we've had some fucking great laughs along the way. Like I say, when I put that end of year video together, it kind of all comes into focus. It kind of puts it all into perspective, And thus far, you guys have responded quite positively to them. So I shall try and keep doing them. But yeah. Putting it all together into a video to say thank you to you guys is one of the ways I feel I can kind of try and express my gratitude to you. I don't think I'd ever fully be able to because there's so much gratitude to express. But yeah, if I could put a little video together of all the bits and pieces we got up to and all the things we did, just so we got a record of it. But on top of that, like I say, we've got the YouTube streams being saved now, which is kind of useful. So yes. Salutes to everyone that hangs out in the YouTube stream. It's good to get that off the ground and have that as an option. I don't want to call it an alternative because that sounds a bit loaded, but as an option, as an extra space to be creative, Obviously, we're a bit more limited with music over on the YouTube side of things, but things are improving. I'm pretty sure we can play music. We can play music on the Twitch stream, and it's not included in the VOD, which aligns with their TOS and their DMCA and everything. But it just has to be excluded from the YouTube stream, which is, it's a shame, but it makes sense, until we can get something along the lines of, audio track for the stream and audio track for the VOD being different, as long as the legality is the same. Because the trouble is, when you record music on a stream and it can be accessed, on a VOD, on demand, that's where the problem comes in, as far as I'm aware. Playing music on a stream isn't a problem, it's because it's recorded in the VOD, which is why we can get around it by excluding certain channels from the VOD. But it's nice that technology exists, because yeah, there are things on Twitch that do work really well, and yeah, I don't want to beat the platform up too much. There is good stuff as well, but yeah, at the moment, the way things are changing, a lot of smaller creators are just getting squeezed out, and it's a shame, because given 3 or 4 years of just a few years just to get them out there, they could develop their own community and become self-sufficient and start growing on their own. But right now, regardless of what so many of us do, the only growth we're seeing is elsewhere. And yeah, it's bonkers. It's bonkers to be seeing, like, subscribers rolling in on YouTube, and followers and view counts and stuff going up on TikTok and Instagram when I'm a streamer. I deleted a bunch of social media before I started streaming. I was going to delete my Twitter, I was going to delete my Instagram, and I didn't even have a TikTok. I didn't even have one. But now I've got all of them, apparently. got the fucking Blue Sky, we've got the Threads, we've got fucking Twitter, we've got all kinds of stuff. So yeah, you're 5-starred already. You're 5-starred already, my dude. So no thanks. But like I say, you know, when you've got it's easy to support wonderful quality people like yourself, brother. It's very kind of you to say, Neil. And like I say, you've been a supporter for a long time. Over 30 months is fucking heroic. Can't thank you enough. And also an enjoyer of the merch, which is really nice because, you know, the merch is not like a platform to earn money. It's just nice to be able to commemorate certain moments in the stream, and also this is a bit of an outlet for me as a designer. Like, I've designed all the stuff you see on the screen right now, apart from the game, of course, you know, but all the stream stuff I designed myself. But obviously there isn't an awful lot left, and I don't really want to go down the route of redesigning and rebranding because it's kind of a bit dangerous. You wouldn't think that changing your name and sort of the visual aesthetic of the stream would have an impact, but it can. Even though I bought a design book from the Designers Republic, and they're the studio that did a lot of the work for Wipeout. But after Wipeout, and you know, alongside Wipeout, they also did all sorts of other design work for other people. And yeah, their designs inspired me so much in college when I was studying design. Just so inspired by their work. And I feel like it would be kind of cool to do some sort of, you know, Designers Republic themed kind of postmodern Japanese pop art, but obviously it wouldn't really gel with everything that we've got already, so it would kind of need to be an overhaul, like a complete overhaul. And I have thought about doing an overhaul of OBS. I have thought about taking OBS and making a list of everything I need to do and sort of rebuilding it and rebuilding the stream and seeing if there's a few things I could do a little bit differently that might optimize it a little bit. Because yeah, obviously I've had the stream the way it is for a while, and it seems to be working mostly fine. So I feel as if there might be a few gremlins in there that aren't quite working the way we want them to. There's definitely a few things that come and go. For instance, at the moment, that's really quick. Whereas normally when I push the button, it would carry on, the audio would carry on for a few seconds, and I've never known why. I've never known why the audio of a source continues for a few seconds after the video has been hidden, because the audio and the video is being decoded by the same thing. So when I hide one, it should hide the other. Designers Republic, yeah, it's quite a visually distinct thing. So I don't know if you've seen them. Yes, there's two main books that I've been after for quite some time. One of them was a gift, and the other one I bought for myself, but I said it was a gift from the same person. So, as I say, this is a book about all of the design work for Wipeout, and it's full of notes and emails and anecdotes and stories, and the whole thing is designed in a very similar kind of. Oh, that colour gets colour keyed out as well. It's completely different. It's an orange colour. But as well as that one, I obviously had to get the Bible, and that's basically everything they've ever done. And yeah, they're such an inspiring studio for me as a creator. All kinds of amazing stuff that occasionally I'll sit down and have a flip through, and I feel a little bit of a tickle, like, oh, I could make something really cool, and yeah, I could redesign the stream to be all themed like Designers Republic, but it would be a very, very big job because I'd want to spend the time to do it properly. I'd really want to sit down and agonize over every detail, because, for one, I'm not as talented in any way, shape or form at all as the people that work at that design studio. So for me to do something in a similar vein that was of a standard that I would consider acceptable would take me a very long time. Whereas for them, it's obviously their job, right? They do it day in, day out. Toxic places are a magnet for toxic people. Yeah, this is it. Is that like I say, when you get these streams where everyone's just constantly making jokes, and the mods, I mean, sometimes the mods aren't really doing very much, and I see all kinds of fucking horrible stuff in chat, and they're just like, yeah, we can't keep up, and I'm like, yeah, doesn't really mean that, you know, this platform should be allowing it, to be honest, but you know. But yeah, if that person's earning the platform, you know, 600 grand a month or something ridiculous, you know, 150 grand a month on, you know, that's their cut. You know, if the platform's cut is like 50, 60 grand a month, you know, it's the same amount of cut that, you know, 100 streamers would try and, you know, would struggle to try and, I'm trying to fucking explain this without sounding wrong, sorry. You've got one channel which probably brings in as much revenue as like thousands of other channels, so, you know, they're obviously going to get some sort of treatment. I won't say what, but you know. Right, excuse me. Also getting, I think you'd like this post, notice about a post I have no interest in at all. They're just someone who pays to boost their content. Exactly. Like Elon Musk, whose posts would often show them. Yeah, and the thing is, fucking hell, Elon had to buy Twitter to stop being the most blocked person on Twitter. It's so fucking sad. It is crazy to me how someone can have so much money and yet still be such a fucking loser. It's so crazy to me. Like all the guy needs to do is just do some cool shit with this absurd amount of money that he's got, but it's clear they're only good at one thing, and that's exploiting capitalistic loopholes. That's their only skill, is taking the money they got from their dad and fucking just, you know, just making it grow by exploiting people. That's their only skill. You know, they have no talent alongside barely any personality. And yeah, there's all kinds of rumors that all of the children he's had to be artificial insemination because his junk is like really fucked after a botched penis enlargement surgery, which, if it's true, is fucking hilarious. Because of all the people you would have expected to go in for that sort of thing. Oh yeah. No, those books are fucking beautiful, dude. They're both from the same company. And yeah, one of them centers more around Wipeout, which was one of the initial, because I played Wipeout on the PlayStation 1 when I was quite young, and the music and the design influenced me massively. Like I got heavily into design and art after that. So yeah, it's really nice to have a book of, you know, all of that artwork so I can go through it again. And I won't go through it now. I mean, maybe when we do it, if we could do a desk stream one day where I sort of go through these art books that I've got, and I could zoom in for you guys so you could see and we could talk about it. Because yeah, some of them are really fucking beautiful. I've got a handful of them dotted about the place. I think they're just classified as like coffee table books. But yeah. We could obviously get it flat out on the desk and then have the camera zoomed in so you guys can see the pages, and I could just sip coffee and we could talk about the design and everything. I don't know how long that would last, but yeah. Oh shit. I love the fact that they don't jump out of the way. You can just fucking haymaker them. That makes me fucking chuckle. Well, fuck, I'm actually jealous now. I mean, I don't know how much they cost. I don't know how much they are. They're not, I mean, they're not cheap, but they're also not eye-wateringly expensive. What are we saying? 40 quid? So yeah, 40 quid for a book that big with, I don't know how many years and years, but it's the publisher's Thames and Hudson. So yeah, they're not massively expensive. And the graphic archives. So yeah, Thames, 65 quid. If you buy it directly from them, brand new, 65 quid. Okay, so yeah, they're not that cheap. But yeah. The Wipeout Futurism is 45 quid. Vinyl album covers, Chris Ashworth. I know that name. Oh, chat. I'm going to spend all my fucking money on books. Spend all my money on books that I love flicking through. Excuse me. That I love flicking through. But then when I leave them out, people are like, oh, look, he's showing off. You know, I'm like, no, just, I love a well put together book. You know, a book full of interesting anecdotal evidence and examples of the history of, it's just nice to have a little repository of what something is and was. And these companies, these publishers that make these books, they know what they're doing. They've got me by the fucking short and curlies, and I have all these fucking stupid already added to my wish list. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, add them to your wish list and keep an eye. Have a look on Amazon. You might be able to find a hardback version, or if you're okay with a softback version, because it's the information. I mean, I bought the hardbacks because I want to keep them for a long, long, long time, and I do flick through them a lot. And obviously, the softbacks, they do start to get a bit rough around the edges. It's nice to have a sort of a substantial spine and some leaves that hold the book together and stop it getting dinked and destroyed. Although the thing that fucking breaks my heart is when I order the hardback because I want a good copy of the book and I pay 112, £200 for a book, and it arrives and the fucking corner is dented. I'm like, motherfucker, this is why I wanted the fucking hardback, so it wouldn't get fucking destroyed. Fucking take care with this shit, man. It's fucking expensive. And the thing is, then I feel fucking stupid sending it back. I'm like, hi, by the way, this was delivered with an enormous dent. They're like, I'm sorry, we can't replace it. That's not our fault. And the postal company's like, well, fuck, it's a book, mate. Did it arrive? Yeah. There you go. So I'm like, it's one of my biggest pet peeves, is ordering a really posh book that's expensive, but I know it's going to have a bunch of information in there that when I need some inspiration, flicking through that book will be my fucking, be my guiding light. And it arrives and the fucking corner of it's all fucking destroyed. I'm like, you absolute fucking clowns. Like, I could have ordered the soft, if I didn't care about it being fucking destroyed, I would have just ordered the softback version. But I know it would just fall apart and the spine falls off, and then the fucking, each section of pages that's folded over starts to fucking fall apart. If you flip through them too much, and obviously it's silly that a book should fall apart when you flip through it because it's a book, right? You're supposed to flip through it, but getting a proper book that's bound like a proper book, a proper book, that's bound. It's got like a big old wax seal, big old fucking like glue seal holding all the pages in there. There's actually a book inside the book, and then put this on the outside to protect it. I need to fucking not do that because it's quite a heavy book. It might fucking knock the desk over. Excuse me. Right, what have you got? Yeah, we're going there, aren't we? 5-starred. Hey, that's not too bad, but we're not doing that just now. We're going to Hartman's lab. It's quite far away. Kiwi bones, okay. I mean, should we do this on foot just for the atmosphere? There's a bunch of fucking enemies outside, but yeah. I might leave my truck here where the Magellan is and see what it's like doing it on foot.
You're always welcome, right?
Like a glove. When I'm with you, I don't wanna be with. Anything else for materials? Okay. Okay, breadcrumbs, come on. So yeah, we've got a bunch of stuff in the truck that I'm not sure we really need. So we need to move some bits and pieces to our private locker. We don't really use those or that or that. They're worth keeping. We'll pop that. And then we've got a bunch of delivery stuff. Put that in the private locker. I'm going to leave the truck here. Cool. So we've got a few bits and pieces on our back, but nothing too strenuous. So right here, I'm going to create a save because I'm not sure what's going to happen. I want a proper save just in case. I'll do a cheeky little quick save as well. Still on my mission to pick up a copy of City of Darkness, Life of Kowloon, Walled City. I bet some of the photography in that book is absolutely spellbinding because, yeah, I've met one or two people that have been on photography, you know, project expeditions through some of the back streets of Kowloon, and yeah, it looks like the dingy, if it's what I'm thinking of, it looks like one of the scariest, dingiest, craziest places on the planet. But I got a similar book to the ones the Wipeout one my brother got for me, and I got him a book not too long. Actually, is there a transponder? Because I don't really care about the delivery. I've already 5-starred them. I don't really care. So I think there is, you know, I think there is a transponder really not too far away from where we're going. We're going to Hartman's lab. And I can transpond to there. I can transpond that. Yes, I can. Let's go. Oh shit, does it put the cargo? I forgot, does it put the cargo away? Is that how it's balanced? You can just go, but it fucking takes the cargo away. Oh shit, no.
Ah, I see you came here by way of the transport.
Oh shit.
That's good thinking. It's a rather quick and efficient way to get from point A to point B, isn't it? For my part, I'll have a crack at assessing several potential routes for your next main order.
Oh shit, excuse me.
We can discuss them when we take a look at the map later on.
From previous I've seen, it looks jaw-dropping, and oh my god, I want it, yeah. Always been fascinated by the Kowloon Wall City, even named my wife up. Really? Okay.
This is Charlie.
Clarify the reason pisses me off because someone genuinely does something due to their issues. People don't excuse it, but when they do, when the rich guy does it, hypocrisy because they don't care about the fact that he has an issue. They do it because he's rich. Do something. Yes. Sorry.
That being the case, we'll need to utilize the way stations situated between the two sites. The device required to activate them is stored at this facility. Collect it before embarking on your journey to the distribution center. You know what to do, Sam. We'll rendezvous on site later.
Okay, so... Oh, that is still...
Welcome back, sir. I see you found the missing cargo of mine.
Now displaying your current order grade.
Order completed.
So, did I leave everything behind in the private locker? Yeah, it did, didn't it? Okay, that's not quite what I was hoping for, so... Shit, can I beach jump from here? Or have I just completely fucked myself? I think I might need to load back up, chat. I need to listen to that cutscene again anyway. Facility features. Oh, beach jump. I can jump back. Okay, cool. We can jump back. But yeah, I may as well, you know, because I've left the cargo behind, so I'm going to have to fucking anyway. So anyway, what I'm going to have to do is load up this one. And from here. So we're going to have to make the journey. We can't transpond, obviously. That's cheating, of course. But yes, I think yes, there are people that would there are people that argue that because Elon Musk is autistic, that's why he does the things he does. It's like, no, it's because, you know, actually he's not that good of a person. Sorry, but he isn't. And yeah, he's obviously blaming autism for certain things because he knows it's less likely to garner backlash. doing Trump. Yeah, exactly. It was fucking. There's no way. Don't think there's any way to teleport cargo. It's like, yes, the Magellan won't do it at the moment. Well, I don't think it will. It's got to stay here and defend the. So we're going to have to find a way to get onto zip lines. And I think this is our closest zip line. And then from here, I'm hoping zip lines will carry us up to the mountains. And then from the mountains, we can go down to... if we were to go there, we could ride the monorail all the way to the metagenomicist, which is the bulk of the journey, if we're being honest. And then there's zip lines up here that I hope will take us across. So yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll head for the for Terminal Fort Knot and use their monorail to take us. Because yeah, that makes the most sense. That's the most logical thing to do. I should think. I know it sounds like cope, but yeah, here I am deciding to do this on foot with only one weapon. This is a bad idea. But once we get to Hartman's lab, we can create a save, and from that save, if we need to. Oh shit! I'm going this way. Sorry. Pay attention. But no, there's also. I mean, I don't think it's a full blown I don't think anyone's actually turning on. Pedro Pascal, but I'm starting to see posts surface where people are saying, oh yeah, he gets anxiety and suddenly needs to touch people, and that's not, okay. But people just seem to just allow it, and he'll sort of start gripping people's hands and touching people in interviews and stuff, and apparently he does it because he's anxious. And some people seem to be on board with it because they reciprocate, but a lot of people are looking at it as it's kind of strange. Because it's not something I've not seen somebody else mention that before, where reaching out and touching somebody else soothes their anxiety. In fact, people that I've seen, people that are my friends that have had, when I've seen people having, panic attacks, touching them is the last thing they want. They don't want to be touched. They want to, even though you're trying to comfort them, normally, touching somebody on the shoulder and saying, it's going to be okay, it's going to be okay. They don't want to be touched. They're currently in this mega sensory overload kind of situation. They don't want anything adding to that whatsoever. Can we really not climb down here? I have to go this way instead. Excusez-moi. But yeah, I don't doubt that it's perfectly possible that somebody that could have anxiety and maybe having a friend that's close to them to sort of comfort them physically slightly would be helpful. But yeah, it's not something I've seen before, but people are calling it out, and I'm not sure if it's okay to call that out, because if that's a coping mechanism for their anxiety, then and as long as everybody that's involved is consenting, I don't think anybody's recoiled at his touch. But he has reached out to touch somebody's hip, and then the partner of the person who's standing right there is like, fuck are you doing? Touching my wife right in front of me. Who the fuck are you? So it has created a bit of friction with some people. Because, if you don't understand, it might be a bit difficult to process, right? Yes, some of our daughters can come off wrong, and yes, we can sometimes do stuff that's against social norms, and that can make us look like bad people, but the salute, I'm sorry, yeah, there's nothing evidence. And the thing is, there were people that have autism in the comments. I've lived as an autist my entire life, 27 years old, and I've never accidentally done the Nazi salute. I'm sorry, that's fucking ridiculous. He's actually doing it because people who he does to the co-workers and friends are willingly consenting. Yeah, if it's something they've discussed with them beforehand, then maybe it's perfectly fine and above board, but it is a bit strange. But yeah, I've seen, I can't remember who it was, but yeah, somebody sort of moved his hand away and just fucking stared him straight in the face. And yeah, that's obviously not the response somebody who's anxious wants, but unfortunately that's the one they got. Most of them they do wrong, they work on it. And yeah, using stuff as a... It's something I've noticed where you've got a group of people that are genuinely afflicted with something, and they're trying to explain how that changes the way the world works and or is for them. But then you've got a demographic of people who are like, okay, well, this is great. We can use this to leverage favorable treatment, right? If I just say this, this, and this, and it creates this morally grey area where you've got people that are genuinely, you know, afflicted by something, are being sort of, you know, muddled in with people that are just doing it either for attention or for special treatment, right? And I'm not saying there's any sort of ratio to it. I'm not saying that, you know, I'm not trying to discredit anybody. But yeah, it's clear that people have latched onto that, and there are people that are taking advantage of it when they shouldn't. And there are people that are genuinely suffering, that are struggling to get the support they need because they're muddled in with a bunch of people that are clearly not actually afflicted by it. They're just looking for the treatment it gets. Thing is, us people with issues don't usually do that. Would explain, yeah, exactly. And a lot of people that I've met will be quite happy to explain what they struggle with, why they struggle with it, and how it works. And it makes perfect sense. But it's when someone's like, no, because of this, you can't do that. I'm like, sorry, but no, that's not how that works. You know, if I see you behaving like any other normal social person with a bunch of people, but then suddenly, you know, you're saying that you have social anxiety and autism, and that's why you can't accommodate a very small trivial request at somebody else's benefit, you know, because of, you know, suddenly you have all these issues. It's like, do you really though, or are you just saying that because you don't want anyone to fucking expect anything from you? You want special treatment. I know this sounds a bit cold-hearted. Like I say, there are people that, I'm not saying that, you know, it doesn't exist. People do genuinely suffer with this stuff, but the thing that pisses me off is that they're suffering with it whilst other people use it as a fucking tool to leverage favorable treatment, which is massively insulting to the people that are genuinely suffering, and it massively complicates the diagnosis process, because you've got people that are pretending to have a disability because of the benefits that come with being diagnosed with one, talking to doctors about their symptoms, which could be recorded as evidence and, you know, could be used in research, when it's fucking, it's false data. It's not valid. You know, it doesn't help generate research which is going to help understand the afflictions that the people that genuinely do feel afflictions of being afflicted by. Because you've got a bunch of people saying, oh yeah, I have that, and I have that, and I have that, and yeah, no, I don't have that, but they're giving doctors information that they then have to try and filter through to see what's worth listening to, and that harms the research that's going to help people that have these afflictions, that actually have these afflictions, get the help that they deserve, not just what they need, but what they fucking deserve. Because, you know, we're an advanced society of people, you know, we should be able to provide for the people that have these afflictions, but because we're so busy trying to figure out who's trying to get special treatment for nothing, we can't really tackle the issue. What's that? Willem Dafoe thing, yeah, it's just, he's joking, like, oh, behave you. Oh, okay, so it was a joke. So it was Willem Dafoe, okay. I thought it was fucking Christopher Walken for a second, but then I thought, no, I don't think it was. And when I'm anxious, applying a bit of pressure does help. Feasibly, Pedro could be on the same. If anxious, he puts their hand on the shoulder. Yeah, because the thing is, like, when he went to hold someone's hand, I was like, okay, that's fairly sort of, you know, innocuous. That doesn't really make, you know, that's not too bad. But there's, you know, lots and lots. Now everyone's looking up and finding clips of all sorts of other times where, like, he's like put his hand like quite low down on somebody's hips. It's like, but like I say, I've only seen a handful of posts. And I thought, you know, it's crazy. I can't see the world turning on Pedro Pascal. They've been in love with him for the last year and a half. And the guy's fucking in everything, you know, they're in every film at the moment. They're really having a bit of a surge, and fair play to him, you know. But yeah, I saw a few people posting. I was like, okay, so now the hate's starting to surface. That's, like I say, you know, in this world, even if you do end up as one of the lucky ones that gets really successful, you're only going to get fucking torn down. You know, it's almost as if society loves to put people on a pedestal so they can relish tearing them down, putting them really high up so they can make them fall from a greater height. It's almost sadistic. One of my original reply, never judge, I want to know any. Exactly, I don't know the full story, so I can't say with any, you know. I'm going to head out. Thanks for the stream. Severos, thank you for hanging out, dude. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Hopefully I'll see you again soon. I might see you in Kate's tomorrow, possibly, if I'm lucky. But yes, thank you for hanging out, dude. I appreciate it. Like I say, as a smaller creator, it's really nice to have people to come and hang out with. Have a good one. Understanding, not for people to brush it off or excuse our behaviours, not for people to blow it up at us. Yeah, the thing is, I feel as if, like, I mean, obviously my dyslexia doesn't really sort of, you know, compare. It's a much less of an affliction. It's much less, it has much less of an impact on my day-to-day life, and I have been able to train and learn around it. So I have learned to sort of, you know, incorporate myself into the same kind of social constructs and hierarchies and, you know, understandings of spelling and everything else. But I had to do it in my own way. The school that I went to, despite being a very expensive school, wasn't really equipped to deal with somebody with dyslexia. And maybe that's because they didn't want to acknowledge the fact that I was dyslexic, but either way, I have since then spent a considerable amount of time trying to read and listen to people, you know, speak correctly and also very advanced, you know, kinds of, you know, speech, so that I can try and learn how to enunciate and, you know, what's the word, elucidate my thoughts into sentences that actually make sense. Because one of the things that, you know, dyslexia really affected me mostly was the fact that I had like thoughts and feelings, but I couldn't explain them. I couldn't tell people. The moment I was under any kind of emotional pressure, I just couldn't think of words. I couldn't explain myself. And because of that, you know, when somebody was asking, why did you do that? I was like, I don't know. I don't know why I did it. I don't know. I don't know why I did it. I can't explain to you why I was possessed to do it. I don't know. I don't know why I did it. What do you mean you don't know why you did it? You did it, didn't you? And I was like, well, yeah. So why? What were you thinking when you did it? I'm like, I don't know. And I just didn't know. And I was in this situation where I was like, I know that I thought it was funny, or I know that I thought it was exciting, but I couldn't convey that. I couldn't explain that. And that really... That's how I felt limited. That's where the limitation was apparent to me. Yeah, because when someone said you've got memory loss issues and also dyslexia, which means English is going to be very difficult because you have to learn a lot of English, and also dyslexia is going to make it difficult for you to read English. So although I struggled with English and reading and everything, the fact that I couldn't explain my feelings and my emotions when I was quite young, like 9, 10 years old, that was really, really sort of, you know, uncomfortable for me. And it kind of drove me to where I am today, where I'm fairly confident in being able to explain things in a way that I think makes sense and is succinct and not overly verbose or loquacious or whatever. I don't tend to use more words than I absolutely have to. And when I feel passionate about something, I'm mostly able, not completely obviously, but I'm mostly able to put that passion into the words I choose to use when I'm describing something effectively enough, not perfectly, but effectively enough so that the person I'm talking to understands my passion for something. And that feels good. Being able to talk about something I love and have it apparent to the person I'm speaking to that I love it, which is something I imagine that may have, you know, entered into your mind, Stabby, as somebody with autism, is explaining something that you're hyper passionate about, but making them get it. Like if you have a hyper focus, trying to explain to somebody what you love about it, obviously you know what you love about it because you love it. However, explaining that to somebody else in a way that rationalizes it and or justifies it is not always as easy. 100%, friend. Yes, 100%. So yeah, so I mean, maybe as well as the dyslexia, maybe there's a bit of autism in there as well, who knows. But yes, I've always strived to equip myself with a vocabulary that adequately allows me to explain how I feel about things, because I think being able to explain how I feel about things is one of the main ways in which I connect with people. You know, I could talk to people about what they think about design and everything else, but you know, when they talk about design in this kind of clinical, kind of very sort of matter of fact kind of way, they don't really have any passion or enjoyment in what they're saying. They understand design and they kind of fit more into the art historian category, where they know lots about the history of something, but they don't have any genuine passion for it. They're good at remembering it. Whereas me, I'm much more about, you know, allowing the passion for something I have to kind of take the wheel. You know, Jesus, take the wheel, passion, take the wheel, and explain what it is I loved about Death Stranding 1 and what it is I love about Metal Gear Solid games and why I love Disco Elysium and why I think Red Dead Redemption is so incredibly brilliant in most ways, you know. And I think being able to accurately describe that is one of the things I will concede that I am quite good at when it comes to streaming, is talking about games and talking about how I feel about games and talking about the way game mechanics play out and the feeling I'm left with. I feel as if I'm quite good at that. That's one of my qualities, I think. But there are lots of other qualities I need to work on, definitely. Okay, you messed up. This what you did. You should have done. You're okay. You're not in trouble. Just be careful. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a difference between guidance and judgment. I think guidance and judgment are two things that some educators get mixed up. Is they think if they keep judging children for making mistakes, they'll just miraculously stop making mistakes, and it's just not how it works. Whereas if you guide people to the right context and the right information, and the process of guidance allows their brain to be engaged in the process of learning what you're trying to teach them, because you're guiding them to it, you're not pushing it in their face, you're making them go to it rather than pushing it to them. I think that's how you might probably be able to get some stuff to really sort of, stay. Because at school, when they were just reading stuff out to me and I was supposed to be writing it down, and I agree that when you hear something and you see something and then you convert it into words with your hand, you're pushing it through various different parts of your brain. You're taking the information in visually or auditorily, and then you're changing that information into what needs to be written on the page. And because you're doing that, you're forcing it from your perception into your active, or that makes your hand do something. And because you're forcing it through that reinforces the synaptic pathways in your brain, which helps you remember it. But yeah, I couldn't write quick enough. I just fucking couldn't keep up. My hand would cramp up like crazy, and I was writing, but it wasn't English. It was just gobbledygook because I couldn't keep up. And yeah, as a result, I didn't learn very much, unfortunately. Same, always watch forward, then pop in to talk nonsense together. But yeah, you pop in and out, which is fine. Nothing wrong in it. Life is straight enough with rules and less happy humans. Yes, there's all sorts of rules and regulations that over time we learn how to redefine and create a framework that's better suited to the culture of the day. We find that whereas the very sort of binary understanding of male versus female and masculine versus feminine, it doesn't quite do the job. It's not the right kind of measurement. Just tip that a little bit because it's not quite straight and it's making my OCD trigger a little bit. But yeah, it's very strange to me how people that are constantly talking about how they are more manly or more masculine than others. They're more masculine than others. They're more manly than others. But they don't understand that in and of itself, any statement that alludes to that fact is confirming that there is a spectrum, or at least a scale of masculinity from, borderline effeminate to as masculine as it gets. And they sit on the side of more masculine, which confirms that there must be like degrees and shades of grey of masculinity, and therefore there are degrees and shades of grey of femininity, and there's probably a little bit of an overlap in the middle where masculine and feminine overlap, and you get sort of more androgynous people that don't really sort of go either way. They're not really masculine, they're not really feminine, but that's what they're most comfortable presenting to the world as, and that's perfectly valid. But the fact that lots and lots of this rhetoric is put forward as that's a masculine thing and that's a feminine thing, but they also, on the other hand, will say things like, oh yeah, I don't do that girly shit, I'm too manly for that. Some men are way too soft, I'm a manly man, I'm really masculine. So what you're implying is that there is a spectrum, there is a scale, and the concept that you've got this spectrum that goes from one end to the other, and the fact that it crosses over in the middle, and rather than thinking of it as fully masculine to fully feminine, phasing in and out, well, you need to think of it as two scales of masculinity and femininity that kind of overlap in the middle, which is why you get these people that don't quite fit in the sort of traditional binary system of understanding. So, you're confirming it, you're confirming that there's a spectrum, and because the whole male, female, masculine, feminine, you know, definition is a social construct. It's only the best job we could do at the time. You know, it's the best we could come up with at the time based on the information and the research and the studies that we did. Time has moved on and we understand a lot more now. So, you know, those definitions are wholly out of date and no longer do justice to help classify and, you know, represent the various different kinds of identities that exist. So, you know, let people be what they want to be. It doesn't fucking affect you. Leave them alone. Stop trying to force them to fucking agree with your worldview because you're too insecure to realize that the world doesn't revolve around you and your worldview is only one of many. But anyway, wholeheartedly agree. I appreciate your support and your agreement. Ella once asked me to talk about anything when she's driving. She wanted me to basically info dump, and I asked her about stuff and not caring actually remembered or not. Well, yeah, and this is it. Some people like to have somebody in the passenger seat talking. If you've got somebody that's autistic and they talk about, you know, certain kinds of, like, you know, aircraft engine or, you know, trains, or I don't want to talk about the obvious stuff, but, you know, certain kinds of transmission, certain kinds of engine layout, you know, they talk about, you know, they can talk for fucking days on a topic, you know. And yeah, some people really appreciate having that sort of background noise, that sort of ambience of conversation. Fuck off. Oh, I had those blood grenades. Blood grenades would have been a good idea, breadcrumbs, but, you know. Phantom Smith, we're actually going to go back that way at some point. Oh, they're all fucking extra large as well. Oh, I'm not going to be able to fucking carry them. Oh, leave me alone, you fucking bats. That's why I say I'm less conforming as such than X-person. Yeah, it's just, you know, like, you know, they talk about people being pansies and how manly they are, and it's like, so you're confirming that masculinity is a scale. You're confirming that your gender identity and the social construct behind it is a scale. And if it's a scale, then people can exist upon that scale in different positions. And those different positions can be used to not define, but to classify in some small part why people behave a certain way. And before you know it, you're starting to do some social sciences and you're starting to understand behavioral sciences and why people do the things they do. And then before you know it, you've got a bit of context that allows you to understand that not everybody is like you. And there's lots of different kinds of people that have different views on things because they have different priorities and preferences and fears, you know, about the world. But anyway, apologies. We do have an ad break coming up, so sorry to cut that conversation short, but we'll get back to it when we come back. But yes, you guys know the drill. I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free. Get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without the alerts going off, please feel free. Info 40k law should be a crime. CP, welcome back. She managed to remember what the call was in Cash Gotcha. Quite learning in the first school, and they correct me always. Maybe look stupid. I only had good school notes with good teachers. Yes, and making children feel stupid in a class full of people when you don't know how anxious that person gets in public spaces, it's a bit fucking archaic and a bit fucking inconsiderate. Making somebody feel stupid in front of a class might make them want to try harder, or it might make them hate school and everything about it, and they'll completely and emotionally disassociate themselves from it and never really give it the chance it needs to help them learn. So yeah, we need to understand anxiety, depression, and autism. We need to understand this stuff more. So we need more research. You know, we need to understand it more so we can help these kids learn in a way that works for them. Because, you know, I didn't fucking understand stuff at school. When I left school, I found ways to learn it myself. So I taught myself from the ages of like 15 onwards. So I was a complete moron until I was 15, you know, education-wise. I'm still a moron in lots of ways these days. But I learned how to fucking speak the language and, you know, do bits and pieces they expected of me to get a job because I needed to. But I had to do that in my own way. You know, I couldn't do it the way they wanted me to do it. I couldn't remember things the way they wanted me to remember. It didn't work. Exams, the whole exam thing, like, you know, exams that make people feel like they're better than others because they've got a better memory. when there's a bunch of really talented, intelligent people in that room that just can't quite remember all these random chunks of information that mean nothing to a 12-year-old child. Yeah, it's not a very good way of measuring intelligence, I'm afraid. It should be an IQ test. There should be more IQ test-focused stuff in schools. Figuring out that there's a 12-year-old that perfectly understands, you know, frameworks and understandings of, you know, quantum physics, you know, at such a young age. They can picture in their mind all these dimensions and how they intersect, and that means that they have the kind of brain that needs to go down that avenue. But instead, it's just learn maths, learn English, become a fucking competent member of the fucking working class, and then just go and pay tax. And that's that. Anyway, the outbreak started. I'm going to pop you guys over there. I'll be right back. And then we'll carry on. Hopefully, we'll make it to Hartman's lab before the end of the stream. But yes, I'll be back shortly. Anyway, I just R1. Oh, look at that! We did a fucking Dark Souls roll. Fucking check it out, boys. Lyrics switched. You guys know when they call that open-faced sandwiches. It's not a sandwich. Yeah, it's not open-faced. A deconstructed sandwich. Motherfucker, you just didn't make the sandwich, alright? You just put the ingredients on the plate. There's nothing deconstructed about it. It was never constructed to begin with. This is the thing. They call it deconstructed. You didn't make it and then unmake it. You just put the ingredients on the plate. You have done no deconstruction. It is a lie. Do not let these restaurants that charge 60 quid for a sandwich tell you that something is deconstructed. It's not. You never made it to begin with. You haven't deconstructed anything. You're full of shit and you're not getting a tip, alright? Anyway.
Are you prepared to commit a cardinal sin?
Let's throw a croissant at somebody.
Una buona giornata. Take your distance, pal.
And it's very, very powerful that I wanted to amass as much money and guns and loot and everything. I wanted to have all the best loot. I wanted to have a bunch of money. I wanted to have all the guns. I wanted to upgrade all the guns. I wanted to have all the best stuff. And then I realized Arthur Morgan was going to die. And it made me realize that none of that shit actually matters. And that, hands down, is one of the most significant things a game has made me feel for a very long time. I suddenly didn't give a fuck about the money. I didn't give a fuck about getting a cool hat or a cool gun with engravings on it. And I gave away as much money as I fucking could. I gave away, I fucking did so many missions and I refused to accept rewards and I gave people money because I realized I wasn't going to need it. I just didn't want to be a loot goblin. I realised I didn't need to have these, but there was no point. Can we not attach this one? Ow! That's what I get for fucking around. Fuck around and you find out, chat. I just grab the item. I got the Old Lord's talisman though, so I got the talisman. Oh, and I got my runes back. Fucking hell, excuse me. Oh, for a second there, well, that tree had titties. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. I understand all genders, but I still call people by their preferred pronouns because that's how they identify. The more power to them. Exactly, yeah. Oh my goodness. I haven't heard a curse you bad in ages. Same school system fucked me up more than it helped, and ultimately I had to learn it on my own time. After I ran away from home, I just get to where I am. Yeah, and it's sad that, you know, you end up in a situation where, like, I fucking love that routine. It's a fucking good bit of dialogue. Teacher of primary school last year ended up shaming me in front of the class, not completing the work, and made me feel really dumb despite the fact I had ADHD. Another school, I moved down to a lower tier exams, even though all my teachers said I'm capable of doing higher tier. Some teachers even ignored the school and taught me higher exams. So, yeah, and I think that I rushed toilet quick. Enjoy yourself, Dennis. I'll see you in a second. Welcome back when you come back. I had only good memories of friends who behind me. Yeah, and like I think that it's important to consider the fact that the social interaction side of school is also a big consideration. There are, like, you know, there's a certain amount of socializing that tends to happen in the school settings that, you know, it's perfectly fine and, you know, manageable for, you know, a child who is not socially anxious, but a child that's anxious, you know, being in a classroom full of people and having to speak in front of a group of people, it's pretty traumatic for them. And is there not a zip line on this side? I thought there was. And that kind of traumatic experience makes them kind of a bit of a recluse, and that kind of reclusiveness is one of the things that's going to then govern their initial social interactions with the rest of the kids at school. And that's then going to sort of give them a bit of a bad taste about socializing, and make them kind of apprehensive of making friends in general, because they don't understand that it shouldn't really be like that. You know, you don't necessarily need to make friends in a pressured environment. You can make friends in environments where everybody feels comfortable. Because it's fucking pissing down with rain, I'm not going to be able to make it across that fucking river. And I swear I put down a ladder or a bridge down here. I swore I put a river here, a bridge here, or somebody else did. But anyway, I might have to try and do a running jump. But yes, I had forgotten that there is a reasonably substantial river here. So I'll do a save, because I don't think this is going to work very well. This could go quite wrong. Big up Mr. Casey, the head of the maths department at my secondary, for basically looking at me and seeing I was doing work way too fast and sitting there bored until and full on going, this stuff is too easy for you. Okay, I think we're capable of higher tier. So yes, like I say, I think it's important that schools are able to do a bit more investigation. No, that didn't work at all. Oh my god, it kind of did actually. He didn't jump because he was too heavy, but he just fucking walked through the water. Right, so let me grab this zip line here and see if this takes us anywhere. Hopefully there's a zip line all the way over there and then over that gap, because that would be pretty fucking cool. Why are people not putting a bend on? I need to go the other way anyway. Right, no I don't. Need to go this way. Okay, no, never mind. But yes, I think rather than trying to design a curriculum that's good enough for most kids, I think there should be, I mean, obviously teachers need to get paid a bit more anyway. But yeah, there should be time set aside for teachers to really sort of deep dive into what the apparent talents of a child in their class are, and therefore they can kind of start not forcing them down a particular path, but just being aware that yes, they might not be so good at maths, but if you look at how good they are at art, because that was it for me, you know, I was never very good at maths, and you know, I retook the exams and got a worse grade the second time, so it was not a good time getting my results. But yes, so I swear to God, we had a zip line over here some. The icons are so fucking difficult to see, dudes. Unless it's really dark like this, like it was in the first game where it was mostly dark terrain, you can see the icons. But when you get snow or this, it's so difficult to make out the icons. So yeah, I don't know if that's connected. So I'm over here, so I can't. I might just have to fucking head this way and just fucking walk. But yeah, more time for teachers to spend really getting to grips with what a child is good at, so that we can try and get them, you know, because like you say, you know, you'll be at school and there'll be some things that you find easy and other things you find very difficult. And as a result, you kind of end up in this situation where, because everybody's kind of different, the curriculum is kind of there to just try and teach you as much as it can within reason. But ultimately what you need teachers that are like, okay, let's get them onto a basic English program, basic maths, but they're very good at physics, or they're very good at biology, or they're very good at something. So we need to make sure that they're, you know, at least challenged and learning something in that area that's a bit more advanced. So obviously you might end up in a situation where you've got, you know, 9-year-olds sitting in a class full of 14-year-olds, which is something, you know, I remember sitting, you know, in art classes that were for kids that were much older than me, and they were kind of freaked out by me being there. But it was really useful for me to hear like the teacher talking about artists, and not just like, this is how you put paint on a piece of paper. It was like, this is Impressionism, this is Cubism and Romanticism, and this is, you know, Baroque and everything else like that. And I was like, damn, this is really sort of, you know, beautiful. They're like, yeah, it's fine art. It takes a lifetime to master. And I was like, okay, I'll just stick to doing stuff with computers now. That's a pretty good idea. Computers are getting more and more popular in the art world. So yeah. And I made a few bits and pieces, and you know, the teacher was genuinely really supportive. And I did a painting, which is actually over there. Can I destroy everything? But it's a painting of me doing a skateboard trick. I did a skateboard trick on the tennis courts, and we photographed it. And then I painted there from the photograph in this kind of like blotchy, kind of black and white, kind of scratchy sort of punk rock inspired style. And yeah, they printed it, and I sort of tore the edges to make it look a bit interesting. They're like, why did you do that? And I was like, no, I just thought the edges looked too straight compared to all the sort of lines we've got going on the actual piece of work. And he was, that's interesting, because it looks like a stamp. And I was like, I suppose it kind of does. And then a couple of days later, he handed me a letter, and I was like, is this for me? He's like, no, look at the stamp. And he printed it out really small as a stamp and used it to post something to somebody, and they'd sent it back with the same fucking postage stamp on there. And I was only like 12 or 11, but I was a skateboarder, so I was like, yeah, fuck the police. And he was like, it's against the law. And I was like, oh, I'll just add it to the list, you know. I'm just not bothered. But yeah, I can tell that the teacher was like really sort of interested in what I was doing. And then after that, I went to go interview at some colleges, and they said that, you know, your maths and English isn't good enough, but we can put you on this course. If you pass this course, that can then allow us to then consider you for the course you want to go on. So I did this other course that was all art and design stuff, and you know, I did pretty well, and got onto the higher national diploma, the HND. And yeah, unfortunately, the teacher that was, you know, that I wanted to go and be taught by, they moved to somewhere else, and I had a different teacher when I became, because I wanted to go there and be taught by that guy the first 2 years, but I had to do this other course to prove I was good enough for the course I wanted to do, which was the 3-year course. In that 2 years, the teacher I wanted to be taught by had moved on, and there was this other teacher, and I don't think she was a particularly good teacher.
Daddy Dennis says, what is the hardest thing in skateboarding? Concrete.
Which is very true, Dennis. Concrete is the hardest bit. But no, tray flips. No, not even tray. I mean, tray flips are, you know, actually tray flips are technique, but yeah. I mean, obviously the hard flip is called hard flip for a reason, but still. Switch tray flips are probably pretty fucking difficult. Switch hill flips are probably quite fucking difficult. I suppose it changes from person to person, I suppose. I'll just add it to the list. Add it to the list is crazy. But yeah, no, I had this teacher, and she spent the majority of the time talking with the female students, and occasionally she would walk over behind me and this other guy, and she would offer some criticism about what we were doing, and she'd go back to having a chat. And granted, I fucked up. I had a plan for what I wanted to do for my final major project, and a lot of things went wrong, and the computer that I was using to render some of the 3D artwork I was going to use, the computer crashed. It didn't complete the render. The video file was corrupted, so it wasn't just, you know, it missed a couple of frames. It corrupted the whole fucking video, because this was back, you know, in the times of an AVI container containing video data, and AVI was not the most robust code. It worked, but it wasn't the best code, let's be honest. Thank God for MP4 and H.264 since. But still. So yeah, my final major project was significantly less visually compelling. But I still managed to put something together, and I was still happy with what I put together. It wasn't quite as amazing as I was hoping, but I still thought it was pretty good. I was still hopeful. But no, they failed me. And yeah, I clearly didn't really take it very well, because, you know, here I am, you know, 20-something years later, maybe even 25 years later. And yeah, it's silly because, you know, I know that the people they passed, they didn't go into design. They're not designers now. You know, they're fucking, hardly anyone's a fucking designer now. The guy that I sat next to, who was really hard working, he was much more focused and, you know, much less of a loose end like me. He went into design. He passed, but he went into design. But yeah, they gave me a pretty harsh mark on my final major project, and yeah, I've never really fully agreed with them. And they said it's fine. You can resit the last year of the course again. It's £1,000, and I was like, no, like, no, are you fucking kidding me? Like, my parents have already given you a substantial amount of money for this qualification, and now, because, you know, and the thing is, I don't want to sound bitchy. I really don't, because I know it doesn't serve you well in the art world. You know, critique is critique, blah blah blah. Some of the shit that other people turned in for their final major project, the opportunity with barely any brief to prove all the skills that you'd learned. Some of the stuff that was handed in was so fucking primitive. Stuff that probably shouldn't have got a passing grade in the first year. But, you know, I guess that's one of the important lessons they never taught me, is that it's not how good you are as a designer, how much of a people person you are. Because maybe if I was more of a people person and got along with the tutor better, maybe I'd have got a better grade, but, you know.
Be sure to take as long as you need to rest before tackling more work. All right? For my part, I'll have
but yeah, I've continued to design things on my own terms, on and off, for friends and for people that I believe in, and I've had much more fun doing that. And I've continued to design things. I designed stuff for my stream. I was designing stuff for my friends' bands before I started streaming. And I normally find something to design stuff for, so, you know, I've kept doing it. So don't do it as a job, but yeah, I haven't let myself get too sloppy.
To address this, we've decided to reroute network traffic through the F7 North Distribution Center. However, the distance is too great for us to establish a direct connection at this time. That being the case, we'll need to utilize the way stations situated between the two sites. The device required to activate them is stored at this
AVI barely worked. Yeah, it was fucking sketchy, right? You'd open a video and it was like, okay, I think this is a video file.
You know what to do, Sam. We'll rendezvous on site later.
Little bubba. Right, let's deliver all this junk. Get all this out of the way. That's it. You sit down and be a normal boy for a little bit.
And thanks for coming. Bringing up the orders now. You brought me. You really went up.
Cool. So we've suddenly started to deliver, and the porter grade is going up.
Thank you.
Suddenly started to grow.
Order completed.
Right.
Well done.
I think that was everything. Have we got anything to entrust? Pizza chef, yeah, pizza chef and the pioneer. We can entrust that lot. So I will quickly take a nap and a shower. And then, yes, I think we're going into that giant, great big fucking pond. So I think it'll be coffin board. Oh no, it won't be on the network, will it? So a coffin board won't do the trick. I wonder what's going to happen. You have to skip twice to skip the shower scene. Right, back to the surface. Right, let's actually do some fucking story. Sorry, chat. Got a bit distracted with a few orders we had floating around. We've still got a bunch of stuff that we need to deliver. It's crazy. Right, what do we got here? Deliver network stabilizer to... Oh, it's over there. Okay, so... okay. I mean, from here, we can get down to the road, and from the road, we can get down to the monorail system. Yeah. We've obviously got a ton of orders. All of these people... Oh, there's an order there for this person. Which is not very heavy at all, so that's fine. Everyone else is 5-starred. But yeah, not interested. But we will take these two.
Listen up, Sam. The F7 North Distribution Centre is a long ways away. And by my reckoning, there's a number of different viable routes.
Mm-hmm.
The shortest, most direct path would involve you cutting through the snowy mountains. A dangerous proposition, to say the least. You might find zip lines, ladders, and other structures en route to make your life a little easier. But without those conveniences, you'll need to make that deadly trek the hard way. If you're still keen, make sure you pack all the mountain climbing essentials and then some. Alternatively, you could forego the mountain route and circle round to take advantage of the roads to the east. Though if they're still in disrepair, or there aren't any bridges or other structures available, you'll need to come prepared to put in some work. Finally, heading west around the mountains would mean retracing your steps and going back the way you came. A fair few porters have already made use of that route since you paved the way. I imagine you'll find it easier going than the first time through. That route will also bring you close to the monorail. Get it up and running, and you can catch a ride too. Ultimately though, the route you take and the methods you utilize are entirely up to you.
I mean...
So take a moment to weigh your options and prepare as you deem fit.
I mean, all of that dialogue just seems completely unaware of all of the work that I've done. Like, there's no mention of the fact that I see you've built a number of zip lines on the mountain. You've made several deliveries on the mountain. So you seem to be quite comfortable dealing with that terrain. You know, I can see you've put the work in to build the road, and, you know, and the monorail is obviously what we're going to use. The monorail will take us to here, and then we could just fucking walk up to it, you know. Because, I mean, we've got a zip line here. And then we've got to go down past those fucking... but yeah, I mean, we could also zip line it. I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of options we've got. So yeah, it's kind of a bit overly verbose. Yeah, the thing is, right, like, I've mentioned this before, how a lot of the Metal Gear games, they have this kind of layer of depth of your actions change the way the game functions in certain ways. And it sounds quite simple and quite trivial on the surface, but it's actually really, really sort of, you know, we've got a delivery for the ghost, so we're going that way because we've got a delivery for the ghost order. So we're going to use the road, and yeah, I don't know if there's any trucks we could find along the way, but yeah, we'll use the road because we've got a delivery for this guy. So I mean, yeah, I mean, Kojima games, they quite often can I fabricate a truck? No, of course not. I can fabricate a coffin board, which would trivialize the majority of this. So I think I'll do that. I think I'll treat myself to a coffin board, chat, if that's all right with you. But yeah, it does concern me that none of that dialogue seems to take into account the fucking... What are we on now? The 163 hours we've put in thus far, and none of the structures that we've built thus far that are all like they're all structures that the game is aware of. You know, I built them in the game, so yeah, it just, I don't know, that feels like a little bit of a letdown, I'm afraid, that the game doesn't really acknowledge the fact. And I'm not saying I want a pat on the back, I'm just saying that Kojima games would usually make mention of things like that. Like, I can see, you know, you've put a lot of effort, you've built, you know, numerous zip lines across the mountain area. You know, that could be very useful to you. But no, it's just like, that's the mountainous area, it's very difficult. So yeah, you know, you're gonna have to take some climbing gear with you. I was like, well, no, I've got a bunch of zip lines up there. No, I don't. But yeah, it just seems a bit sort of, you know, kind of irrelevant. You know, everything I've done feels irrelevant because that, yeah, all of that dialogue doesn't really reference it in any way, shape or form. I know people will say that level of depth is unrealistic, but no, Kojima's done it in numerous games. Numerous games where the things you do in the mid-game, the early and mid-game, they'll actually change what happens in the late game, you know. Destroying something, or, you know, shooting enemies in the head will, you know, they'll get bulletproof helmets to protect their heads, just stuff like that, you know, simple things like that that are not shoved in your face. They're not, you know, they're not deliberately tutorialized, and, you know, they're not shouted about. They're just little details that are there for people that notice little details, and I'm one of those people, as you know, as I'm sure you guys are aware. Yeah, it's the daytime. I really don't like the fucking, because it's awkward to shoot them. Kojima, why did you put all this fucking mass-produced garbage in here? It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Please excuse me, chat. I'm sorry. There's a handful of aspects that are kind of heavy-handed with how often they decide to become, you know, the main focus in what you're doing, and you can't escape the fucking combat. It's just every fucking turn, every fucking stretch of road, there has to be combat, and I don't fucking care about it. It doesn't excite me. It's just very, very primitive, kind of low-hanging fruit, obvious, you know, predictable kind of put the reticle on the target and pull the trigger, you know. And I haven't really developed anything that, you know, destroys these things quicker, but here we are going to abuse the fucking the quick save function. So we've got an order for the ghost hunter we could drop off along the way, and we could also go through this area down here, because it's now showing up. Now showing up as an actual icon. You see, how can I get away with that? How can I get away with that without damaging my cargo? Get that little jump I did earlier. Anyway. It is what it is, and it be what it be, but yeah, it's just that one thing that spoils, you know, it completely breaks the immersion and the feel and the atmosphere. It's like, oh look, another fucking gunfight. Can't wait to hover my fucking reticle over something and just hold the fire button indiscriminately. So yeah, I wouldn't consider the combat a strong point, and therefore it is kind of baffling to me how much of a focus the game puts on the player being in combat. Do you know what? I'm gonna fucking just ignore this for now, because this is taking the fucking piss. I'm just gonna go and do what the game wants me to do and stop getting distracted by this stuff, because yeah. I said I was gonna do some story at fucking 9 o'clock and it's now fucking 10 to 11. I've only got 10 minutes left before I'm supposed to wrap up, because I desperately need to get more sleep, dudes. I'm so bad at getting to bed at 1, 2 in the morning. I desperately need to get some more sleep. But the thing is, do I need to pick up some items? No. Is that okay? Cool. But yeah, the game is just like, it just wants to get into combat at the drop of a hat. And then the combat is like not super interesting. So it's just, I'm already bored of doing it. So the fact that it's so eager to get back to it, I'm like, you know, it's not like when I kill those things, they drop a bunch of really valuable loot or a bunch of chiral. You just kill them and they drop the weapons that they have, but the weapons they have are already below the level and cost and resources of the weapons I already own. So it's like, it's really not giving me anything resource-wise afterwards either. So it's kind of like I say, it's not where the game shines, you know? So the fact that it's like so prevalent seems weird to me. But yeah, those bikes don't have drivers. No, they're robots, aren't they? So yeah, well, they're ghost mechs, so to speak. But yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I don't want to be too critical of the guy. I don't want to come across the wrong way. But yeah, I can only be honest about this stuff. And yeah, if I'm being honest, it's been a difficult second album. It hasn't quite reached the level of the first one, and it seems to be kind of a bit confused about what it wants to be. It seems to be like one of those games that's stretching itself between too many things, and as a result, the cracks start to appear, and it's a real shame, because I have a great deal of love and admiration and respect for Hideo Kojima and the games that they create. So to play one of them that feels kind of a bit, you know, confused and unfinished, and not so much unfinished, but kind of, it feels like lots of things have been cobbled together without too much consideration as to how they really change the gameplay experience. There's lots and lots of stuff, and some of it is kind of game breaking, and some of it is kind of like pointless. Do you know what I mean? It's just like the vehicles are kind of game breaking. Like, you know, almost every delivery is an absolute doddle with a vehicle, you know, with a truck specifically. But then, you know, things like a few of the weapons we've been given and a few of the upgrades we've got to things have just not really played a part, even 160 hours in. They haven't really played a part, and that's a bit concerning, to be honest, because Kojima doesn't usually include fluff. Usually everything is like painfully relevant and useful. Give or take a couple of things, you know. There's definitely a few things in Metal Gear Solid that... Metal Gear Solid 2 has a few items that seem kind of pointless. But then, you know, even stuff like the... there's a cooling spray you get given. But this is kind of what I'm getting at. I'll try and use a Metal Gear Solid 2 as an example. So, an item in Metal Gear Solid 2 as an example. So, in Metal Gear Solid 2, you get this coolant spray, and you use it to create a cold enough temperature to render an explosive, you know, inoperable, right? Excuse me. So you get this icy cold spray, this compressed can of gas that's cold, and you use it to spray explosives to stop them exploding. Now, in lots of video games, you would get that item, you would use it, and the game would either never refer to it again, or it would take it away to save space for other items. But in Metal Gear Solid, you can use this cold spray to put out fires, to scare away bugs, which is an important bit for an escort mission later in the game, as well as spraying it in guards' faces. And there might even be some other uses for it. But you can see what I'm getting at is that Kojima includes things in games, and they allow these things to interact with other things, and that creates a kind of mechanical depth to the game that is really satisfying for the kind of player that appreciates that kind of thing. Is that I wonder if this will do what I think it will. Oh, it does. How clever is that? You know, not me, but how clever it is they thought that somebody would come to this conclusion, and they thought somebody would try this, so they programmed it to work. And when you look at how many little details there are in Metal Gear Solid 2, considering it came out on the PlayStation 2 when it did, it is fucking remarkable how much mechanical nuance that game has. Like, remarkable how many mechanical details and processes and frameworks and structures that are, you know, adhered to mechanically in that game for a PlayStation 2 game. And yeah, that's kind of what I've come to expect from Hideo Kojima games. And there was some of it in Death Stranding 1. I couldn't specifically think of an example off the top of my head, but I definitely remember thinking, oh yeah, that's kind of clever that they're still doing stuff like this, where they include, you know, the ladders can be used as bridges, and, you know, you can use the ropes to secure yourself when you're crossing a river, as well as climbing down the side of something steep. And a few other things as well. But yeah, in this one, like, that stuff's here, but it was already here, you know? And they haven't really... I mean, look at this coffin board. What does it do? It just makes it easier to travel over water, you know, and to travel in general. But that's about it, you know? Yeah. If I attach it to me... Ah! No, not discharge.
Let's get a move on.
If I attach it to me and then go to the terminal, what happens when I use the... what happens when I try and use the monorail? Ah, you can't load it onto the monorail. Okay. Okay. We shall see. We shall see. Oddly deaf to all the work. Exactly. The thing is, the game knows, like, what I've been doing, and it's games that are way less deep in, you know, depth, that have way less, you know, mechanical depth than Hideo Kojima games will reference things you've done in the game, because, you know, it's not difficult to set flags in memory that a character has done something, and therefore load this dialogue that, you know, actually makes mention of it to create some kind of, you know, realism or depth, is what I've been saying. But yeah, it's just the fact that it's like, you could do this, but, you know, what if the roads aren't built? You know, if the roads are built, you know? So, I don't know. It feels kind of rushed. That's not like Kojima. That's one of the reasons why they got sacked from Konami, because they refused to rush things. So, I will be interested, when we hit credits, I'll be interested to see if there were more directors and there were more people making creative decisions, because if that's the case, that would explain it. And unfortunately, yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at reviews yet, because I don't tend to look at reviews until I've finished, because I don't want to compare my opinion mid-game or late-game to a finished opinion. I also don't want to hear spoilers and stuff in the review, so I don't tend to check reviews until after I'm finished. But yeah, are we... Oh, hang on, are we coming up on... Oh, it's annoying I can't check the map from here. Because, yeah, if I jump off onto the road... No, let's just ride it the whole way, it's fine. In another streamer's community I'm part of, called Coffin Gang, because we told the streamer to use a coffin to do the Easter egg. Unrealistic of the guy who made the game where destroying a halo means it doesn't show up later. The guy who literally made ice melt in his game. Yeah, exactly. To be fair, the bikes are still better than anything Tesla can make. Shit, they're self-driving, actually. Do you know what? I don't know if it's Yamaha or maybe Suzuki, but they've created a gyroscopic bike, and it can adjust its suspension geometry to make it so that micro adjustments it's able to make quick enough can balance it. So this bike will follow you around. It's you know. Oh, it's Honda. It's Honda. Where's the video I saw? Here we go. The video I saw.
Still living in pain. Which to quote?
Living in pain because of your fucking adverts. Excuse me.
Pierre Southern of South Fort Knott, was it? To think his mentor was instrumental to the development of the DHV Magellan's propulsion systems. One could go so far as to say that he's one of our best
But look,
many fathers.
it follows you around like a little puppy.
All right, let's focus
And it's
on
self-balancing. It's, yeah. And obviously, you know, me and my friends, well, no, I don't ride motorcycles, but my friends that I know, my friends that ride motorcycles, we were all laughing about how some people would still find a way to fall off it. But yeah, the suspension geometry wouldn't work at full speed when you want to ride it. It like the rake sharpens up, so it actually handles like a proper motorcycle. But yeah, it can sort of slump down and it can turn the front wheel, and because of the suspension angle, turning the front wheel has enough of an effect to actually balance the thing, and it will just follow you around on the electric motor, which is so adorable watching people walk around the Honda showroom, you know, the Honda headquarters, you know, showroom. And this little bike's just following behind them. It's fucking hilarious, dudes. Like crazy how deep and interlocked all the mechanics in Metal Gear Solid 2, even by today's standards, it's fucking bonkers that they, so that's where the Magellan is, and this is where we're going. That's the mountain where all the zip lines are. So that's where we're going. I mean, I could have fabricated a vehicle back at that place, you know, but, you know, I've once again got to 11 o'clock and I'm not going to bed, you know. I want to see what happens. I think I owe you guys some story, and I want to see what the fucking story is. And I know that even if I did wrap up right now, I'm not going to fucking get to bed before 2 in the morning. It's just how it is at the moment. And I know my cholesterol's a little bit too high, and my blood sugar, they said my blood sugar was a bit too high, but not so high as to diagnose diabetes. So I don't have diabetes, thankfully. That's a big weight off my chest, but my blood sugar is high. Higher than it should be. A little bit elevated. But I know that if I was less stressed and I got more sleep, I would probably have less cholesterol. And if I had less cholesterol, my appetite and metabolism would probably change. And so I think it is just the sleep. But at the moment, even when I try, even when I think, right, it's 9 o'clock, I'll do a couple of bits and then I'll go to sleep. Like in 12:30, I finish something and I'm just like, oh my God, I'm so fucking sick and tired of technology. Everything is so fucking slow and useless, yet we've done so much work in making better technology. But it's fucking crazy to me how software has become so fucking bad. It's fucking genuinely insane to me how no matter how much of an advancement we make in hardware, and it is slowing down, we need the next big innovation in terms of chip technology for a start. But anyway, it's fucking crazy to me how software has become so bloated that the technological advances on the hardware side kind of don't exist. Like, you get a new computer and it just runs fairly normally because the new computer comes with new software, and the new software is full of bloat. And one of my favorite streamers, Medicato, they've moved over to Linux and they're streaming off of Linux. They're playing Witcher 3 and streaming off of Linux. So I'm thinking, you know, because I don't want to be in a situation where I'm basically fucking writing the OS myself over the course of several years, but I think it's time for us to depart from Windows, you know, in a fairly significant way. Because if we can't get them to make a Windows Lite that's just a very, very basic, very simple, very low key, and, you know, hopefully modular OS platform that we can all kind of adopt and build, because that's where it needs to go. That's not where it's going to go, because it's not profitable. But where things need to go is you get a platform, like Linux, but Windows based, so that executables and stuff just run, and the runtime environments exist and everything, and all of your redistributables are there when you need them. But you create a system where, much like I remember I had a Sony Ericsson phone, and I had a Sony Ericsson phone because Sony Ericsson phones came pre-packaged with a calendar app that was very useful, with a bunch of other little applications that were already on the phone that once you learned how to use them, they were really, really fucking helpful. And that was a big part of why I chose Sony Ericsson over Samsung back in the day. But then the concept of the iPhone came along, where you only download the apps that you want and that you need, and you kind of build the OS from there. And yeah, as much as I don't want laptops to become big phones, which is something that I think Apple is trying to push for, is they've done a lot of work on their Apple Silicon, and now they're trying to use Apple Silicon to power laptops because they want to move away from Intel. They don't want to be stuck on Intel's release cycle. But there are concerns that Mac OS, the operating system for laptops and desktop Macs, is starting to look more like iOS every update. And the thing is, even though Steve Jobs themselves said they would never do a touchscreen MacBook, because in testing, they said their arm got tired constantly holding, and also the screen gets filthy, which are two very valid criticisms. People say that's a fucking pathetic excuse, but no, that's actually a very, very, Steve Jobs decision that actually, yes, the touchscreen is useful, but it's also a pain in the ass. It's not elegant. It doesn't work as well as you think it does. Your hand gets tired. You get smudges all over the fucking screen. You keep cleaning the screen, so the screen gets all hazy because the chemicals you're using to clean it aren't doing it any good. So actually, touchscreen computers, and to be honest, there are touchscreen computers out there, but I don't see everybody using them. So actually, even though they exist in other forms, people haven't adopted them the way some people made out. So actually, I think they were in the right, because the argument always was, they make an iPad. Why don't they make an iPad with a keyboard? A bit of low roar. Why don't they make an iPad with a keyboard and just make the best Mac ever? But yeah.
Come on, what you got? Let's do this. Stands a shadow of a man shaped just like me. My curiosity keeps me confused. But still I stand here.
If the Y of you changes to L, gonna fucking cry. If this song is called Without You, but the Y changes to an L, I'm gonna fucking cry. The title's gone away now, but I have a feeling this is going to be quite painful.
Simply trouble my walk home and my spirit. Because I never said no or put up a fight.
Low roar always hits, man.
And I'm emotionally impaired. When I look at you, and I'm trying to keep these bones inside my skin. But my body's in the hole my shadow did.
Damn. Sorry. Ah, damn, sorry.
As
to maintain my position. The oil's dried from this heart of rusted tin. And I wonder if I survive this without you.
I mean, why would you want to shove a bunch of like forced combat into a game that can do something like that? It's so much more compelling in so many ways to just carefully fade in a bit of low raw when it really matters on the meaningful journeys. And just let the player fucking marinate in that fucking beautiful, bittersweet atmosphere. It doesn't need the combat. It doesn't need all the guns and the fucking other nonsense. It doesn't need it. It doesn't fucking need it. Get the PC version, mod it out so that you don't have to fucking shoot people. And just make it another nice game about making deliveries. Obviously, you know, the actual story missions where you get into fights with Higgs and stuff. Yes, fair enough. But all of these extra stuff where they just left gunfights, you know, for you to peel the lid off when you walk up to them, you know, if you want them. It's not needed, dudes. Not needed. Let the big empty space be a big empty space. Anyway. But I swear to God, dude, when it said losing you, and I was like, oh my God, if that Y turns to an L, I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna fucking break in half. But it didn't. The title went away, so yeah.
Only need a moment to inspect the cargo.
Crazy how deep and into like the mechanics were. Song always hits, appreciate, man. Yeah. No, I appreciate having a handful of friends. I know this hasn't been the most popular stream game, but having a handful of friends that, you know, appreciate what Kojima's done. And I know it's not for everybody, but Kojima's not trying to impress everybody. You will never, ever be alone. Not that fucking picture of that artwork for that trophy.
I've been looking. Okay. Use your Cupid to put us online.
Is this the last one? I think there's a couple more that we're missing though. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3 more over here, and there's still 2 points a bit further back. I think that's the fisherman and someone else. Let an experience be exactly that. An experience, combat can come later. Yeah, it's just shooting at things just isn't that interesting in this game. So it's kind of like it baffles me about how much of a focus the combat can take. When it just isn't the game's strong point. Quadruple rocket launcher, okay. Fire 4 powerful unguarded rockets in quick succession. Okay, so that's the unguarded one. Without you, yeah. If that said without Lou, holy shit, dudes, that would have fucking crucified me. I would have sobbed like a fucking child. Proved cannon cooldown, okay, cool. I would have been sobbing like a fucking child.
Looks like we're finally on the Chiron.
Because yeah, that's the first main story mission delivery thing we've done without Lou.
Such a great honor.
I mean, maybe that's why I can't see past that. I can't see Kojima not seeing that similarity between you and Lou. I can't see how they would have missed that. So I think maybe that's why they did it. Maybe that's why they chose that song.
Tar currents and chiral fields have only grown more unstable. I doubt these anomalies will get to.
But yeah, just more of that. Just more like interesting. Because I'm not gonna lie, the preppers or the people at the shelters, they've been boring as fuck. Really boring. Apart from a handful, they've been super boring. They've had nothing of any real interest to say.
To better prepare you for whatever he has planned, I've shared data for a quadruple rocket launcher. Don't hesitate to use it to keep yourself safe.
And yeah, we're not like
Yeah. The ground beneath it became incredibly unstable. Possibly due to.
you could apply to anyone that word used in that way without any story guidance, but it could be aimed at whoever the character is missing, which in this case is Lou. Yeah, I mean it fits the mood perfectly, you know. I mean, if that song had started playing,
that's no longer an option.
if we left after that cutscene where we've confronted the fact that we lost Lou, and they said, "Listen, there's no vehicles, there's nothing. You're gonna have to walk this one," and it started playing that song without you as we walked somewhere without any guidance or any sort of assistance.
Once upon a time, I had aspirations of joining Fragile Express. Wanted to work alongside the living legend herself. Help her to reconnect the world, one delivery at a time. But circumstances often dictate the course of our lives, you know? So I ended up joining an APAC distribution team instead. Regardless of who I work for, I'd like to try and support Fragile's mission. Do what I can to unite the people in the same way she has. Well, as the name suggests, it launches powerful rockets.
You didn't have to make any. Yeah, I just saw the words "without you," and I was like, okay, that's quite poignant because, you know, we're doing this delivery without Lou, and I thought, holy shit, Lou and you are very close together, and on the keyboard, those letters aren't even that far apart.
I've heard that Higgs has
Oh my god, because after they used a shit ton of low roar in the first game, they obviously got the green light to use copyrighted material on behalf of. Is it Quake Records? I can't remember. So yeah, the fact that changing the name of the song for the game.
Thank you again for stopping by.
Or maybe even recording a different version, because Kojima has got Sony money now. This is the thing. Like, there was some promotional video of him showing Mads around the Kojima Productions studio, and I put a comment underneath it in inverted commas. Dude, look at how much money Sony gave me.
Sam, the tar currents
But yes, in 1 second, I'm going to snooze that ad because they can fuck off.
with you just yet. The conditions are similar to when we observed that tar fall phenomenon before. I strongly urge you to proceed with caution.
Okay.
This is Neil's doing, Sam. I'm sure we'll find him.
Entrust these 2 pieces to someone else. We'll keep these 2 bits. And then, yeah. But they're not going to fucking let us rest here, are they? Oh. I stand corrected. Of course, we'll take a quick shower. They wouldn't be able to make a new song, I don't think. The band disbanded when one of the members died in 2022. Oh, shit, okay. Damn. And it's fucking crazy, dude. It's like, we played Clair Obscure, and that's obviously a game centered around, loss and, mourning and grief and everything else. And we played this, and this also has some very strong themes of loss and grief. We're getting absolutely fucking manhandled by narrative design at the moment. But yes, let me hop over here. So yes, unfortunately, we will have to call it there. Like I say, I do need to fucking focus on getting to bed at a better time, and it's only 20 past 11. It's not too bad. So let me just close that down, and we'll grab a tab and see who is on for a sneaky little raid. Who have we got doing the video, James? The video Jimbles on at this hour. We've got Wu Chang, Smedley, welcome in. Good to see you, dude. I've been lurking on audio only to avoid spoilers, but really enjoyed listening to what you've been saying. Always a real pleasure to hang out with you. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for listening, dude. I appreciate that. It's very kind. If people can't watch the stream, knowing that people still like to just have the audio on, because that's actually really sweet of you, dude. That's really, really sweet of you, because the audio is just me talking. There's no game on the screen. So if you enjoy just listening, that's a very nice thing to say. It's a very nice thing to say. That's very significant that you're happy to just listen to me talk about games and not even be part of the conversation. That's a very big confidence boost for me. It's a very, very kind thing of you to say, and a very kind thing for you to do, to lurk and to support me in some way. So thank you for that, dude. That's very kind of you to say. Right. Let me also grab this thing over here because it gives me a bit of a better view of who is doing what. Somebody I'm following. Have we got anybody in the same category? Nobody else is playing Death Stranding 2. What a surprise. What a surprise. What have we got? Song of Horror, Ninja Gaiden, Metal Gear Solid 3. Oh, someone's doing a true extreme speedrun mode. Okay. Someone's doing a speedrun of Snake Eater. I'm getting ready for the remake in the next few weeks. Lovely individual playing Claire Obscure. We were just talking about that game. We've got somebody playing Zoo Tycoon. Not really the vibe. Elden Ring. I've seen enough Elden Ring for a lifetime. I don't think I want to see any more Elden Ring for a while. Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Vanquish. Not heard of that one. Peak. Mario Superstar Baseball. God knows what Swed's playing. Baldur's Gate 3. I Am Fish. Heartworm. So Fang's playing Heartworm. And that's a spoiler for me. I can't watch that, unfortunately. Elden Ring, Dark Souls 3. So yeah, do you know what? Up here we saw somebody that we haven't raided in a little while. And we've raided them. Oh, we have raided them a few times. Hang on. See if we can raid someone we haven't raided before. Or somebody we haven't raided very often. Or not for a while. What's the best vibe? The best vibe to go for? So they're UK as well, so they're probably going to be ending fairly soon. So I don't want to raid you guys into somewhere that's immediately going to close out, especially not towards the end of a stream. So please bear with me. I'm just having a crisis of fucking making a decision. We filter like that and see who we've got. Do you know what? Like I say, we've got Metal Gear Solid Delta coming up pretty soon. So let's watch somebody doing a speed run of the original. I'll get the raid started there. So I don't know this person super well, but they're a Metal Gear Solid speedrunner, I believe. And yes, there's a fair bit of tech in the Metal Gear Solid 3 speedrun. I watch Jaguar, and Apache, and I used to watch Plywood when they streamed, playing the Metal Gear Solid games. They were some of the first streams I actually hung out in. This was before I watched anything else on Twitch other than just, I only ever watched speedruns. Because, like, they were really interesting people, and they found all kinds of exploits that were kind of interesting. But yes, thank you guys so much for tonight. An absolute pleasure as always. Please look after yourselves, drink enough water, get enough sleep. Don't be like me. Don't stay up till fucking 11:30 when you're supposed to be in bed at 10 o'clock every night. But yes, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you for all the kind words and all the nice things you say, especially stuff like, I couldn't watch the stream, so I was just listening instead. It's like, damn, like even just listening, just listening to me talk, is it's really, really confidence boost. It's really confidence boosting. It's really reassuring because like I say, the platform is doing what it does at the moment, and what it does is killing us smaller streamers off. So the support you guys give and the nice things you say are one of the things that remind me that this is worth doing something, because I've managed to build a nice little community of lovely people. So thank you all. The raid's going to go through fairly soon. So much love. I'll see you guys again. I'll be back on Wednesday, 5 p.m. UK time. We're going to go say hello to Evil Doom. Yes, wish them luck.